Interim Education Committee. We will be meeting for 2 days this week and 2 days next week. We'll evaluate our progress and hopefully learn a lot, and then determine if there are any other further requests that need to be made before we all meet back under the dome in January. So for committee members, please take a look at your vouchers, sign those vouchers. If you want to send them to the middle, we'll get those turned in. I believe just a signature is required. A few housekeeping items. We do have some members that are double booked on other committees. And so, for example, Senator Gossage will be with us tomorrow, but not today. I believe Representative Estes had a conflict as well. I'm not sure if she will have a replacement tomorrow or later today, but I wanted to bring that up. Committee, thank you for taking time out of your fall for being here. And I believe we all know each other. So what we're going to do is just do our staff introductions for today. So staff will start with Matt, since Matt's been handling the arrangements with his team.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Matthew Willis. I'm a senior research analyst with KLRD, and I typically have staffed both the Senate and House Education committees for the past few years.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Light. I'm a fiscal analyst for KLRD, and my new assignment is KSDE, so I will be seeing a lot of you a whole lot more this year.
I'm Cindy Rexer. I am the Senate Education Standing Committee assistant, and this is my first interim.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Nick Myers. I'm with the Office of Reviser of Statutes, and I've been staffing education ever since I got to the office in 2013.
Jason Long with the Office of Reviser of Statutes, and I've been staffing education since 2011.
Tamara Lawrence with the Office of Reviser of Statutes, and I have been with education since I think 2014.
Trevor Jones, Office of Audio Video.
All right, well, we do appreciate the staff and revisers. Thanks for sticking with us in education so long. And we are happy to keep our researchers as long as possible. We also want to thank my vice chair, Molly Baumgartner, and she is going to be chairing the morning and a little bit of the afternoon on our fourth day. So I look forward to what she brings to the committee. That includes some higher education mixed with K-12. So committee, just a few other items to get started. I hope that you have some type of paper or notepad, because I'd like for you to take notes with your questions on something separate. The reason is we have so much information to cover, and when we ask questions of our conferees, there may not be time for us to get all the questions that we possibly want to ask. In those instances, if you have them written down, we can submit them to research, to Matt and Jennifer. They can send them on to our conferees. They can answer those and provide those responses back to the entire committee. So I do want to be sure everybody has the opportunity to get their questions answered. So please write them down so you don't forget them. Remember also, when we work through each section, we do questions at the end of the section. Another good reason to write your questions down, because one or two conferees later, you may forget. Exceptions to that will be our staff. We will always take questions after staff speaks on a subject, because that's a little bit more detailed technical information. So keep that in mind. We'll also take a break, possibly before our lunch break. Excited that we have a lunch in-house today, provided to us by Kansans for Prosperity, and they will have that around 12 or so. And then we'll be able to work through. But we will obviously have time for a few breaks. And if you need to exit, then of course, as always, feel free to do so. With that, I'm going to go ahead and open up with our topic. The topic for this entire interim is the education climate in Kansas and its impact on student achievement. So hopefully everything we discuss will circle back to how we help kids in Kansas succeed and be their very best. Beginning is an important topic, and that is, well, what have we been doing for the last 5 years? It's always good to know our context and to review. So with that, we're going to open up with Nick Myers, our Assistant Reviser of Statutes, Office of Revisers, and he will provide an overview.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to see all of you again, all your faces again. So as the chair said, I'm going to be covering what you guys have done, what the legislation you have passed within the past 5 years. I'm really going to highlight the legislation last year, 2 years ago, 2022 legislation, touch on some 2021 stuff, and then kind of trail off and touch on things as necessary. The memo that you see in front of you covers 7 years of what you guys have done and provides kind of a thorough and comprehensive overview of these items. So beginning last year in 2023, and also you guys have a sheet that outlines, and you can see kind of bullet points, just a very executive high-level summary of what the bills did, so you can refer to that or use that as necessary as well. So last year in 2023, you passed multiple pieces of legislation dealing with education. I'm going to start with Senate Bill 113. Senate Bill 113 was the appropriations and policy bill that was passed. And I'm not going to touch on the appropriation side. I will mainly be touching on the substantive provisions that were passed in these bills. So the first substantive provision that was passed in this bill was Section 4 in Senate Bill 113. And what this section did is it established a legislative option to purchase school district buildings when the school districts decide to dispose of a school district building. Just briefly covering this, the school district, if it adopts a resolution to dispose of a district building, it has to provide notice to you, the legislature, to the Secretary of the Senate and the Secretary of the House or the Clerk of the House, and it has to describe the reason for that building disposal. If that notice is received by the legislature during the regular legislative session, you have 45 days to act on that notice and adopt a concurrent resolution stating your intent as to what the legislature chooses to do with that building, what agency you would like that building to be acquired by. If that notice that the school district submits is received when the legislature is not in regular session, the school district has to hold for a sec and wait until the legislature comes back into regular legislative session, and then that's when that a 45-day clock starts to tick at the beginning of that session. So again, the legislature has 45 days from a notice or from the beginning of session to start that process and discussing what to do with the building, and then if the legislature adopts a concurrent resolution to acquire that building, the process will tick along and the legislature will work on that. If the legislature does not act on that concurrent resolution within 45 days, the school district is authorized to go ahead and dispose of the building as it normally would do. The next piece of substantive legislation, or next substantive piece that you passed, was relating to KSHSAA school activities. You, in Section 5 of Senate Bill 113, enacted a new law to authorize any student who attends a non-public school to participate in a public school KSHSAA activity, as long as they reside within the boundaries of that school district. Generally, that student has to meet age and eligibility requirements that are otherwise set for public school students, and then other general requirements that are imposed upon public school students as well, including like participation fees, vaccination requirements, maybe a participation in a specific course or something along those lines. The student can participate in the school or for the school within the boundaries that the school district establishes for that school attendance. So that specific school for participation would be determined by the own school district's boundaries. One provision in there relates to homeschool participation. So homeschool students can participate as well, just like private school students can in public school activities. For homeschool participation, the law says that their academic eligibility shall be verified either through a transcript or through an affidavit submitted by the head of the homeschool to KSHSAA and the public school to which they are participating to verify their academic eligibility. Section 6 of the bill also enacted a new law that prohibits KSHSAA from preventing a student who is primarily enrolled in a private school, who also wants to part-time enroll in a public school, prohibits KSHSAA from disallowing that student from participating on behalf of their private school for their school activity. So again, the student has to be primarily enrolled in that private school, and if they're part-time enrolled in that public school just for an hour or so, or a little, maybe somewhere along those lines, they have to be allowed to continue their participation with their private school or their homeschool organization. Section 7 of the bill established the Special Education and Related Services Funding Task Force. This is a task force composed of 11 members appointed by legislative leadership, the State Department of Education, and the State Board of Education. And generally, the purpose of this task force is to study and make recommendations to the legislature regarding potential changes in the special education state aid formula. Another provision that you passed in Senate Bill 113 is you authorized local boards of education to compensate themselves, the board members, for their duties as board members. Previously, the law did not allow board members to be compensated by the school district. Another thing, kind of a larger thing that relates back to legislation from 2022 is school district open enrollment. So in 2023, Senate Bill 113, you made some revisions to the open enrollment statutes. These revisions relate to prioritization of military students, students of school district employees, and then also for students experiencing homelessness. So generally these students, military, students experiencing homelessness, and those students who are students of employees of the school district are generally not going to be subject to that lottery process that open enrollment has established. Another thing that in Senate Bill 113 was some revisions to the tax credit for low-income student scholarship program. So the eligibility requirements were revised in the bill. The eligibility was expanded. Previous to this change in Senate Bill 113, the eligibility for an eligible student was 185% of the federal poverty level, or essentially what the law said was free or reduced lunch student. The bill last year changed that and increased that poverty level guideline to 250% of the federal poverty level. The bill also amended the definition of a qualified school. These are the private schools who are participating and accepting students from the program, who get the scholarship monies from the program. So the definition was amended to include any non-accredited private school that is working in good faith toward accreditation. So it's currently in law, it's any accredited private school that states their intent to participate in the program, and then this provision was added, any non-accredited private school that's working in good faith towards their accreditation. You also, or the legislature also expanded the tax credit. So it went from 70% of a donation to a scholarship granting organization eligible to receive that tax credit to a 75% tax credit for that donation. One provision in the bill that the legislature passed, and as you all are aware, was vetoed by the governor, was a provision to authorize current year school funding. based on current year enrollment. The KSHSAA finance formula currently and in prior to this change provides that enrollment for funding purposes is to be determined based on the preceding year's enrollment number or the second preceding year's enrollment number, whichever is higher. The legislature passed this provision to bump up that time frame, and in the new provision that was vetoed, it would have provided for enrollment to be determined using current year enrollment or prior year enrollment, whichever is higher. No more second preceding year. As I mentioned, this provision was vetoed by the governor along with a couple of items of appropriation in the appropriation section. So this change did not get enacted into law, and so the status quo is maintained that it's prior year or second preceding year enrollment for funding purposes. The bill extended the 20 mil property tax levy that funds school districts for 2 more years, 2023 and 2024 and 25 school year. The bill also authorized a higher low enrollment weighting under certain circumstances. So for districts that accept students from a disorganized school district, or for districts that accept students who came from a closed school building, if a school chooses to close a school building and a new district accepts those students, that district can continue to receive, under this law, their low enrollment weighting factor that they previously had for 3 more years. It's a beneficial adjustment to the district to accept those students, but to also maintain that low enrollment weighting factor, because if they get more students, their low enrollment weighting would automatically go down. So this allows those districts to maintain that higher low enrollment weighting factor and keep a little bit more funding for their acceptance of those students. The bill also extended the high density at-risk sunset weighting. This has been extended multiple times over the past years. The sunset extension was to July 1, 2027, so this is for the high density at-risk weighting only. That weighting will sunset July 1, 2027, and I will note that the whole school finance formula is also statutorily set to expire and sunset on that same date, July 1, 2027. The bill also, Senate Bill 113, increased the cost of living weighting and the eligibility for school districts that can qualify for that weighting. So the math in this gets a little complicated, but I'll just briefly cover it. Really what it did is it increased the statutory cost of living weighting factor from 9.5% to 11.5%. So the weighting factor went up a little bit. It increased the COLA weighting cap, so the cap at which districts can levy that local tax. This is a local tax that districts levy. It's not a state-funded thing, but this allows those districts to levy that local tax and access more revenue for the cost of living in their district. So it increased that weighting cap from 5% to 7%. And then it also established a 3-year CPI-U adjustment moving forward in each subsequent school year to that weighting cap. So that weighting cap will continue to increase by the CPI-U for the average of the past 3 years. And those school districts that qualify for the cost of living weighting will continually have that weighting cap bump up year over year. It also increased the number of school districts that can qualify for this weighting factor. This is the key here for this weighting. School districts, if within your boundaries you have 115% of your let me rephrase that. The average residential home value within your district is 115%, or essentially 15% over the statewide average. You can access the COLA weighting. Previously, it was had to be 25% over the statewide average. So that covers Senate Bill 113. And Madam Chair, I don't know if you want me to keep going or if you wanted to stop for questions on each individual bill, or stop after each year.
I think that from the committee, are there any items on this list from Senate Bill 113 that you would think that would be priority to consider for next year? Anything that strikes you? Yes, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think that we need to circle back around with regard to the school districts that have had an increase in enrollment for them to be able to count current year increases. I know that it was a line item veto. I think that it was an issue that was kind of a last-minute, last resort. There was a lot of rallying that if the governor didn't veto that, that portion of the school funding, that school districts would be harmed. But I will circle around to the issue, and I hope that the Department of Education will share with us. We have a lot of school districts that had an increase in enrollment this year, and they were not able to receive the funding for that increase in enrollment. And when we continue to use that second or that prior preceding year, what we are essentially doing is, for multiple years, we are funding empty seats. We are funding empty seats. And I believe last year, and I hope, we receive that update from the Department of Education, but last year, our smallest school district had 38 students. That was a school district. That is a school district in this state. And so when we continue to have a growing list of school districts that are under 125 students, we need to find a resolution in how to help them. But I don't think what happened in the school district that included the closure of the Wilson Middle and High School is the answer. Because in fact, that was an area that had a building that had an increase in enrollment. So I'm glad with what we're doing for the school districts that are willing to take on those students that have been displaced. But I think we need to look at the reality of the school districts that have growth in enrollment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, and thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for bringing that up. I think there is a document in our folders, is that correct? And we may hit on that later, but if you notice that document, it has the SB 113 veto difference in funding for every single school district. If I added this up correctly, there would have been, had this passed and not been vetoed by the governor, 141 school districts would have seen an increase in funding for students in the seats. 43 districts would have had no change whatsoever, and 102 districts would have had a loss in funding. And when we get to that, maybe we can share the total, the net difference of the two. I believe that we were adding, at the time, the calculations were $4 million more once you take into account the funding increase and the decrease. So the governor did veto $4 million of education funding for students that were in the seats. So it's definitely worth taking a look at. Another item that I've had individuals reach out to me would be about the selling of property for schools. I believe that our intent was attendance centers. I don't think our intent was to micromanage a storage shed. And so I think that that may be something we need to clarify, that you may go ahead and remove or sell your storage shed, but what we're really looking at is the impact of closing attendance centers. So we may need to do a little addition on that. Any other items? Yes, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kind of on that same line, and Nick, this is a question for you. So the legislature has to act on 45 days. What is the provision if the legislature is not in session? Do those districts have to wait until January and then that clock starts then?
Yeah, the provision is structured in a way that the legislature has 45 days beginning that day one of session. So those districts need to likely be on a holding pattern and wait for that day one of session for that clock to start ticking, and then watch what happens for those notices within that 45-day period.
And Madam Chair, I appreciate, I've also had many districts talking about this and some of the issues, especially, I know the part was closing and being able, but I've had districts say, you know, it may be the best interest of our districts to close schools, but then it's going to be a hindrance, like consolidating, and then that issue that next year. So I do think this is something that we need to address in this coming session.
All right, great. And just to note that anything related to AD accessibility is not subject to this statute, I believe. Is that correct? If the school is not, or it's not, if there's a problem with it, there was some type of provision in the statute? Yes, no, maybe not? Yes. I thought there was something related to ADA compliance that if they needed to not use the building because it wasn't ADA compliant, then they would be able to continue on, but.
I don't recall that provision being in there, but we can look.
Okay, sure. All right, well, then that was a memory from another time of another bill of another life. Okay. If there aren't any other items, go ahead and continue, Nick, and let's just hit, because of time, just hit the biggest highlights and then anything related to achievement, and then we'll move right along. Thank you.
Sounds good, Madam Chair. Let's see. So House Bill 2023, House Bill 2138 did three things: required separate overnight accommodations during school-sponsored travel, authorized local broadcasters to broadcast under KSHSAA exclusive broadcast agreements, and then also established a State Board of Education review option for school districts that close a school building. So the State Board of Education could submit an advisory opinion on a school's decision to close a school building. 2023, House Bill 2322, this one has a little effect in special education law, includes dyslexia as a disability under Kansas special education law. So now dyslexia is affirmatively its own disability under special education law in Kansas. Previously, dyslexia could be evaluated as a disability under a specific learning disability diagnosis under special education law. 2023 House Bill 2080 authorized virtual students to take state assessments virtually. So that applies for full-time virtual students. They can take statewide assessments virtually. Let's see, the Fairness in Women's Sports Act was enacted. That's probably not something that's achievement related. 2023 Senate Bill 123 requires school districts to pay the career technical education credential assessment fees for their students. So if a school district has and provides career technical education, that school district must pay for any fees that are charged for a student's credentialing assessment or examination upon a student's request. Just a few things that covers it for 2023. I do want to mention, just this weekend I realized that my document doesn't have the interstate teacher mobility licensure compact in this, so that's another provision that was passed Senate Bill 66. Thank you, Chairman Thomas. So that's another item that was passed by you guys to increase and assist with interstate teacher licensure and movement of teachers. A few things from 2022 legislation that I want to briefly mention. So the budget and policy bill in 2022, House Bill 2567, established the Every Child Can Read Act to promote and also had an intent to promote academic achievement. And Madam Chair, we will be covering this. I'll have a memo on this topic to go into detail on that, but I just wanted to mention that, and we'll get into that soon. Another provision that's relating to achievement is the House Bill 2567, authorized work-based alternative learning opportunities for school districts. So school districts can work with a business, not-for-profit organization, trade association, or teacher, or anybody really, to have a work-based learning opportunity and provide course credit for that work-based learning opportunity. The bill 2567 established open enrollment. So the open enrollment provisions are in there, and I just want to mention that that is going to begin. Open enrollment will begin in school year 24-25. And school districts are required to start thinking and considering their policies for determining how they're going to determine capacity. And these policies for school districts have to be proposed and nearly established prior to January 1, 2024. And to create these capacity policies, the school district has to call and hold a public hearing on the matter regarding the district's proposed policy, take testimony at that public hearing, and then at a subsequent board meeting, either adopt, revise, create that policy. A few more things. The 2022 budget policy bill authorized part-time enrollment between public school and non-public schools. So students who are enrolled part-time in public and private schools are complying with compulsory attendance. We will talk about the needs assessment in a separate section here soon. I can't remember if it's today or tomorrow, so we will cover the needs assessment and the history of those school district needs assessment and budgeting for academic achievement. For virtual schools, House Bill 2567 increased virtual school state aid from $5,000 to $5,600 for full-time students and from $1,700 to $2,800 for part-time, and also provided a per credit hour funding for dropout diploma completion virtual students if they meet certain dropout type requirements. We will talk about administration of non-academic tests, questionnaires, surveys, and examinations in a separate section. I will cover that in detail and the requirements for school districts and what they must do for administration of non-academic surveys. One thing, Madam Chair, and this might be something that's impactful to the committee, in 2567, the legislature revised the academic achievement reporting requirements. So KSDE is now required under this bill to submit a summary report regarding student achievement and then also a student-focused longitudinal achievement report. So this summary report is a summary of the performance accountability reports and then also a summary of the longitudinal achievement reports. And so the summary report includes the achievement results from the statewide assessments in math and English language arts, comparison to other evaluation metrics that are used by the state board, such as college and career readiness measurements or graduation rates, a comparison to other national assessments such as NAEP or ACT, an analysis of the trends in the student achievement and a review of the conditions that are impacting those outcomes, a review of the academic interventions that schools are using to improve student performance, and then whether the state board has any recommendations for those interventions, a summary of the performance levels, and then the scale and cut scores with regard to those statewide assessments. In addition, there's a student-focused longitudinal achievement report requirement, and this began with the students who were entering 3rd grade and 8th grade in school year 2022-2023. And this report shall summarize the longitudinal achievement of those students over a 3-year period. And then that 3-year period will repeat every 3 years with the 3rd grade, 8th grade students every 3 years. So this is looking at specifically at those students regarding and would be reporting on the improvement or learning loss that's occurring with those students, the evaluations and metrics that are used to measure those students and how you're measuring that improvement or learning loss, a result of the academic interventions that schools are using to improve their performance, and again, their achievement results on testing. Madam Chair, just a few more kind of achievement-related things. Maybe the establishing the Promoting Advancement in Computer Science Act. This was 2022 House Bill 2466. So what this bill did is it requires each secondary school, so high school, middle school, of a school district to offer at least one computer science course beginning in school year 2023-2024. And if a school cannot comply with that or doesn't have an ability to comply with that right away, the school has to submit a plan to the state board as to how it plans to comply with that requirement. The bill also did some other things with regard to grants and things like that with computer science. And Madam Chair, that covers 2 years, the past 2 years. A nice quick little summary of the past 2 years, and I could keep going, or it's up to you if you want me to get a few things in on the 2021 bills. But yeah, I'd be happy to stand for questions, or it's your option.
All right, thank you, Nick. Well, I think that we can provide the rest of the years as summary reports for our committee, and they can review those and submit any questions that they may have. But committee, are there any questions for our revisor? All right, thank you very much. Then, if you think of something, well, just write it down and we can always circle back, or you can submit. Next, we have Matthew Willis, and he's going to provide an overview of our efforts to improve student outcomes in the past 5 years. Thank you, Matthew. And I must say, this team has really worked hard because it seems like I was always asking for more, and KSDE understands that as well. So I appreciate all of the data that was provided.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So to start with, I believe the documents might be listed after my memorandum, but there is a green page that does kind of provide a summary of the appropriations part of House Substitute for Senate Bill 113 from last year, as well as a document that KSDE provided us, which does go through that section that the governor vetoed regarding the change to current and prior year funding, and shows you by district what their funding for fiscal year 23 is under the current law of prior or second proceeding, what the difference would have been had it changed to current year or prior, and then what that difference would be. So any districts with red numbers would have received less state foundation aid under if the new model had gone, and any districts that have that difference listed in black, if I'm understanding this right, would have received additional funding. So that kind of provides KSD's estimate for fiscal year 23. It does not contain anything for 24 or anything moving forward. And then the crux of the memorandum I was addressing was dealing with changes made to the accreditation system to KSHSAA by the state board and KSDE. These changes were made a couple years ago, so they were presented before the Joint Committee on Rules and Regulations in, I believe, July of 21, and then officially took effect in October. My memo does focus primarily on the elements of it that dealt with kind of the achievement portions of accreditation, but I will try and kind of highlight some key elements of that. First, I will note, while KSDE is the organization that actually puts forth the rules and regulations, they all are at the direction of and approved by the state board, who primarily is doing all of it under their constitutional authority. And so it is a little different than most other agencies because you have the state board voting on and making those decisions, but then it is listed as KSDE, who is the one with those regulations. As far as what changed, there was a variety of revisions to them. But in general, their accreditation is they rank districts and accredit them based on a variety of categories that include their compliance with the Kansas Education Systems Accreditation, or KSHSAA, whether they're meeting foundational structures, meeting the goals and statements of KSHSAA, procedures and policies for sustainability, results, so meeting the state board's goals, stakeholder involvement and engagement in the process, and then the process itself, which you can see the criteria by which they gauge these is attached on the back as an appendix to this memorandum, and was taken off of KSDE's website. So that is straight from the agency as far as kind of some of that criteria. Beyond that, the definitions that changed, kind of a lot of it appears to have boiled down to where previously the regulations might have been very specific in the percentage of students in a district to take the state assessments, or a goal to be proficient in, or attendance, or kind of list out a lot of these. A lot of them appear to have changed to be more of meeting what is set by the state board. And so it removes the specifics and kind of moves those requirements to being the specifics determined by the board outside of being in kind of rules and regulations, if that makes sense. And the other thing that it did do is it removed, there was a level of kind of accreditation a district could have. So there are currently now only 3. A district or any participating private schools in this process are either accredited, conditionally accredited, or not accredited. And yeah, other than that, I mean, again, I'm happy to go into more in depth onto some sections, but my memo kind of covers a lot of it. So I'm happy to stand for questions or talk to specific elements as the chair wishes.
All right, thank you for giving us an overview of how the accreditation changes may impact student learning. And we will have an opportunity to hear from Dr. Randy Watson on accreditation and if there are any changes up and coming. Any questions for Matthew? And so this was a good way to help us segue into some of the other discussions. So just wanted you to have that. Next, Matt, anything else?
Nope, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Next, we have Dr. Craig Neiswander, Deputy Commissioner for the Division of Fiscal and Administrative Services from KSDE. Welcome, Craig.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you this morning. As with a number of items on your agenda today and tomorrow, Dr. Ben Proctor and I will be tag teaming just a little bit. I think you see him listed on this item as well on this. So I'm going to give you a little overview. The question posed was, how do we provide guidance to school districts when statutes change, when bills are passed, and so forth? Primarily, that process begins in earnest in the summer. We host, well, I say we host, we travel around and have budget workshops for school districts. We do 7 of them across the state in different locations, and we will see between 800 and 850 individuals in total at those workshops. The majority of the morning at those workshops is spent reviewing legislation, what's passed and been signed into law, and any changes that have taken place. You should have in your packet a couple of documents as examples from this past summer. Education summaries, that's actually KLRD's summary of each of the bills that applies to education. We just compile them and put them into a booklet to share with the school districts. They're also posted on our website. And then when you have a bill such as this past year, House Sub for Senate Bill 113, we do much of what Nick just did with you. We compile a little cheat sheet, more or less, of that bill and the different topics that are covered in the bill. What section are they in? What's the page number? And to be honest, that's as much for our benefit, the KSDE, as it is for the school districts, so that we can find those topics when we need to refer to them and go back to the details of what was actually said in the legislation. But we share that with school districts as well. And that's our first opportunity after the session concludes to touch base with every district and make sure they have the most recent information. And I believe Dr. Proctor is scheduled to share a little more with you, but if there are questions for me, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right, are there any questions for Craig on the document? And you provide this document every year. There's one that's in this.
Every year, going back to when I began as a superintendent, we got the education summaries, and I'm sure long before that. They're also posted on our website. So if you're not able to attend or you lost it, you need to refer later, districts can go back and find that information.
Well, it looks great. I know that a lot of board members individually, or even sometimes superintendents, still get confused of what really the law says. And so it's good to know that you're providing them the guidance. There's just a lot going on. And so it's always, it's difficult to always follow. So, all right. Thank you, Craig.
I'd like to say
Yes,
it's rare, but sometimes deputy commissioners get confused.
Senator Erickson has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Craig, for being here. Do you do any supplemental materials to the bills in training for school districts?
We discuss the bills themselves at the workshops, answer questions, write down questions so we know what things we need to look up that we didn't know about. And then from there, if it's obvious that we need to provide a little more information, we'll come back and either go through it ourselves, check with KLRD, check with the revisors, make sure our understanding is correct, and then provide it out at that time.
I'm thinking specifically about Senate Bill, no, my apologies, House Bill 2567. I know that there was some confusion, and I'm not sure who generated the materials on the requirements that school districts had to meet when giving surveys, non-academic surveys. And I didn't know if that was something that your department generated. There was a PowerPoint that definitely did not have information that corresponded to what KLRD would put out. So I just wondered if that was supplemental materials that you put out, or was that a different group?
We did put out supplemental materials on that particular topic, including a PowerPoint. I don't know if that's the one you're referring to, but it could have been. And I will tell you right up front, on a number of topics over the years, we find that we have to make adjustments as the year goes on.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. And of course, for us, we know legislative intent, and sometimes it doesn't fully get translated. And so it's good to have a continued working relationship so school districts know what the expectation, what the law is saying and intends, and if corrections need to make in the law so that it is more clarifying, then we can always do that. So please continue to share that with us if there is confusion in anything that is written, because we don't want there to be confusion for our school districts. We want them to understand what the intent was. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Ben Proctor, Dr. Ben Proctor, Deputy Commissioner for the Division of Learning Services from KSDE. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to plug in here.
And one moment, Ben, we're going to look for our documents, and then we'll have you get started. Well, committee, I think that if it's not located in another section of your book, then we will get a copy for you later, and there may be one outside. But I think since you've got a PowerPoint, we can just take notes for now, and then we'll get a copy to you all, and an email digital version. So with that, you may proceed.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time this morning and appreciate Madam Chair, the way you framed our conversation over the next few days about really helping kids be their best. I think that's an important objective. So Just as a quick intro, I know there's some specific information that was requested of me, but as we think about our efforts to improve, especially over the last several years, wanted to start just with our vision for education in Kansas that was established by our state board as we think about preparing kids and helping them be successful and what that means. Our board has really, through work over time, really since 2015, 2016, worked with our Commissioner of Education to establish what we mean by preparation and what we mean by success for kids through academic, cognitive, technical, employability, and civic engagement skills, and ensuring that they are ready for whatever they'll experience after school, after they graduate. That's measured through a variety of different areas as our state board has defined their outcomes as we think about the characteristics that we want for our kids. We think about the civic engagement skills that we want them to have as they enter school, the readiness for kindergarten, which we know is so critical. And as we go around and talk to school district leaders, we see that as being an increasingly critically important attribute of our school systems and our communities. How academically prepared our students are, how are they doing in terms of graduation, and then how are they meeting post-secondary effective criteria. So all a part of our state board vision, which really is the premise for the work that we do in Kansas as a state department in our school systems. Additionally, I put a few different areas here that we focus on and how we execute our plans. We've already talked about today our accreditation model in Kansas, and I think we'll have more time over the next couple of days to talk about recommendations as we think about improvement in that model. Also, just how we support school systems when they may be struggling or they may have a high percentage of students that come into school disadvantaged. How do we support them? And then how do we mobilize supports across the state in different ways to support students? For the purposes of this item, what I was asked to provide is an overview of guidance that we provide to school districts when there are updates in law or in statute. What are the mechanisms that we use to communicate that, or other type of improvement efforts? How do we get that information to our school systems, our school leaders? And there's a variety of ways we do that. A great starting point is what Dr. Nineswander mentioned, and that's our budget workshops in the summer. Those are attended by pretty much every school district leader in the state. So you have a great audience of people who are executing not only their local policies, but statewide policies and legal requirements. And having been a recipient of that as a superintendent, it's a great place to be able to not only get clarification, but also ask questions to ensure that we're able to follow the law and those new guidelines that come out. Throughout a school year, we try to access a lot of different avenues to get information out to our school systems. We have, during the fall, a series of twice a month Zoom meetings that are heavily attended, where we go over information with our school district leaders, our curriculum leaders, our building leaders, related to, again, new laws that come out, guidance that we provide to ensure that the details of those laws are known. And those happen all throughout the fall, twice a month. And then once the legislative session begins in January, those become once a week. Or, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, did you have a?
Oh, yeah, you're doing great, Ben. I just wanted the committee to know that we did find it. It's in the back, and your testimony, and it's behind the pink sheet near to the back. So if you could grab that. And Ben, you can keep going. Thanks for being so aware.
So utilizing during the legislative session, as we know, a lot of new information is coming out fairly rapidly at times, trying to keep our school system leaders up to date on those things. And again, those statewide Zoom meetings are usually we have several hundred of our school system leaders who are present for that information, and that's where we try to convey the latest for them to make them aware so they can stay up to date. We also have a number of different in-person structures that we use, engagements that we have access to throughout the school year specifically and during the summer months as well. We tend to have at least one representative from the State Department attend a monthly service center Council of Superintendent meeting where we'll have regionally superintendents who gather at each service center, and when we send people out again to provide updates and a lot of times ask for feedback on how implementation of various initiatives are going within the school systems. I know our team has been on the road a lot this fall already. Schools begun to both share information and receive information in those service center visits. A lot of written communication on things that go out through our listservs or through a new communication mechanism that we have called KSDE Weekly, just trying to make sure that we're very redundant in the way that we're communicating both in person, virtually, and in writing for our school systems. In terms of some specific things that I wanted to provide related to our accreditation model and the compliance components. So you heard earlier that accreditation accounts for a number of different things. One of those things is compliance. And so I wanted to walk through some of the definitions of this. In the PowerPoint, the electronic version, there's a link to our compliance document that provides guidance. And if you don't have access to that, we'll make sure that you get access to that document that's available on our website that is an overview of the different areas of compliance, terminology that's used, just to make sure that everybody understands what components exist there. Just to quickly walk through details of compliance related to accreditation in Kansas. There are currently 14 different areas that we account for at KSDE, and it's all accounted for through a team lead, a staff member of the Kansas State Department of Education that has specific expertise over each of those 14 areas. When a system is determined to not be completely in compliance, they're allowed a maximum of 2 years to resolve that compliance issue. And our staff begins working with them to ensure that they understand what the issue might be, where they may be short on compliance, and then how to become in fully compliance with that particular area. If a system is deemed not in compliance, the KSDE team lead will communicate that with our accreditation and design team, and then we have an accreditation review council that is ultimately going to make a recommendation to the state board on whether that system continues to be not in compliance and if that could in fact affect their accreditation status. If a system is working towards compliance, the KSHSAA lead for the area in question provides multiple opportunities for that system to become fully in compliance, and then we assist them again if there's any questions or concerns about what that would constitute. The KSHSAA team then shares with the Accreditation Review Council the accreditation status, and then the ARC, the Accreditation Review Council, would ultimately make the recommendation to the state board on what that compliance status should be from their recommendation, and the state board would then make a determination on that. And lastly, I just wanted to share the different areas of compliance related to accreditation in Kansas that we oversee, that we have a team lead that meets with our accreditation and design team to go through the different components. And in that guidance document, you'll find that there are specific requirements, the details of what compliance looks like related to each of those 14 areas. There's half of them on this slide, and on the very last slide, you'll see the remaining compliance areas that we account for. With that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions I can.
All right, thank you, Ben. Questions for Dr. Proctor? Yes, Representative?
Thank you, and good morning. On a couple of your early slides, you say you have Zoom meetings. Who in the districts are these directed to?
So our bi-monthly or when the legislative session starts, we do them every week. This would be targeted towards the people who are invited are school superintendents, anybody that we consider a curriculum leader, which is often a district level person or somebody who oversees curriculum, instruction, and assessment in the district, and then building administrators. So I would say typically you'll find several hundred of those people who represent those different parts of the school district present in those engagements.
Okay, thank you. And secondly, what's the composition of the ARC committee?
So it's a variety of practitioners across the state. I've got Dr. Jay Scott with me, he is our Director of Accreditation and Design, and he works directly with that ARC. I may have to rely on Jay just a little bit to go through the numbers of people and who all is represented in that, if that's okay.
Thank you. Yeah, the ARC is made up of 18 individuals who are educators all across the state, representing the different regions of Kansas and also representing different roles in education. We also have higher ed representation on the ARC, so it's a cross-section of educators across the state.
And so go back and refine your answer. The 18 educators, what specifically are their credentials?
So we have superintendents, we have high school principals, we have elementary principals, middle school principals, curriculum leaders, we have higher ed representation. Our list is actually posted on our website of who's on the ARC, so you can find that information. It has their different positions listed.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today. Talk to us a little bit. I want to drill down a little bit more on those Zoom sessions. So you said there might be hundreds participating. So that means the Zoom session is just, it's like the cattle call. So it's not delivered based on size of districts. Is that correct?
We offer it to every school district.
Oh, I understand. But participation isn't narrowed down. So from this time to this time, we're going to be working with maybe 1, 2, 3A size schools.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay.
No, it's one session for everyone.
And I guess part of my concern is when I think of the 1, 2, 3A school districts and even the smaller 4A school districts, they're not going to have all of those ancillary administrative roles that you spoke to that would be participating. And it seems to me that there would be far more questions and for it to be this interactive where it's not just we're delivering to you, listen and take notes, but to get clarification. So have you thought about the possibility of a different model for that?
So that great question. Thank you for that. There certainly are significant differences depending on size, and even districts that have similar size have different capacities in terms of the people that may be overseeing certain areas. I think that's why we try to get out in person every month as well. It's not geared for the Zoom sessions aren't necessarily geared for a lot of interactive nature. We do utilize the chat feature and try to answer every question that comes up, and there's usually quite a few. So we try to be as efficient as possible and in that session kind of speak to what it is and what it's not. And I would say it's not built for the back and forth types of questions and answers that the in-person components are. And that's why we're very committed to getting out to the service centers, because we'll be able to access at the very least the superintendents at those sessions. So utilizing a variety of ways to engage is part of our objective there. But I would say you're correct. There's a limitation to what we can do in that Zoom session.
How many new superintendents do we have this year?
I think there are 37 brand-new superintendents in Kansas.
And I think that's been consistent. And what I'm hearing, at least in my Senate district, is the new superintendents, they don't even begin to know which questions to ask. And if you're listening to a Zoom and chat's going on either at the bottom of the screen or to the side, if you're paying attention to chat, you're not paying attention to what's being said in the Zoom. And there continues, at least what I am hearing, new superintendents They say it's worse than trying to drink from the fire hose. Let's move on to working towards compliance. You indicated that a district, if it's non-compliant in an area, they have 2 years to comply. I guess part of my concern on that is, when we're talking about that third grade readers. So if a school district isn't compliant with regard to that, or let's say they're not compliant with middle school kids, with them filling out the IPS, Individual Plan of Study. If we're waiting 2 years for the district to become compliant, those kids are already out of that building and they've moved on to the next, and they've missed that opportunity. So when they have 2 years to comply, is part of that compliance that they have to circle back and serve those kids who didn't receive that attention, that whatever was the requirement? How are they required to catch up?
So I wouldn't say that just because they have 2 years to be in compliance, that nothing is happening in that 2-year period to address whatever that deficiency might be. So we want to provide, and I think that's part of what you'll hear as we start talking about improvements or adjustments that we want to recommend to our state board around our accreditation model. And I know we've got time for that throughout the next 2 days. But I think we want to have a more immediate response, not just for an accreditation status, but for what you just said. So what you're going to hear a little bit later today, and I believe that Dr. Watson will also speak to later today, is how we want to have a more immediate response to that. So that there may be a 2-year window to become compliant for an accreditation status, but that doesn't mean that we think there should be a 2-year window to actually do the things that you need to do to improve in that particular area. And we want to be able to provide that guidance right away and identify what those deficits might be and provide support to that.
Okay. Last question, Madam Chair. With regard to licensure, what is your process for verifying licensure? I am hearing that individuals are identified as teacher of record, but in fact it's a para or it's a long-term sub that is delivering the services, and so there isn't actually a licensed individual in the classroom. So, licensure, on the one hand, the Department of Education awards those licenses to teachers and to administrators. But if someone is on the payroll for a school district, do you receive that payroll and you cross-check it with individuals that are actually licensed?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I would have to double check with our licensure department, specifically on the issue that you shared.
I think that that's a gap.
Okay.
And I think, as I'm hearing of school districts hiring more paras than they are teachers, when everyone seems to know how many teachers have either retired or left in the district, using a teacher of record, if it's the principal, but they're in the office and they're not in the classroom, then who's actually teaching the kids? And that's what I'm hearing is going on. And so from a licensure, you can have 20 individuals with a license, but if they're not the individuals in the classroom, that is problematic. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for being here. I just have a couple of follow-up questions from Representative Wynn. The ARC membership, I'm looking at the membership list. How are those people picked? How is it determined who gets on the ARC?
I'm going to have Dr. Scott come back as he works directly with that team.
Getting my steps in. Thank you for the question. We have the Accreditation Advisory Council, which is another body that's involved with accreditation in Kansas. They actually take nominations. So that group, which is similar in makeup in terms of position and educator position and location across the state, there are advisory committee. They actually take nominations for people to serve on the ARC, and then they vet those individuals before they're placed on the ARC.
So you have an advisory committee that takes nominations, and how are those nominations sought?
We basically, we capture those just through email. If somebody's interested, we bring those to the AAC via email nominations. We take those from across the state. We're actively seeking more ARC members right now because we have 6 members who are actually going off this year. So we're in the process of filling out the ARC.
And one more question, if I may, Madam Chair. So it looks to me as I look at this that you have current superintendents, curriculum specialists, current teachers across the state on the ARC. When their school or district comes up for accreditation review, do they participate in that or do they recuse themselves?
They recuse themselves from that, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions, committee? Okay, we have just a few. Okay, so can you re-explain what the Kansas individual data on students, the kids is? What data is being provided to KSDE?
I'm probably not the best person to do that. That kind of falls in the other side of the division. Can certainly get that information to you, but yes, I'd be happy to do that.
All right, well, I'm writing that down as well, and Matthew, if you'll help us follow up on what data is collected. Also, following up on what Matthew shared with us about accreditation and those that are in compliance, and only a handful maybe are not fully in compliance. How many districts are not in compliance, and has there ever been a school district in Kansas that you're aware of through any accreditation process that has not been accredited since accreditation has existed in Kansas?
There has not been anybody not accredited under the KSHSAA model. There are a number of districts that have been accredited conditionally. And that's that second category. I think it's between 10 and 11% of systems that have been recommended through this first cycle have been conditionally accredited.
Okay, thank you. And then as I look at these 14 different categories, how much, and is this something that you have talked about internally, how much time and resources would you estimate staff spends to check these 14 boxes?
It can vary depending on the different categories. Some, it's pretty much the full-time job that they have. Others, they have expertise in that area, so it becomes one of many parts of their job. So it varies a little bit by category, but I would say it's fairly intensive, especially as you look at the details that they have to go through to make sure that there is compliance. And then the follow-up, I think, would also be the part that requires quite a bit of time and resource.
And finally, my last question is when I go online and I try to learn a little bit about various districts, and I go and I look at the accreditation and the items that are listed, for example, the 5, the individual plans of study or the kindergarten readiness, I'm not able to find anything district specific. Am I looking in the wrong place?
Can you tell me a little more about what you would?
There is a site, I think it may be on the report card. It's been a while since I've gone to it, but if you pull under each category, you can get assessment data, which there isn't anything in here that I see that requires improvement on assessments. The only thing I see is that you have to participate in it. So that is included. You can find that, but I just have not, and maybe somebody else has, and maybe we can just put that on a question that we can look at later. Do they report something that's public? Because kindergarten readiness, I mean, we can all pretty much, even not being a kindergarten teachers, be able to create a list of things that would help identify if a child is ready for kindergarten. We could also put together data per district of how many students were that took those original, are you ready for kindergarten tests? Can you do your ABCs? Can you follow directions or leap or jump or whatever it is that they do? How many of them actually qualify, how many don't, how many need remediation. But other than that, what else would districts be providing in that?
So there is some data that's provided on kindergarten readiness specifically. That is not a part of our one-page accountability report. Dr. Watson will be going through that data later today with you. There is a separate building report card where you can see additional data, which may be what you're referring to. So that's going to have a variety of data sources related to the different state board outcomes. That's where you'll see the longitudinal data related to state assessments, those types of things. There are additional opportunities for school districts when we look at things like individual plans of study or kindergarten readiness, which is not always as easy to calculate quantitatively. There's some qualitative opportunities for schools who feel like they're doing well in those areas to submit applications for our STAR recognition system related to those particular state board outcomes. So we have some really well-defined quantitative measures. That would be, again, state assessment results, graduation rates, post-secondary effective rates, which you'll find on the accountability report, along with some other metrics. And then those qualitative areas, while there's some data available there, a lot of it is more qualitative in nature, and it's more difficult to report on the systems that we have in place right now.
It is difficult to report, and it's also difficult to understand what or how it relates to individual districts because there isn't information relating to that. But thank you very much for your overview, and if there aren't any other questions, then we'll go ahead and move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next committee, we have Scott Rothschild with, he is the communications editor with KASB. Welcome. Oh, whoops, sorry, I just jumped right. I'm sorry. You're safely where you are supposed to be. Bill Faflick, Executive Director of KSHSAA. Welcome.
Thought maybe there was a lineup change. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Special Committee on Education for the opportunity to spend some time with you today representing the Kansas State High School Activities Association. I did prepare a PowerPoint which will guide my discussion, though I won't show that as we move forward because I know you've been provided copies of that. But bottom line is the association applauds the efforts of anybody and everybody that's trying to support increased academic achievement, and certainly I've always thought that activities foster 20/20 vision. We all know that when we go to the optometrist, we want to have that perfect report for vision. We want to be able to see clearly what is right before us. We want to be able to see clearly what's on the horizon. Well, what's right before us for students is success in class right now, holding students accountable as they are students in our school and teaching and learning opportunities so that they can earn the opportunity to represent that school or school community in competition. But it's also preparing them with life skills so that they can be successful on the horizon in their future, being prepared for next, teaching those life skills, teaching critical thinking, teaching collaboration, working together, overcoming adversity, certainly are lessons that are learned through interscholastic activity participation. How are we implementing laws that you have asked us to do is certainly the topic that is before us today, and I think that these go along with our very theme. So I looked at this in terms of how we guide schools, and certainly we know that as educators, we're teachers, we're coaches, we're administrators that work very closely with students and very closely with our schools, that we always try to listen to what that law is and understand it, not just in what is written, but what is that intent? What's the philosophical basis that you're operating from as you write this? So what is the spirit of that law? And we want to employ that should it become adopted. We want to learn the breadth and the depth of the impact of any law. Certainly in this past year, we've had a couple of laws that have been in place that have significant breadth and significant depth for how we operate our association. And finally, we want to lead. We want to be a resource that our member schools can go to so that they can implement that new expectation with the fidelity that you would expect, that I would expect across the state of Kansas as we work with our secondary schools. Critical to all of this is the development of resources, and then the sharing of those resources and the sharing of those expectations. So everything begins with communication. As educators, we know, and we know that people learn with different modes. We try to provide all of those modes for our stakeholders. We are providing directed communication. We're providing responsive communication, and certainly we're looking to give information in a variety of ways. So the first message that we always give is that non-compliance is not an option. If we're an association that follows rules. We have a handbook, not quite as thick as the NCAA's, but we have 53 rules that we follow across the state that all of our member schools abide by. We also have many state laws that will impact how we govern our association. So when a law goes into place, we will certainly expect our member schools to follow that without exception. We never would give the answer, it's okay not to pay attention here. We want that to be the case. But it is a process. This is an educational process. We believe high truth, high grace. So sometimes schools will make mistakes, but we want to walk alongside with them, correct those mistakes, and get better as we move forward. Certainly, we count on the very significant modes of communication as we move forward. First, our directed communications. We have meetings across the state, much like the KSDE does. In July and August, I have 14 different sessions with stakeholder groups across the state. Those invited are superintendents, principals, and athletic administrators, primarily attending because that is more of an operational, our principals and athletic directors. We have a number of those meetings that take place in the month of October, where we go out and we take new items and we do more listening, and we do that in a vertical manner where we'll have a general session, then we break out and have discussions amongst our larger schools, our 5A, 6As, our 3As, our 4As, our 1As, 2As, and our middle school, junior highs. So we have those opportunities to have that exchange, to get a pulse of what our membership is thinking as we move through the school year. Those seminars or those state tours are certainly very important for us as we want to be responsive to our membership, but we also want to take those as teaching opportunities so that we can share those most important things for our students, often health and safety, risk minimization type topics, but also any type of rule changes or law changes would go into place. When those special items come up, we'll often do the Zoom presentations as well. You'll see some examples of that as we move forward, but our Zooms are often offered in multiple sessions so that we're accommodating the needs of our billing administrators and have that opportunity to have smaller groups as we move through those presentations, and then always provide those question and answer times as we move forward. Other directed communications are weekly announcements. We send a lot of information to member schools, and in an effort to try and bring that all together, we send a batch on Tuesday, and it's one message, so our schools have everything in one place. We call them our weekly announcements. We have a periodical, a journal that we send out quarterly, but that's more for those higher level topics, more operational through the weekly announcements, and certainly applicational as we move forward. Other newsletters and publications that we put forth are activity-specific journals or publications that guide each of our 34 activities, as well as our handbook, our governing book. The handbook contains the exact verbiage of state laws, as well as the application and the intersection of our rules with that law. We're also very responsive. We get a lot of communications from our member schools. Inquiring minds want to know, and they'll come to us, and we're very responsive when we get those emails, texts, calls. And just as you are, when something is important to someone, they're not afraid to reach out. We're more accessible than we've ever been to our stakeholders, and certainly will continue to do that. One of the things that is unique, we also take advantage of event contacts. We're out at contests all the time. This past weekend, I'm at a volleyball tournament all day at Shawnee Mission West and Northwest, and have the opportunity to visit with coaches, with administrators, with folks that are there at that contest. We have staff at football games. I was at 2 football games on Friday night, and we get to see our stakeholders and have those conversations and learn firsthand what is taking place. We see in action the work that we're putting forth each and every day, and trying to emphasize this teaching and learning opportunities for kids. We also use media. Certainly, Professional media is important. We can do a ton of interviews, but we are responsive to our professional media, but we also use our own media, our social media, whether it be our website, which will contain a lot of historical as well as current information. We use Twitter for those timely announcements and Facebook to tell the stories. And anyway, we're very, very accessible and present for our member schools. I have provided in your handouts a number of website examples, or a website example. I'm not going to give you everything, but that very snapshot is our current front page of our website, and it contains information on SB 113 and how parents can enter a portal, a new system to apply for non-public school student eligibility. Another site that I share with you is our meetings. We publish our agendas just as you do in advance of meetings, and then we publish our minutes so that our member schools are directed to those from our weekly announcements, and our public is certainly available to review those at any time. Publications I have mentioned, they're activity specific and they're very detailed, not just on the operational side, but on the philosophical side. I did provide an example of our most recent fall journal, which tells that story of activities, as well as the front page of our most recent forum, which was, or an example of a forum, which was what we used to share information relative to the non-public school student eligibility process and the changes through SB 113. A little bit more detail on that. The agenda is there. That was an hour-plus meeting, hour of presentation, plus with the questions and answers that follow. We do understand that communication, we always make those available for those that can attend in a recorded form, just as you would do as well. But you see that agenda there, as well as some of the content that is provided. Did provide a list of regional administrator meetings, and we go to where the people are. We like them to come to our office, but it's not always feasible, so we want to be out in the field. We want to be able to see our folks in their schools and in their communities, and certainly that opportunity is there for us. So in a very brief overview, that's how we are communicating and how we are expecting our membership to respond when laws are passed that impact the interscholastic activity program for our 7 through 12 member schools. Stand for questions, Madam Chairman.
All right, thank you, Bill. Are there questions from the committee? We have Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here in your testimony. I have looked at some Acacia's policy as the legislature passes laws, and I want to commend you. I think you do a very good job of capturing the content and the intent, so I wanted to compliment you on that. So my question is, on your slide about House substitute for Senate Bill 113, for the non-public school students, I know you were creating an application, an online application that wasn't available until August 1st. How did that compare? I mean, was that deadline of August 1st, was that in time for them? How did that compare to the public school deadline?
It fit perfectly with our cycle of participation. Majority of our activities start, our fall activities start August 14th this year. So we had a couple weeks beforehand. We will open up the winter season application a month before. We'll try to be a month ahead in advance. We just weren't done with the application process. We wanted to test it, to try and break it before we put it out to the public. And it's worked fine. We've had about 225 applications. We have 205 students participating, 91 high school and 111, or 94 high school and 111 middle school students are participating now through this process. So of those 225, 230 or so that have not been approved, they were not approved because they did not meet the standard that was established. They were attending a public school virtually, or they were out of district from their home school and applied to participate at a neighboring district instead of their own. So that's there. We also have 7 pending applications, primarily for the winter season. So I think our schedule was okay. We're maybe 2 weeks behind where we want to be, but we still had 2 weeks prior to the fall season kicking off.
Great, thank you. And thank you for making this information easy to find on your website. When you go there, it's front and center, so I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a kind of a general question, and looking at your publications, they're numerous and pretty comprehensive, and that you can change the language on any computer. Do you ever get a question about your publications being in a second language?
Yes, we do. We have begun to publish, we have our physical form and in Spanish. We're working on adding more documents along those lines, but we count on our school districts, and the translators are in those districts to help us with that. But we've had a good response to the things that we've been able to. We're actually trying to get our first ever dual broadcast for our state championship in soccer, have a Spanish and an English version of our state championship. Well, we're heading that direction, but it has been a slow process.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few questions. House Bill 2138 that became law last year regarding local broadcasting. There was concerns when we had the hearing and trying to work the bill. There might run into a foul with the current contract that's in place with the group you guys work with. Has there been any issues on implementation of local broadcasting being allowed?
At this point, no, there have not been any issues. We know that current contract is in place, and the new legislation would take place after that contract. No new contract will be signed.
And then on Senate Bill 113, you kind of maybe hit on it a little bit. Does it sound like, does KSHSAA have policies in place for non-public school students participating in sports? I mean, it sounds like you said there's criteria have to be met. Do you guys have those already established, passed, and ruled today?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Could you send those to me? I'm curious because
You bet.
if you're a public school student today and you don't make the team, can you leave public school to go play sports somewhere else?
We actually have a one sport per season rule that is unique to an activity. So let's say I try out for the basketball team at a private school and I do not make that team. We would consider that your season, though it was short, because as soon as you go now to a public school, your only public school, you would be displacing a student that already made that team. And you might be taking their roster spot, you might be taking their starting position, you might be taking their playing time, and you made the decision, I'm going to try out for this private school team. If I make it, great. If I don't, well, that's my basketball season. They're welcome to come to the public school. Let's take basketball. Instead of doing basketball, be a wrestler, be on the bowling team, be on the swim team in the winter. So there's other options for the student, but not in that particular activity.
So the rule about you have to kind of wait out, you have to skip a season if you switch school districts, unless you physically move into the district. That rule applies into the situation as well then, more or less. If you don't make the team, you have to wait a whole another year if you decide to withdraw from school. It's not like a loophole.
Well, it's not really, it's a double standard. We have eliminated the transfer component of that because we wanted to meet that philosophical basis and have that student be there. It's just on that one specific activity you would have ineligibility because your season was already used. If you quit a team, or if you try out and don't make the team at a particular school, that's been your effort in that activity for that year. Any other of the 34 activities, wide open.
Thank you. I would love to see the guidelines. Unless they're on the website, I guess I can go look for them myself, but appreciate that. I did not know they were already set in standard. Sounds like there's some confusion, but I'll take a look at those. Thank you.
You betcha.
Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Senator Blasey's question made me think, is there anything that's keeping a student from trying out or registering and like through KSHSAA to do a public school, but also at a private school for that same sport in the same season? So they haven't made it, but they're trying out for both at the same time?
Yes, ma'am. We have an outside competition rule that says while you're a member of a school team, in that activity, we expect you to make that your focus and not to go and be part of a non-school team at the same time. So you're really restricted to one season of sport. Now, I could be a wrestler and a basketball player at two different schools under this legislation, and under our rules now that we've adopted to be in compliance, I can actually be in those two activities at the exact same time in two different schools. I don't know how you would do that physically, because both of those would expect you to be in attendance at practice. But we have a number of kids that dual sport within the same school, volleyball and cross country, or in the spring, baseball and track and field, and they work out individually and they work and then work out with the team. But so you can do that within the school. You can do that from different schools in different activities, but not the same activity. I can't be on the track team and win the state championship at Hayes High in 5A and at Hayes Thomas More Prep in Class 3A.
Okay, and one follow-up. So also, because we've opened it up for homeschool, and I know there's different expectations in public schools versus homeschool. So when my kids played soccer in school, they had to be in attendance, and they had to go through all those classes before they played in that. Is there any way that you track that? I mean, it's just a word of mouth from that parent that, yes, they did their school, but they could have had a light day, and so not really the same rigor that public students may have on that same team?
Yes, ma'am. Per statute, we're asking the parents to attest to the fact that those students have made satisfactory progress towards a successful completion or graduation. And so, we ask the parents to provide that testimony for us, and we take them at their word for that. So it is a little bit of a different standard than what we're used to, because we're used to seeing a teacher report card, and we have many of our schools do weekly eligibility checks or biweekly eligibility checks, and we've encouraged them to ask the parents of the homeschool students, but we know that we may actually get that transcript or a report card, but we may also get the statement that my son, my daughter is making satisfactory progress towards a successful completion of those courses he or she is enrolled in.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, we have our Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But KSHSAA does still allow a student to fail up to 2 sections and still compete in the following semester. Isn't that correct?
They must pass 5 in the current semester. Yes, ma'am.
So in that case, the school that I taught, the students participated in 8 courses per semester, so they technically could have failed in 3 and still participated. So to me, I think the bar is relatively low in some ways. If you allow a student to fail 3 courses per semester, if they're taking 8 courses per semester, that does not promote a very good future for that child academically. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. If there are no other questions, I'll go ahead and ask just a few questions. You said there were 225 students that were participating that were non-public school this year. Is that correct?
205 are actually participating now, 94 and 111. 94 high school, 111 middle school.
That is exciting and encouraging for Kansas. 205 kids that wouldn't be otherwise participating are having that opportunity. So I really want to applaud the legislature for passing this and for our governor for signing it into law, because we're about helping kids, and getting kids connected is a wonderful thing. So that is tremendous. I did have a question, and you may not be able to provide that today, and that's not a problem, but I'm just going to go ahead and ask it so that maybe Matthew, or Jennifer can follow up with you. I'm just curious. I'm a big fan, we all are in America, of athletics. We are obsessed with them in America, and we love them in our schools. But I'm also curious about those that are non-athletic, that are KSHSAA sponsored, and those would be the debate, the drama. Do you do Scholars Bowl as well, or is that outside of your?
Yes, ma'am. We administer a state championship in Scholars Bowl.
Okay. So of those things that are non-academic, band would probably be part of that. Do we find that our participants overall in Kansas are increasing or decreasing? Do you happen to know?
We are still recovering in the music side of things from the pandemic. It was very difficult for our teachers to provide quality instruction and connect kids through the COVID years, but those numbers are rebounding nicely. Our Scars Bowl participation is just where it has been. Our student council and KAY student leadership programs are back to where they were almost to the level before the pandemic. But music has lagged a little bit behind, but I think we see very positive signs that it's trending the right way the last 2 years.
Okay, and that's encouraging because I think if we're talking about social, emotional, physical, mental, spiritual well-being, being active is an important part of it. So I think that's great. If there's any way we could kind of get some numbers on that to let us know how we're doing. I just know that in 4A school where my kids went, it was a huge struggle to find people to do debate or to do some of those particular activities, and that can bring down everyone else if you only have a few that can participate. So this is another great reason why opening it up to all kids in Kansas is a good thing. It benefits everyone. You also mentioned that, and I believe you're correct, that virtual schools were not part of the bill. And I think that was an oversight on our part, at least from my perspective. So just for clarification, if I am attending a virtual school virtually, and sometimes they actually go onto a site, let's say at Andover or Spring Hill, and I live and I'm residing in Andover or Rose Hill or Spring Hill, I am not eligible for participating in that public school athletics?
No, you are.
You are.
Just not under this legislation.
So you allow it?
Those students are absolutely eligible. There's one difference, and we're evaluating that, assessing that over this year as we monitor it, that they must be in one class in the building. We have enrollment and attendance components, and right now, if I'm in a private virtual school, there is no requirement to be in attendance, but if I'm in a public virtual school, I must be in one class during the day. That dual standard is one our board really wanted to see. How do we go through this year, maybe even just the first semester before we make an adjustment there?
And I hope that maybe you will evaluate that and make an adjustment, because I'm thinking about districts that have virtual schools, but they don't have an opportunity. They don't have an attendance center for them to go. The larger ones do, but some of the smaller ones may not. You can also, and I'm looking at Representative Thomas on this, and you can shake your head yes or no, but if you could live in Western Kansas and take virtual school through Spring Hill, correct? So therefore, there would be no way for you to get there 1 hour a day or a week. And so those kids, they wouldn't be able to participate in their rural community school. And that was another reason we wanted to pass this, because some of those rural community schools don't have enough kids to put together an entire team, let's say for 8th grade volleyball. That was true for one of our representatives. So is that something that you think maybe you'll take another look at, or do we need legislative action?
No, it's already in place. I just didn't give enough detail for you. Those students are eligible, just like with SB 113, at their local public school. It would make no sense for a student in Elkhart, Kansas, who's taking classes through Spring Hill to be in attendance at Spring Hill. They're living at home and at home in Elkhart. So if they're in the Elkhart School District, they are eligible there through that Spring Hill program, but they have to be in one class in the Elkhart building to be eligible. A private student, a private virtual student would not have to be in that same class. They may come without being in attendance at all at the public school. Our virtual student policy has been in place for a number of years, and it changed on the private side of the virtual schools, but not on the public side.
Okay, that's very helpful. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Thomas.
Just to clarify, like in Spring Hill, the virtual schools, over a third of those students come from Shawnee Mission, KCK, Topeka, Lawrence, and Wichita. So yeah, it's all over the state. So to clarify, Wichita virtual student can play in the Wichita public schools.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yes, Senator.
Just to clarify again, they must physically attend 1 hour per day, or per, if it's a block scheduling, it might be just 3 class periods in a week to participate, but it has to be in wherever it is they're residing.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, interesting. And Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill, does the Activities Association have a policy on performance-enhancing supplements or injections? And if so, what type of a compliance mechanism do you have in place?
Yes, sir, we do have a rule. It's called the bona fide student rule. A student must be a student in good standing in order to represent their school and participate in interscholastic activities. And one of the things that is spelled out very clearly is any type of performance-enhancing drugs would be make the student not in good standing. We do provide latitude to the school because we believe in education that they would provide a period of time that student might be ineligible and then become eligible following some type of education, some type of change in behavior to create that eligibility. Many of our schools actually do drug testing. That's not a requirement, but it is something that many of our schools do.
Thank you. Is there the option for a school that's suspicious of violation to be able to request drug testing?
Per their policy, that might be an option for a local policy.
But you don't have anything from the state?
We do not.
Thank you.
And I was going to ask one more thing. It doesn't necessarily be, it may not be something that you can answer, but maybe somebody else can. But, you know, when we were talking about Representative Wynn's question of language, and we've got ChatGPT now, can you take, for example, an application and just put it in ChatGPT and have it translated into, for example, Wichita has 100+ languages? Is that something, the technology that already exists?
It's possible. I don't have that definitive answer because these are generally the documents that we're translating are healthcare documents. We want to make sure that we have that human touch on those and we make sure they're 100% accurate, and our medical staff have reviewed those as well as the translator. So we go through a process to make sure that it is a legitimate document. I would imagine technology will really help us in that regard, though not everything has been translated yet.
And I was thinking maybe more on terms of the rules and regulations and some of the forms that they may have to complete. And you're talking about their responses back, or no?
Both, actually.
Both. Okay. Well, I think that would be one positive application of, AI, which I'm not a huge fan of, but that sounds like a good one. All right, and if there are no other questions, we are just going to move on. Thank you very much, Bill, for being here today. As always, we were running just a little bit behind, and so now we're going to move on to how is post-Gannon state education funding impacting student achievement. We're really just going to, because of time, just really hit hard on just those areas that relate to student achievement. So thank you, Nick.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So committee, you've got two documents in front of you. I'm mainly going to be talking on the general overview. There's also a very comprehensive PowerPoint document that covers the full Gannon 1 through 7 in exhaustive detail. So that's there for your reading enjoyment. Just to begin, real quick overview, most of you have heard this multiple times. Article 6, Section 6 of the Kansas Constitution requires the legislature to make suitable provision for finance of the public education system in the state. So as the Gannon litigation got started, it went to the Supreme Court. In Gannon 1, the Supreme Court first spoke on what suitable provision for finance means, and they stated that that suitable provision for finance includes an equity component and an adequacy component, and both of those must be met to meet constitutional scrutiny and the constitutional standard. So with equity, the court is looking as to whether the school finance system provides reasonably equal access to substantially similar educational opportunity through similar tax effort. So this is essentially a wealth-based disparity test looking at taxing effort, or it's also looking at school finance provisions that may disproportionately impact or benefit a school district's ability to access state and local funding. With regard to the adequacy component, this is kind of the larger component of the test. To comply with overall school finance system adequacy, the legislature must ensure that the public education financing system, through both its structure and its implementation, is reasonably calculated to have all Kansas public education students meet or exceed the Rose capacities. So the Gannon case kind of progressed and dealt with equity considerations in Gannon's 2 and 3, and then in Gannon 4, the Supreme Court first spoke and applied the adequacy test. So they applied this adequacy test to the Class Act. Many of you remember this as the block grants funding system. So the adequacy test was applied to the Class Act, and they looked at both the structure and the implementation of the Class Act. So when they looked at the structure of the Class Act, they found that the Class Act violates the structure component because it does not even profess to be a long-term school finance formula that is responsive to financially important changing conditions such as enrollment. So essentially they were saying a weighted school finance formula like we have now that is responsive to changing student conditions, it meets the structure component of the adequacy test. With regard to the implementation component of the adequacy test, they looked at two things, the inputs and the outputs. So with the inputs, the court was looking at the funding levels, the overall spending, and they made sure to say that even though it's not the touchstone, the overall spending, total spending, the actual funding levels and the amount spent on the school finance system remains a valid consideration. The court also in the inputs analysis looked at the funding sources. So they said that you have to, the courts need to look at all funding sources, CAPERS, federal funding sources, as well as state and local funding sources. And then the court looked at the impacts of funding. So, and here the Supreme Court said that the district court evidence that they gathered was supported, and that the evidence showed that the state's reductions in the school finance funding beginning in 2009 resulted in reductions to educational programs, services, activities, staffing, and classes, which impacted achievement of the Rose capacities. So inputs analysis kind of complete, and then the court turned to looking at the outputs. So what did the court look at when they were looking at the outputs of the school finance system? Well, a lot of it was state assessment results and achievement results. And what the court found was that this type of evidence, assessment results and achievement results, showed that not only is the state failing to provide approximately 1/4 of all its public school K through 12 students with the basic skills in reading and math, but it's also leaving behind significant portions and groups of harder to educate students, so those student subgroups. And on page 3 of the memo, you can see the data that the court brought in and accepted. So they received data from and took in, had the assessment data from the district court. And then also at this time, when this decision was made, I believe, 2017, they were having new data as well. So this is kind of the new data that the court was looking at, and you can see that they're looking at state assessment results, the subgroups, and then the percent college readiness measurements from the state board's data. Again, looking at subgroups from ELA and math groupings in those data sets. The court also, with outputs, looked at the ACT and NAEP scores, and they found that those showed achievement gaps as well. And then also in graduation rates, again, there were achievement gaps with certain subgroups with regard to graduation rates as well. And again, overall in Gannon 4, the court found that the Class Act, the block grants funding formula, with regard to both the inputs and the outputs in the adequacy analysis, did not meet constitutional scrutiny and was not reasonably calculated to have all students meet or exceed the Rose capacities. So school finance system unconstitutional at that time. After Gannon 4 and then again after Gannon 5, the legislature was working to bring the school finance system into constitutional compliance. And then during the 2018 legislative session, the legislature passed what is known and what you all have heard of as the Montoy Safe Harbor Plan. And this plan was a plan devised to determine the level of school funding that was provided when the school finance system was last constitutional under Montoy v. State, and take that amount of funding, increase it, and add to it the inflationary amount of funding that should be adjusted forward, and infusing that inflationary adjustment into the school finance system. And the legislature chose a 5-year inflation adjustment base aid increase to infuse that Montoy Safe Harbor funding into the school finance system. So in Gannon 6, the court looked at that 5-year inflation increase to reach that Montoy Safe Harbor funding level, and found that that plan is essentially good, that the court said that they generally approve of that plan, but they said that a few more years of inflation adjustments needed to be made in order to fully account for inflation, as the legislature had chosen to do under that Montoy Safe Harbor plan. So in Gannon 7, the legislature made those financial adjustments, added a few more years of inflation to and increased base aid amounts. And then in Gannon 7, the court looked at that legislative adjustment and said that the legislature was in substantial compliance with the court's orders. I just want to note that moving forward, as I said, you provided 5 years of base aid funding increases. Those have ended this year. Now we are done with the 5 years of phased-in funding increases, but now the base aid amount is on a perpetual adjustment based on inflation increases. So at the 3-year average CPIU adjustment, it will be made every year to the base aid amount going forward. And that's per statute. And I want to just mention that the court recognized that such inflationary adjustment would continue to provide the protection for the base aid amount going forward. And I want to also point out that the Gannon case, to my knowledge, I don't believe we've become privy to any information that the Gannon case has been dismissed yet. So in Gannon 7, the court retained jurisdiction of that case back in 2019. They retained jurisdiction and said that they were retaining jurisdiction to ensure continued implementation of the scheduled funding. So right now you are constitutional, you have a constitutional school finance formula, but the Gannon case is still within the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. And Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Nick. And then because we're short of time, I'd like for committee members to write down those questions, submit those, and we'll make sure that Nick gets those. So thank you very much for that overview. Jennifer is up next, and also because of time, Jennifer, I'm going to ask for you to take a look at a couple of those charts that you provided, the one on the CPIU difference and the one that also shows the state totals with the percent increases as well as the CPIU. So those couple of ones for sure. And then I do have a request based on what Nick shared as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jennifer Light. I'm a fiscal analyst with KLRD. Nick has given a great overview of the legal history of Gannon. In your binders, we do have 8 documents that I'm focusing on. We're going to go through them rather quick this morning. Each of the documents is meant to help provide actual numbers, which will help give an overview of the state's education budget, both before and after Gannon. I'm going to focus on the post-Gannon aspects, but I know that it can be helpful to have the data more long-term, so we have included it in the documents. The first major one is just the KLRD school finance memo that we have. This is included as a helpful resource for the breakdown of the different sections of state aid that the legislature requires. The different sections include state foundation aid, supplemental state aid, capital outlay state aid, and capital improvement state aid. And all of these are discussed within the memo. I do want to highlight just a couple things from that. Page 3 has the formulas for total foundation and state foundation aid. I know those can be tricky because state foundation aid and total foundation aid can be used interchangeably sometimes by mistake. Also on page 4, the base aid numbers from school years 92 to 93 through school year 22-23 are included. The memo also includes all of the weightings that the school uses to adjust the total amount of total foundation aid each school year. Total foundation aid is part of the calculations used to determine the state foundation aid. Well, this committee will be spending time specifically focusing on at-risk and high-density at-risk tomorrow, so I do want to draw attention to those weightings, which can be found on pages 5 and 6 of the memo. The purple page titled State Total Expenditures shows the expenditures from the last 11 years broken down into state aid, federal aid, and local revenue. The last year we have final numbers for is school year 21-22, which is also considered fiscal year 22. The finalized numbers for school year 22-23 will be out sometime in the early November, and we will be adjusting all of our documents at that point when we get those numbers. From the purple document, you can see that state aid has increased every school year since 2011-12. The 2017-18 school year is the first post-Gannon, and the state provided a total of $4.3 billion that school year. It's increased to just over $5.0 billion in school year 2021-22 for an increase of 15.6% since 2017-18. In that same time, federal aid has fluctuated, and while it's decreased several times, the last couple years have increased, partially because of the COVID money that has been brought to the state. Local revenue has also dropped over time, but this is partially attributable to the fact that under KSA 72-5143, the local operating budgets cannot exceed the statewide average from the preceding school year. For school year 21-22, that was 31.8%. Of the total foundation aid. The school boards can go up to 33% if they pass a resolution for LOB authority for 33%, and then the public in that school district has to not object. There is more information on that in the memo if you are curious as to the details. The longer blue and white folded sheets are the major categories of state aid. The blue one is the major categories from fiscal year 25 through the consensus numbers for 2024. I'd like to focus more today on the white one because that is 2019 through 24's consensus. This information is all post-Gannon. These documents break out the money spent into the large areas of state aid that we provide: state foundation aid, state supplemental aid, special education state aid, capital outlay, and capital improvement state aid. In bold, there are subtotals for the school finance with and without the mill levy, and then the total including capers for USDs. At the bottom, you can see the breakdown for state general funds and all funds for school finance, capers, and for total all funds. I want to take a moment and clarify that fiscal year is the same as the second half of the school year. So fiscal year 29 is school year 2018-19. I know we go back and forth on some of these documents, whether we use fiscal year or school year, and I just didn't want there to be any confusion on that. So if you're looking at fiscal year 23, we are talking about school year 22-23. These documents are using the spring 2023 consensus numbers for 23 and 24 and will also be updated after the final 23 numbers have been released and when we do estimates in the fall. I want to point out with this that while fiscal year 21 does have decreases in several categories, state foundation aid, state supplemental aid, or supplemental state aid and special education aid still did increase that year. Also, between fiscal years 2019 and fiscal year 2023, state foundation aid has increased by 19.2%, supplemental state aid has increased by 19.1%, and school finance totals have increased by a total of 16.9%. The goldenrod page, the bright yellow, is the state foundation aid compared to the Consumer Price Index, or the CPIU Midwest. Nick talked some about how we're going to be moving forward using the CPIU Midwest, the average from the last 3 years, to adjust the base numbers for education for the total foundation aid formula. This shows you a breakdown of what the last, in the right-hand side under CPIU Midwest, it breaks down the annual percent change, or the annual amount change from March to March, which is what we use to calculate our numbers, the percent change from the previous year, and then the 3-year average as it would have been when we, for that year. I'm bringing this to your attention because since the 2017-18 school year, when the state stopped using the block grants, the total state foundation aid has increased each year by more than the 3-year average of the CPU most years. Three-year average for 22-23 is 5.0%, mainly because the CPIU Midwest increased significantly in both 2021 to 2022 and to 2022-2023. So this is just basically trying to give you an idea of if we had gone backwards in time and we were using the CPIU Midwest, what the increases would have been. The numbers, again, will just be moving forward because up until the school year 22-23, I think it's 22-23, that's when we moved to using the 3-year average, but all the numbers before that were in statute. Next, I have a white document which is titled State Foundation Aid Supplemental State Aid. It has the yellow lines across it for the different school years. It's broken out as examples of a sampling for school districts across the state of Kansas. In general, you can see that special education state aid, supplemental state aid, and state foundation aid increases for the school districts each year. However, it is possible within the current formula to have a decrease in state aid for districts. That can be confusing, and so I thought I'd just break that out here a little bit to explain why that may be. For state foundation aid, this can happen for a couple of reasons. First, if the school district's weighted FTE goes down, then the total state foundation aid could also go down, even though the base number went up. You can see examples of this in the Lawrence and Topeka numbers for school year 21-22. The other way that this can happen in state foundation aid is that your local revenue could go up between the school years. As many of you know, state foundation aid is determined by taking the total foundation aid and subtracting local foundation aid from that. Local foundation aid includes unencumbered balances of the district's general fund, certain grants received by that district, special education state aid, and tuition for non-resident pupils of a district. An example of local revenues increasing between school years is shown in the Andover numbers between school years 2020 to 2021 and school year 21 to 22. The next document I have is on assessed valuation per pupil and how it affects school finance. And we want to focus on this just because the AVPP assists with equalization of state aid for school districts to provide for property tax equity. So this has affected how much money that the state is putting out for assistance for the school districts. Each school district takes the total assessed value for property taxes and divides it by the total of full-time equivalent students within that school district. This calculation results in the yearly AVPP for the school district. The AVPP affects 3 areas of state aid for education: supplemental state aid, capital outlay state aid, and capital improvement state aid. I do want to note that although AVPP does affect state aid for education, it does not affect the per student funding formula for state foundation aid or any of the weightings involved within that formula. I can break down the AVPP for each of the 3 different sections if you would desire, Madam Chair, but it's also in the memo, so I can just keep moving forward. The final document I have here is the bright orange document, and what that is that's dealing with the capital improvement state aid based on the AVPP. Capital improvement state aid is the only place where we deal with the capital improvement bonds. They have 4 different areas where we come up with the funding formulas for that. The bonds approved prior to July 1st, 2015, the ones approved on or between July 1st, 2015 and before July 1st, 2017, on or between July 1st, 2017 and prior to 22, and then on or after July 1st, 2022. This document right here is if they decide to do a bond for capital improvements, what the estimated capital improvement state aid would be based on the AVPP that we believe will happen for 23-24. The formula for the capital improvement state aid after July 1st, 2022 is as follows. The all school districts are ranked from highest to lowest based on their AVPP as rounded to the nearest 1,000. The second lowest ranked AVPP is used as the base for the calculation with the base of 51%. You can see that in this document it's Galena School District. For every $1,000 in AVPP over the AVPP of the second lowest ranked district, state aid is reduced by 1%. State aid is then calculated based on the formula described above. Virtual students are excluded from the calculations of AVPP for capital improvement state aid, and state aid cannot be used to finance the construction of school district athletic facilities unless it is needed due to the concerns about safety or disability access. And if you have further questions about AVPP and state improvement, there are examples within the memo that immediately precedes this. And with that, Madam Chair, a very quick run through of a lot of details, but I will stand for questions.
Jennifer, you did a great job and you put together a lot of information. So committee, what questions do you have for Jennifer? Yes, Senator Sykes.
Hi, thank you, Jennifer. Thanks for being here. On your sampling of districts, how did you determine those schools?
So when we did the sampling of districts, we attempted to do districts that were across the state of Kansas, not just on the east or the west, but across the entirety of the state. And we also tried to get a variety of small to large districts. So we went ahead and picked out 10 districts with 2 in each of the sampling sizes we were doing. And then again, tried to make sure that within the 10, we were going across the state.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, just a few questions or a few things to note. I noticed on the page that you provided that showed the local and the state and the federal expenditures. Pull that up.
The purple sheet?
It's, yeah. It's the state total expenditures, and it has the state, federal, and local aid. And we don't have the year from last year because it's still estimates, but it was around I think it was $9 billion. But my question to you, and you may not be able to answer it, and this may be something we look to Craig to answer later or perhaps provide follow-up. But I noticed when we look at the last decade that the state increased its overall contribution by 57%. In a decade. And the federal government, because of COVID, more than that, 100%. And then I noticed that the local revenue only went up 11.5%. But if you do that per pupil, the state is still increased 55% for state aid, but the local revenue reduced in 10 years 15%. What happened? Whether it was in the formula or local decision-making that caused local boards or through the formula, a significant reduction. I do recall, and some of you all will as well, that we have the LOB, and it was, now they can't go lower than 15% of local option budget, and most are now 31 to 33%. But there was a period when we were in the midst of Gannon, maybe around 2019, 2018, where school districts were still advocating for more state money, but they were dropping their property tax and their local option budgets were in the high teens. So that may be part of it, but do you happen to know what would attribute to that significant reduction?
I don't know right at the second, Madam Chair, but I'd be happy to look into it, and maybe, if it's possible, get it back to you here today or tomorrow.
Okay, that'd be great. That would help us understand it. The other thing that I want to bring up, and I wanted to commend you on the document that compares the CPIU, and that's the yellow document. And just kind of quickly adding it up, if I did so correctly, it looks like since 2007 to 2021, didn't count 2022, but there were 8 out of 14 years where we beat the 3-year CPIU. So if the 3-year CPIU had existed, we actually exceeded that in what the state offered. And then I know I asked you this, but the year that we're down negative 25% and negative 2%, that was supplanted with federal dollars because of the Great Recession. So the schools weren't getting that tremendous of a cut. It was just not coming from the state. So I don't know if there are any comments on that, but I do appreciate that because that gives us kind of an insight for the future, except right now inflation is so great. Maybe not so perfect. And then finally, the last request, it's based on what Nick provided. It's on page 3. So if we could write this down as a request, it was on page 3 of Nick's memo. And he provided the information that was provided to Gannon on how our kids were performing on state assessments. And it was by different subgroups. And I know that that's not something that's particularly specified in accreditation requirements anymore. However, it was used in the lawsuit against this legislature. So I wanted to know if you could take the data that was provided through the Gannon that's on Nick's page 3 and go ahead and move it forward to current day so we can see how kids are doing. So what percentage? Because the Kansas Supreme Court said we were leaving behind 25%. I want to know how many we're leaving behind today based on the same standard that they used. So does that question make sense?
It does, Madam Chair. I will point out that we are discussing state assessments a little bit later, and we may be covering it at that point. If we are not, I will absolutely follow up on this.
Okay, wonderful. And I knew that we were, but but maybe if it's not formatted in that way for future, it'd be something just so we could take a look at it. But thank you very much. Other questions? Jennifer, you did great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's a lot of information. Okay, committee, it is what time? It's 12:17. Wow, we really did a great job here. Is lunch here yet?
Heads are nodding.
Heads are nodding. Okay, so what we're going to do, committee, is it's 12:17. I want you to take until 12:30. That just puts us off a little bit, and that gives you a little time to go to the bathroom, get your food, eat a few bites, and of course, continue eating while we come back at 12:30. So with that, we'll just kind of take a recess. Thank you. Right, let's go. All right, welcome back to committee. I hope you had some lunch. If you're staff, there is lunch out there available. Another special thank you to Americans for Prosperity for providing our lunch. I do not have a lunch prepared for you tomorrow, so enjoy this one today, and we'll have a little break tomorrow so you can either bring your own and go to your office, or you can go across the street or somewhere convenient for you. We're going to move right along. Our next topic is how are Kansas students performing on state assessments, NAEP, and the ACT post-Gannon, and how are Kansans performing compared with other states? So we're going to start with Matthew. Matthew, make sure we find the right page. We've got a lot of pages in here.
Good afternoon, I guess, this time, committee. So I have several documents regarding state assessments or other forms of assessment. We will start with the kind of salmon-y color, which is a summary of both the state assessments from when we had the changeover in 2016 through 2022. It also contains the average NAEP scores by grade, year, and state for Kansas and its regional neighbors within that from 17, 19, and 22. And then I will also go over several other kind of elements that I was asked to include just for some kind of context or comparison's sake. So just as a reminder, the state assessments are given to various grade levels for various tests and are graded in a 1 through 4 format. And KSDE can correct me if I'm wrong, if I misremembered, but 1 is a limited understanding of the content, 2 basic, 3 effective, and 4 excellent. And all of these numbers are a percentage of the students who took the test who scored within there. And so you will notice that there is the scores for all students, and this is the statewide kind of aggregate. There is a breakdown that I have that is digital only, that is for all the districts, all the grade levels, all the tests. It just was over 1,500 pages to print, and I figured you didn't want another 2 binders to carry home with you. And so it does contain it for all students, free and reduced lunch students, and for self-paid lunch students. Generally, I would say as far as a trend, it generally does appear that from 16 through 22, you do kind of see a shift from students scoring in 3 and 4, moving to more 1 and 2. Self-paid lunch does generally appear to score higher than the all students at large, and free and reduced lunch students do tend to score a little bit lower, I would say on average, than what most of the all students do at large. As far as NAEP scores, so NAEP is a federal test that is given largely with the purpose of trying to determine kind of content and learning to compare between states. So from my understanding of it, in my research, it is less about trying to hit certain benchmarks and more providing a way of being able to tell how Kansas is doing compared to Missouri or California or New York. And so you will see here it is about every 2 years that they do it. And then you can see the national score on top that is kind of the average, and then Kansas as well as our surrounding and kind of regional neighbors. In general, Kansas seems to be scoring around what the national average is, though it does appear that it also has kind of decreased a little bit each year that it's been taken, but a lot of the other states also seem to have that similar trajectory as well. So it isn't necessarily an outlier in that element. And then the final bit on this summary, as you will see again, I just truncated and just did the all students at the very bottom table, and then listed next to it the percent chronically absent, which will be a part that we discuss later this afternoon as well. But see kind of that chronically absent rate, an estimate using just that percentage onto the state head count of what that means for a number of students, what the graduation rate has been over those time spans, as well as what state-based aid to districts has been as well. So I'm happy to go ahead and either stand for questions on the summary page, or I can also then move into the ACT documents, which is the other aspect of my presentation.
All right, let's go ahead and take these documents one at a time and see if there are any questions on the summary of the states. Yes, Senator Sykes.
Thank you very much. And this may be for someone else, but I will go ahead and ask it. So we only have 2022 as our latest data. When would we expect 2023?
So my understanding is they are working on finalizing 2023, but it will not be public until it is presented to the state board. So we'll probably have it, I would guess, by the end of the year, but KSDE can probably address that time frame better.
Okay, and then you said that even though our trajectory, we are really kind of following national standards, how we are doing on the NAEP.
I mean, I wouldn't say that I can speak as far as how exactly to view NAEP. I'm not that as up on it. Again, KSDE might provide better context, but just looking at kind of our surrounding states and just the trends, like for instance, Arkansas was, for grade 4, 234 in 2017, 233 in 19, 228 in 22. And so just Kansas is not alone in kind of seeing some of those scores dropping year over year over these last few chunks of it. And again, this is made to be a kind of comparison between states, so I am not really able to speak to how exactly you should read into that other than just seeing how we're doing compared to other states.
And then my last question, and NAEP does not, it's not tested like on a grade level proficiency. That's not what NAEP is determining. Is that correct?
Right, that is my understanding. It does, when I was looking at it for an overview, I mean, it states that the purpose of NAEP is to administer the same assessment in every state, providing with a common measure of student achievement that allows for direct comparison. So it does stipulate that it is very different than a state assessment.
Thank you.
Other questions from committee members? Okay, so I'll just finish up with a few and make sure I'm reading this right. So I would look at the state assessments, and if I compare 2016 of all students in ELA to 2022, 10% more or 10 points more of students are found in the lowest category. So that's a below basic level.
That would be a limited level, and I believe KSDE's presentation will go a bit more into what each of those markers is kind of means and entails.
And I think at one time before 2017, the term below grade level was used before it became limited level. And then in free and reduced lunch, what we find is the gap is even bigger with 12 points difference between that time period. And then if you look over at science, you get a 9-point gap, which regardless of whether or not we want a smaller footprint of a test or not, we definitely don't want our kids to decline and be able to demonstrate that they have basic knowledge of information. And then when I look at NAEP, 2017 to 2022, in 2017, Kansas was above the national average in both of these that you provided here, at or above. We were above the national average by 2 points, and both in 4th grade and in 8th grade. And then we fast forward to 2022, and we now are below the national average for 8th grade in their NAEP's term of proficient, whatever that may be. And that's 3 points. That's concerning, considering we were doing so much better. And then we were same as national average. And then the question that I'm going to ask, I'm actually going to pre-ask it for Ben, so Ben, you can just address it when you come up. But the last little chart there at the bottom, it has the estimated number of chronically absent students, and we've skyrocketed with 13% increase in absentees. So now we've got, looks like state average of over 26%. Over a quarter of our students have a chronic absenteeism problem. And yet, in that same time frame, the number of students that are graduating is also growing. So probably I'd want you to square up when you talk how graduation rates are increasing, how basic ability to demonstrate knowledge through state assessments is significantly decreasing, and absenteeism is also increasing. So maybe squaring those up. Any questions for Matthew on this? Yes, Representative Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not so much for Matt, but help me, Matt, on your 2022 NAEP, compared, unless I'm not reading the right line, for grade 4, we're almost identical to the national average. Yeah, so I think I misheard you. I thought you said we had decreased.
We were on the other one.
Right. So in 2022, there's some, while the national average has declined, we're almost equal to them, correct?
Yes, so for fourth grade, the national score for fourth grade is 235, which is what Kansas has. And then for grade 8, for eighth grade, it's 273, and Kansas is at 272. And then you also have the percentages that are at or above basic or at or above proficient. And for Kansas, for fourth grade, we're at 75% versus the 74% national. 35%. So fourth grade, we match up pretty well with national. Eighth grade, we are a little bit 1 point below for just the number. But then when you look at the at or above basic, we're at 61% to the national 60, and at or above proficient, we're at 23% versus the 26% nationally. So in eighth grade, you have a little bit below. Again, whether that's meaningful, I don't know enough to understand to tell you kind of how to read that, but.
Right. But from whatever you're reading from, it says essentially it does not equate with grade level proficiency.
Yeah, the purpose of the NAEP is to provide a comparison across states. I do not, from my research and just from my expertise, I do not know enough understanding to be able to tell you how that test either compares to our state assessments or what it integrates in developing it. Just the purpose is for a national kind of statewide, state-by-state comparison is its main function.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, let's go ahead and go to the next document.
All right, so then the next one behind that one, you should just have a white document that has one table on the front, and then it turns into a longer kind of set of tables behind it. This one is covering state ACT scores. So the top part that has the horizontal table is a summary of both Kansas as well as kind of our surrounding and regional states, and then the table that starts after it is breaking down the scores by school district across the state, so you can kind of see more of a breakdown. But for this one, for 2016 through 22, we provide you the national ACT score average, the average ACT composite score for Kansas and our surrounding states, as well as the estimated percent of graduating students in that year who took the test. Largely because, as you'll see, it can vary kind of widely from state to state, and given that, and so may have an impact on what their scores are, because you will notice, like in 2022, that 15% of estimated students in Colorado took the ACT, and so it is just a smaller portion of that state's student body who is comprising their score of a 23.2 versus Oklahoma, who had a 17.9, but that's representative of 94% of their estimated graduating class. So as you'll see, again, with some of the other trends, similarly, Kansas starts out in 2016 with a 21.9 average ACT score, with an estimate of around 74% participation. And then if you fast forward to 22, it's at 20.2% make sure I got the right line there. No, it's at 19.9%, with around 73% estimated. And so you'll see just, again, a gradual decline worth of results with it, though in between there is a little bit of fluctuation as to the percent who are participating. I would note, just as a general offhand analysis, when I was putting this together and looking at it, it does appear in general that that the states that have a higher percentage of participation do seem to score on the lower end than some of the states that might have a fewer. I don't know, I can't speak anything beyond that, but that does appear that there is some, there could be a connection with that. But otherwise, that is kind of the ACT score documents, and I'm happy to also stand and help answer any questions there.
I'm sorry. First, we'll have Senator Erickson, and then we'll have my Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Matt, again, for this information. So the ACT scores, those are composite scores.
Yes.
Do we have data, and it's probably in here, but do we have data on the percent that are college and career ready based on the areas of the ACT?
I will have to, I can follow up with KSDE and see. I know that ACT has a lot of data that KSDE does not get. I do not. That was not anything that I've received when I reached out to them. I was looking at just the composite scores, so I can follow up and see.
I know that it used to be, but that building principals would receive the percent of college and career ready for their building. So I'm wondering if we can, to me, that's really more indicative if you drill down into how many are college and career ready versus the composite score. So if we could get that at some point, that would be great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, Matt, don't want to put you on the spot, but I guess since the Department of Ed is here, perhaps they can give us more information. It's interesting to me that we're at 73% for 2022. So would this include the students that their junior year took the exam for free and then graduated their senior year?
So my understanding when I was looking at that percentage from ACT's website is that they utilize a third party, and I don't remember who it is, but to basically take the amount of tests that have been taken in a year and kind of use it to estimate and build the percentage of that year's graduating class that they believe would have taken it. So it's, I don't know how valid of a marker it is to honestly tell how many exactly did take it, but to use as, again, kind of that comparative to see, you know, are you having more students within your state taking it, you know, or fewer, or kind of that trend line of year to year more so than an actual valid estimate. But
Okay, and the other question that I have is ACT started to allow students to pick what their score was in math, if they scored higher one time that they took it, and the next time if it was lower, and the composite would be the combination of perhaps multiple testing. Is that what this represents?
I do not believe so. I believe this does just represent a true composite, so an average of what the test scores were, and not, I believe at least when I was going to college, it was called like a super ACT score, where you picked kind of your best that you'd ever done to kind of create that. I would note, if I may for a moment, kind of back to Senator Erickson's question, I was looking on some documents I printed from ACT that in general, they kind of consider their benchmark, which would be having a 50% likelihood of achieving a B or better in a first-year college course on the subject, to be 18 in English, 22 in math, and 22 in reading, and 23 in science. So I've not figured out what that comp score is as far as just doing that, but kind of somewhere around that 20, 21 is what ACT would be saying you'd have a 50% chance of getting a B in a first-year college class in that subject.
Okay, and Madam Chair, the only other question that I have is we pay for all of the freshman kids to take the pre-ACT. So do we have any data on the pre-ACT scores?
I do not have any, but I am happy to look and see what I can find.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Not a question for you to answer now, but as we talk about different policy and things, is it possible to get NAEP scores and ACT for Florida and Arizona? Because we a lot of times do comparisons, so I can have those.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
The last time I looked on the rural for Arizona, they outscored by 10 points of other rural schools across the nation on NAEP. The last I heard on Florida, it'll be great to see it in real time, is that they went from 49th lowest to the second highest. But I think the most current would be really interesting. Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I wrong? I thought the state of Kansas, Senator Baumgartner said pre-ACT, but I thought we covered everyone one free ACT your junior or sophomore year. Did we not cover that cost for the first ACT to be paid for?
Yeah, I believe so. I know the state covers some of it. I've not looked at that recently enough to say exactly how the mechanics work.
And so I see that Kansas, it looks like before the pandemic, our percentage of test takers started increasing probably around 2020, which is probably about the time it went into effect. And then it's obviously dropped and continues to be lower. Is there any way to see that breakdown by school district in terms of percentage of students taking it? Because it appears some of the school districts in my area are starting to see a rebound where scores are starting to go back up after the pandemic is more in the rearview mirror. And I'm curious if there's a comparison between school districts that never closed and school districts that stayed open throughout the entire pandemic. Thank you.
We're going to bounce around. We're going to come back to you, Representative Hill, because Senator Baumgartner is going to answer one of the questions that you asked. Another reason why you may see a decline is because scholarships, for example, at the University of Kansas, they dropped the requirement for the ACT in order to be eligible for, let's say, the Chancellor Scholarship. It used to be you had to have a 32, and then they took that away. So I don't know that some schools are taking SCT away or ACT, and then they're going to bring it back, because it gives actually students that are in poverty or students across the spectrum an opportunity to still excel. And even if they weren't, let's say, maintaining an incredible GPA. So I do hope that it comes back, but that may be part of the loss. And Senator Baumgartner, then Representative Hill, and then Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we did approve. The state pays for every junior to take the ACT for free. And it's one date, and it's across the state. With that, school districts started to become familiar with the fact that ACT provides for any kid that's on free and reduced lunch, they can get a voucher to take the test for an additional 4 times without any charge. Then we added, after 2 years, we added the pre-ACT. And quite frankly, the reason that I was very supportive of that is I felt that for school districts, for the faculty members, it's that diagnostic to look at, and for the child as well as the faculty members to see the areas that the student needed to kind of work on and improve to bring that score up 2 years later. So we fund both. I don't think that I've ever seen a pre-ACT any type of data on it. I think that there was concern originally from the legislature. I know at least there was a debate about it on the Senate floor, that if we let every student take it for free their junior year, that the statewide scores might come down. To me, what was more important is every student have that opportunity, because there are kids that for whatever reason, perhaps in their school, perhaps at home, but no one has really recognized some of the talents or skills that they might have in different areas, and it's that opportunity for them to have that document to say, I can do this. And so I think it's important to remember, even though they try and keep the cost of the ACT score down, not every child can go home and say, I need a check for $53 or $47 or whatever it is. So I think it's good, and I think it was worth it, even if some of the scores might be coming down because it is a statewide average. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Matthew, I'm looking at this, and the question that comes to my mind is, are you a statistician?
No.
Okay. Does legislative research have statisticians on staff?
We do not.
Okay. So you do not have the ability to put together models with different factors to see whether there are significant differences or not?
No, we do not.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick clarification and then another question. On the college readiness, I would like that by all 4 areas, reading, English, math, and science. My question is, as I'm skimming through the breakdown of the ACT by building, did you have a range? I'm skimming and I'm seeing as low as 12 all the way to 22.5, but I don't know that that's accurate. So did you do a range and not just an average?
So I did not. So the table that breaks it down by building is how I received it from KSDE. I just reformatted it a bit in a way that I felt was maybe a little easier to read for the sake of this. And so the building just composite average is all I have. It did not go any further into the actual subject areas.
And do you have any idea, just in my experience in education for 20 plus years, I don't recall a state average being below 19.9. Do you know what the lowest ACT score is that the state has averaged?
I do not, but I'd be happy to see if I could get that information.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? All right, so I will just add this last question to Ben's list, and it could be a Matthew question to follow up on later, but how many of our districts actually provide an ACT preparatory course? I think that can make a big difference, and honestly, for kids that are taking ACT and for those that aren't big fans of tests, they can be an incredible tool to help a student know where they are on basic mathematics. It's going to take them a lot further, whether they're going into a career or it's technical or it is in college. If they don't know, they're unaware, then they're going to have to take a placement test, which they're going to be assigned a remedial class, and they may or may not be adequately prepared. So these tests are tremendous tools the state pays for, and I hope more school districts will take a part of trying to encourage students to take them. And I love the idea of using that base test to help kids, grow in that period. Instead, what we see is assessments, we continue to decline. From the moment students start taking a test in 3rd grade until they finish, whether it's a state assessment or not, it seems like we're finding a declining path, and we want kids to be inspired to learn and to want to see what they're capable of, and I don't see that happening. So anyway, thank you, Matthew.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Ben Proctor. Welcome back. And I know we asked you some preliminary questions. You could throw answers in, or you can provide those at a later time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. And thank you, Matthew, for the overview. I'm happy to go in any order you wish, Madam Chair. I have a lot of data that's available. It's kind of broken down, first of all, by our state assessment results over time, based on the grade levels that we assess and those different content areas that we assess. And I'm happy to go through the data in detail. I know that you have it in front of you to review as well. It's just broken down, based on those different classifications. I know one of the questions that was asked, or one of the points that Matthew talked about, was just the way we do are performance descriptors, or what does it mean if a student performs at a certain level on a state assessment. And he mentioned the terminology that we use is for level 1 performance is limited, level 2 is basic, level 3 is effective, and level 4 is excellent. And the way that is characterized is those are the descriptors for what students know and are able to do, and the degree of preparation for post-secondary readiness is the way that is constructed, the way that our assessment is constructed. In mathematics, you can see over time, again, what has happened in each of those performance categories. The data that I provided is certainly high level in that it's including all grade levels assessed in that particular content area. When you look at building report cards that we have available at KSDE, you can break it down per grade level, per content area, and you can also see different subgroup performance as well. So for today's purposes, it's combining a lot of different things, but you would have access to really breaking that down however you wish to see it. So with that, Madam Chair, just rely on you to tell me if you want to go through each of these and discuss them individually, or if you would like me just to kind of cycle through.
If you'd like to pick one or two of the slides that you think highlight, then that would be great. And then we can go with questions from there.
I think there's, as we look at our data, there's certainly consistency in that we're seeing more students move into that limited category, or that we have seen that in math, in English language arts, and in science. We are going to be releasing, I think Matthew mentioned, we're going to be releasing our 2023 data later this month. That'll go to the state board at the October meeting. Dr. Watson will be sharing that with the state board. And we feel optimistic about what that preliminary data tells us. But you can see in the different grade levels, especially since 2020, and you'll notice that there's a gap year when we weren't able to assess during the pandemic, but you'll see a significant jump there in our students who are performing at that level 1 category and level 2, with the decline in levels 3 and 4. We often talk about the high standard that we've set in Kansas. And when you look at our state assessment, the way those cut scores are set, and we compare that to other metrics like NAEP, we do find that we have one of the highest cut scores in terms of that, especially that separation between a level 2 and a level 3 performance in the country, and have maintained that since this particular assessment began in 2016. But I think you'll find there's consistency as we look at the different grade levels, different content areas where we've just seen that trend, especially in the last several years, of more students moving into that limited category. I'd be happy to do my best to answer questions related to our state assessment data. I also want to introduce Beth Fultz, who is part of our assessment team. She's our director of Career and Assessment Services at KSDE as well, and we're both available to answer questions about state assessment results.
Yes, we'll go ahead and take questions then. So Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not really a question, but so you don't use the term proficiency anymore?
We use the term proficiency from a federal definition requirement. And that was part of the original design of the assessment under the Every Student Succeeds Act. So level 3 would be proficient based on that federal definition. For our purposes in the state of Kansas, we use performance descriptors as I described earlier.
And could you tell me those again, please?
Sure. So level 1 is limited, level 2 is basic, level 3 is effective, and level 4 is excellent. And again, that's describing the student's ability to know and understand that grade level, that content area as they prepare for post-secondary success.
And because people are going to ask you, or ask me, so which would equate grade level?
So that's a question that we get a lot, and can certainly rely on Beth to help us with this. But because we do not have off grade level items, we only test based on what is grade level. We don't really have a descriptor of whether someone is below or above grade level, just how they're performing at that grade level based on those descriptors.
Okay, say that again.
So
the answer is you don't have.
We
you
aren't
can't
able
answer
to.
that question.
No, not the way the test is constructed. We're not able, we don't assess off grade level. We just assess the degree to which you know that grade level content. And again, that's where those performance descriptors describe just the degree to which students know those standards that are only grade level standards.
So one could be incorrect in saying then that if you are testing grade level standards and you are saying then someone is effective, they could be incorrect, but they could say that would equate to a level 3.
I don't know if I'm following your question. I'm sorry.
Well, it's convoluted because if I'm understanding you, you don't test for grade level proficiency. Okay? Is that what you said?
We only, so students only take test items at that grade level.
Okay.
So in order to know if you were not at grade level, we would have to test items or test students on items that would be above or below grade level. We only have grade level items on the assessment.
But if I come in another direction, if I'm being tested on grade level items and not above grade level items, if I hit a certain mark on grade level items and they fit into one of these 4 boxes, then one could check the box that I am basic or effective.
Correct.
Don't have the data. I mean, you don't really have the correlation, but would you agree someone could make that conclusion?
That's my understanding of how our test is designed, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Why is it taking us so long to get the scores on the state assessment? They usually administer them like immediately following spring break in March. What takes so long for that? And I believe we're still administering it online.
So everything has been completed at this point. There's a review process that we go through to have each system verify and check that the data that has been submitted is correct. So that review process goes through the summer months. And then our timeline has always been to share that data in the month of October for the prior year. So that's what we continue to operate as an opportunity to share results with the state board in October each year.
So, Madam Chair, if I could, a follow-up. So school districts don't have the state assessments. So prior to August classes starting for the school year, the 4th grade teachers don't have the state assessment scores for their students that took it 3rd grade.
They would have access to preliminary data at that time.
So they would have access?
Yes.
Okay,
But
thank
we
you.
wait to make the official, all the double-check data official until October. But school districts would have access to that.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Sykes and then Senator Erickson.
Thank you. And Ben, did you say that information was going to be addressed in the October Board of, and that's on the 10th?
I believe so.
Okay, then.
Yes, it is definitely in October. I'd have to check the date, but yes.
Okay, so I know this group is meeting, so I guess my question is to the chair. Are we going to be viewing that so that we have the most current data?
We have a very full schedule on the 9th and 10th, so you'll have to watch that after it. It's not going to change your ability to take that information 4 hours later than it will watching it live.
I wish that we had been able to adjust our schedule so that we had that most current, but I totally understand that we are busy and doing lots of things, so thank you.
Yeah, I wish we were, if we weren't a citizens legislature, and some of us didn't live 2 or 4 hours away, and I do have another job too, and it's so difficult for us to find time that it is on the calendar and our staff is prepared. And we do have an overlap, so we'll all be able to, follow up with them after, and that'll be exciting to see how they do. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks again for the presentation. So, excuse me, I'm looking at the reviser's memo on the Gannon, and it says that one of the bases for the decision is the state's failing to provide approximately 1/4 of all its public school K-12 students with the basic skills in reading and math. And then it lists the state assessment results, and it says the percent below proficient on the state assessments. If I'm looking at your data and trying to see the progress or lack thereof toward that, since we have now completed our 5-year phase-in of funding, and I'm trying to look at that. For example, 2015-16, it says that 23.3% of all students were below proficient in ELA. If I want to look at your data that you presented, how would I compare apples to apples?
In terms of understanding that delineation of proficiency, is that what you're asking?
Correct.
So from that definition, we would have established that anything below proficient would be a level 1 or 2 performance.
A follow-up, Madam Chair. So just so I'm understanding this right, so in 2015-16, when the lawsuit was decided, 23.3% of all students were below proficient in English language arts. Then in 2016, it was 24.3. In 2017, it was 27.3. In 2018, it was 29.1. In 2019, it was 29.4. In 21, it was 30.30. And in 22, it was 33.9. Is that correct?
Those would be our numbers based on the building report card data, yes.
Okay, so that's apples to apples.
That's level 1 performance. So that's what we consider limited. From a federal definition standpoint, you would include levels 2 and 3. The delineation between non-proficient, proficient from a federal definition standpoint would be that level 3 performance.
So is it fair to say that after 5 years of increased funding per Gannon, we have more students below proficient with that increase in funding in the last 5 years? Is that based on this data? Is that a fair assessment?
Based on that federal definition, that's a fair assessment. We have more students who've moved into level 1 and 2 performance in those different areas.
And same in math, if I'm reading it correctly.
That's correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Sykes and then Senator Blasey.
Thank you. It's my understanding that in Gannon, when we were looking at those assessments, there were 5 cut stores, and then in 2015, because of the federal requirements, we went to 4, and 2 of those requirements have to be below.
That's correct.
That is correct.
Yes.
So it's not really looking apples to apples.
2 different assessments, one under No Child Left Behind, which then that changed in the 2015-16 school year. Yes.
Thank you.
Well, before I go to you, Senator Blasey, I will just jump in here. I believe the new assessment was 2015-2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and if that's correct, then that is included on the Gannon. So if you wanted to, you could drop the 2011, 2012 and just look at 2015, 2016, and you would still see for all students that you had 23.3% that were not proficient in ELA and 26.3% in math. And that is the same assessment that is used today, which, by the way, the assessment is that you've said this, and we've heard this year after year, that we have higher standards here in Kansas, but those standards are in Kansas. We're looking at Kansas. We're not looking at NAEP. We're not comparing our state assessment to anybody else's state assessment. We're only looking at Kansas. And those high standards that were created in 2015, the kids could achieve them better. And now, in 2023, the kids can't achieve them better. So that's just something that I wanted to speak to. Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize. I'm taking myself to a different step here since I'm the new guy here. So these tests that kids take every year, are they every fall and spring, or are they just once annually kids take?
The test that we're talking about here is just in the spring once a year.
Okay, and
It's what we consider a summative measure.
And this is what we call the state assessment. Like when I remember I took this test quite a while ago, but it was called the state assessments every year. Is this test being taken by, the exact same test being taken by kids in Alaska and Florida, or is this a state that was created by the Department of Ed in our state?
Yes, this is a Kansas test. So the state assessment, as you described, is often we call the state assessment that summative assessment that is a Kansas developed test. We do have what we call a Kansas assessment program. So the state assessment really consists of more than just the summative assessment. That's the required test that has to be given to specific grade levels, specific content areas. But we do have optional tests that include through-year testing or what we refer to as an interim assessment that is also aligned to standards, that gives more readily available data back to classroom teachers so that they can use that. Because to the point that was made earlier, that summative assessment data isn't available till the end of the year. In a best case scenario, you have access to that in the summer and aren't able to inform anything for that particular group of kids that have now moved on to the next grade level. And in addition, we have more classroom-oriented assessments that are available to teachers. We call them mini-tests or formative assessments that are also aligned to standards, that are also optional, that provide even more direct information to inform instruction. So summative assessment is the required measure that we often cite and use. But there are other elements that are a part of our overall approach to assessments in Kansas as well.
So when we compare ourselves to other states, I'm trying to understand. So like the ACT is a nationalized assessment. We can compare easily apples to apples. Is this NAEP, or however we're saying the acronym, that is a test that's only administered to fourth graders and sixth graders, or eighth graders? Is that what we're talking about here with this data?
Fourth and eighth, yes.
Okay, and that test, though, is taken by kids in Florida and elsewhere, all across the state nation? Okay.
Yes.
Are these tests administered to all accredited schools, like even non-public schools, or is it only public schools that take these tests?
The public schools take the state assessment. Any school that wishes to be accredited through the state of Kansas must take the state assessment, that summative assessment.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. Representative Hill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Proctor, I'm going to kind of ask you the same question I asked legislative research. Do you have statisticians on staff in the department?
We have a research team. I don't know that any would call themselves specifically a statistician. We have research experts that look into our data.
The reason I ask that, and the reason I ask the question of legislative research, is that we continually hear innuendos about what drives conceived trend lines. We continually hear about this causes that. I heard legislative research make a comment about analysis. And I think one of the most dangerous things we can do is use data incorrectly. And so I would challenge you as a department to determine what is statistically significant in your data, determine cause factors, because you have a ton of data collection points that you collect every year. And as a statistician, this looks like a gold mine of being able to say, to develop correlations of what is causing movement. Because when we look at these bar charts that are before us, even to the untrained eye, it looks like there's some trend lines going on. And, you know, as legislators and policymakers, we really need accurate analysis of those trend lines to see if they really do exist, and if they do exist, what of the data that you have collected is causing it. Because I really, as a new legislator, I get really tired of innuendo of one side saying this causes that, the other side saying this causes that, and yet we have no real analysis to see what is actually affecting those. And you're a PhD. I assume when you did your PhD research projects, you didn't rely on just looking at things and surface analysis.
That's correct.
Okay.
They didn't let me do that.
And I really appreciate you standing up here and talking about the data, because it's you know, the charts you show us are not the things that you probably want to see.
Right.
And they're probably not the things you want to stand up here and support. But I think each one of us in this room want to see children perform better. And I guess the challenge I lay down, and the challenge to our committee that I lay down, is that we be accurate in our analysis of what is causing changes that we perceive. Thank you very much.
Well, I think you bring up a great point. Senator Baumgartner's next, and then I'll come to you. But I would say that would be a great doctoral thesis at KU or some or other place on this subject, because you do have a whole wealth of data. Senator, your turn.
Thank you very much. And just for those watching, as well as for Senator Blasey, who had kind of raised that question as far as assessments. So it isn't all students of those grade levels that take the NAEP. It's a random selection of kids. And it's my understanding, at least I remember this from a hearing many years ago, the schools don't find out what those specific kids got as far as their score. So the thing that's consistent is it's the same exam that's delivered to a randomly selected group of students in every state. So that's where that comparison is. Now, with the state assessment, it's unique just to Kansas. You mentioned that there were several assessments that were available. Are you referencing the 4 that are available from the University of Kansas, who develops ours?
That's correct.
Okay, so just so you know, so those watching know, the University of Kansas makes 4 practice assessments available to every school district for free to use prior to the state assessment. So I was sitting in a board meeting during the summer when schools were going to open, all schools were going to open after COVID. And the question was, by a board member, was to the administration, so what are we going to do if there's learning loss? And the response was, well, we won't have any way of knowing if there was learning loss. Well, there is a way of knowing, and it would be those practice assessments. And there are many other types of assessments out there. But 4 of them are available, and the last time the director that came and testified for Senate Education, we didn't have all school districts using them. In fact, it was roughly about half of the school districts were taking advantage of that option.
And Madam Chair, can I speak to that just briefly? As we kind of go through the different topics over the next 2 days, we do want to spend a little bit of time, I think from a State Department perspective, talking about, because I think Representative Hill, you're right, and I talk to superintendents all the time, been out on the road a lot the last several weeks, and we, I think universally want to see improvement. I think from a State Department end, what we're trying to do is, and we'll be presenting this to our state board over the next several months, we want to have a better kind of a lead indication of whether the behaviors that we're saying are very important to improve outcomes are happening. And I'll reference one of the items that I think we're seeing a lot of improvement in, and that's the way we teach students to read. I think the way we're approaching literacy is starting we're starting to see impact of that right now. We've had thousands of teachers go through specific training related to effective literacy instruction based on the science of reading, which was led by our state board and so supported by the legislature. I think that's such a great example of something that is working and we're seeing student impact. The challenge can be we won't necessarily see the results of that in some of these more lag indicators for a period of time. And so we want to look at what are those lead indications that something like that is effective, because we do believe, our theory would be that is going to have a very positive impact on our kids, but we need to really understand what are the lead indications of that so that we can begin drawing more of a true cause and effect. When you implement within a system a really strong approach to structured literacy, what is that doing? And we're seeing positive effects of that. I think on the specific issue of assessment, we do put a lot of stock into that summative assessment. It seems like a very easy measure to use, and it is concerning what we see in terms of the direction that the data is going. But I think part of our responsibility at the State Department is to provide systems not just with the availability of a good resource, but I think one of those deficits we'll find is the ability to assess student performance against standards through the year. And so utilizing something like our interim assessment, this 3 times a year opportunity to inform instruction, really elevate that idea of instructional practice and how data can be used most effectively. I think there's a lot of things that are available. It's just really focusing our efforts and trying to provide those lead indications that when you do something, that we're able to see and evaluate the positive impact, or if it's not having that positive impact, then we shouldn't do that thing, or we shouldn't recommend that thing just because it's available. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. So Representative Stockstill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Park, for your presentation today. I think it's been very informative. But I noticed that there's no results for the year 2020, and I'm assuming that's because COVID disrupted everything in the classroom and so on.
That's correct.
That they were unable to do that. These numbers don't really surprise me. I taught in Shawnee Mission for 8 years, basically at the 2nd and 3rd grade level. And, you know, we work in my opinion, a very antiquated agrarian school year where we have 3 months off in the summer. And I can tell you that talking with the 1st grade teachers, 2nd grade teachers, and 3rd grade teachers in our school, which was an excellent school, had higher than average performance scores at all those grade levels. It was an open school, and we were able to mix classes and that sort of thing. And you would usually spend the first probably 5 to 6 weeks getting those 1st graders back up to where they were at the end of the 1st grade year in 2nd grade. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that we have a disruption in the school process, not only just between 1st and 2nd grade, but almost 1.5 years, 2 years here. So has there been any looking at that, how that has impacted these grades and so on? Was that period of COVID where it was an unprecedented disruption in our school systems, and how that might have impacted these scores?
Yeah, we certainly believe that had a negative impact on student performance. You know, it was referenced earlier, but just the one of those elements that we know is so critical is student attendance. And that's an area that while we're starting to see improvement, the rise in chronic absenteeism, I think, after the pandemic was striking. And we know that when students aren't in school, and you combine that with the summer break that always produces a period of time, just as you mentioned, where you're just recovering from that. So all those different elements combine to produce detrimental effects, no question, and we saw that nationwide. There's been a lot of very good things that have been put in place since, and there's a lot of school administrators that are working very hard to address that chronic absenteeism rate. I certainly am not in a position to square, the fact that we have seen rising absenteeism, while at the same time we're seeing progress in relation to graduation rates, post-secondary effective rates. But I think anecdotally, and we can probably do some work to verify this. And I know what I saw in the school system that I left before I came to KSDE is we saw, especially through that pandemic period, a lot of young families with young kids who weren't getting their kids to school, where we hadn't seen that prior. And so that impact, I think, is still present. There's no question that kids need to be in school. And so all those elements have played a role in declining performance. We feel like there's indications that we are starting to trend in the right direction, but still a lot of work to do.
Two things, actually, I just wanted to make a quick comment on. We talk about chronic absenteeism. Under the school system that we work on, where it's 9 months on and 3 months off, that's systemic absenteeism, that 3 months. And there are plenty of models out there that I think this legislature and the Department of Education should be looking at as to how we can change our school schedules in this state to better accommodate that that gap between first grade, second grade, third grade, that sort of thing. I've looked at several models where they have year-round schools, and I think it's something that we ought to be taking a look at. We've spent millions of dollars in Shawnee Mission to air condition our schools, and yet we still don't have classes in the summertime for those kids. We got to figure out a better way that we can keep those kids involved on a more regular basis throughout the school year. So anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
And for our last question or comment, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the comments from the representative. I hope that teachers, that educators will be able to be at the table for that discussion, and I would welcome that some of those changes come from them, because the issue of dyslexia and the training, it certainly didn't come from the schools or the Department of Education for those changes to occur. Help us a little bit. The information that's going to be, that you have on state assessments that's going to be shared with the Board of Education next week, is that going to, are you going to indicate school districts that used ESSER funds, I forget what the total amount was, but funds that were used during the summer to help bring students up as far as learning loss? Are you going to indicate or earmark those schools that had specific summer programming to identify if perhaps those results were different or trended differently than other districts? I mean, I've not heard any mention of all of the additional federal money that has come in that has just inundated the Department of Education and our K through 12 schools, and how those funds have been used and what outcomes have been recognized. And I think it would be helpful for us when we get the numbers, is that going to be included for the Board of Education?
I don't know that there's a plan for that specific information in October. I do think as we move our work forward, again, kind of going back to what we talked about before, knowing what works and what doesn't, what's the evidence behind a particular intervention or program that was implemented, we would have data. As you mentioned specifically, summer opportunities, maybe school districts that have really embraced student attendance through summer programming is something that we would have data on, and we would certainly be able to look at those school districts that implemented something through the summer to bridge that gap to see how they're performing. I don't know that that's planned for an immediate presentation, but certainly something that we would have information on.
In the business world, before financial decisions are made, there is that determination of how are we going to measure it, once the expenditure has occurred? What is the ROI? So are you telling me that at no point in time with the Department of Ed was there this plan of when the request was made for funding for interventions during the summer, that there was going to be some means of tracking other than they spent the money?
Well, the requirements of the ESSER funds, there were specific requirements that had to be met. And so those standards were applied, I think, very rigorously. A school was only able to utilize those funds based on what those requirements were. We have metrics in place that we use to evaluate student achievement. We evaluate school districts. We've talked about our accreditation model. So I think we apply all those metrics as we do now and ensure that each school system is in compliance whenever they apply for any funds, especially the ESSER funds that were provided. I will say there was a lot of money that was provided through COVID relief. A lot of those funds initially had to be expended pretty quickly just to operate schools. And so was there time, especially in the early days of utilizing those funds at an unprecedented time to better understand the return on investment? A lot of it was just responding to an immediate crisis. I think we've done a better job of learning from that time period and applying not just the standards for the requirements that go into the application process, but what does work and sharing those types of ideas. So I'm sure that's something that we could put more time into and provide more data on specifically what were those interventions and how did those tie to student achievement. Be happy to do that.
Okay, well, I'm going to wrap this session up with a little quick question for you. So when the report is made on our state assessments, and we'll assume that they're going to be improved because our school districts, our 286 school districts received over $1.2 billion. So I'm pretty sure we're going to have some return on investment, and hopefully those scores will pop up. In addition, I'm hopeful that much of that money or some of that money or a percentage of that money was used for learning loss like it was required to be. 10% was to be used for that. And summer courses or programs that are meaningful that help kids improve their reading, I hope that that was done. And I hope that that's maintained by districts because there is that gap. So very, very good point. And for some of those kids, it's highly beneficial to keep that learning going. So once that announcement's made on October 10th, how quickly will the website be updated so we'll have access to that information?
I'm not totally sure. It'll be updated in an expedited fashion that we'll get that data out to everybody.
And then the report that you provide to the State Board of Education, are they acting upon that report or just receiving that report?
I believe it's just information that'll be shared.
So then once that is public record, you could forward that on to Matthew, and that could be disseminated to our committee.
We can get that information to Matthew, no problem.
That would be great. We would appreciate that. Okay, thank you very much, Ben. We're going to move on to our next person on the lineup. We have Scott Rothschild with KASB.
Thanks. Good afternoon, committee, chair, and members. My name is Scott Rothschild. I am the communications editor for the Kansas Association of School Boards, which represents each of the state's 286 school boards. KSB's mission is to improve educational outcomes by offering a wide range of services to school boards, school board members, superintendents, and district staff. We strive to be a trusted voice in Kansas education, advocating for the interests of public school students and their families. Our positions are formulated after gathering input from hundreds of locally elected school board members and other community and elected leaders throughout the state, from big, small, and in-between districts. I think the previous conferees have provided the basic information on how Kansas students have performed on state assessments, NAEP, and the ACT, and I would like to offer a few insights from KSB's perspective. First, on the ACT, I would note that Kansas was one of only 6 states last year that did not see a decrease in ACT scores. This comes on the heels of the effects of the COVID pandemic, which ACT described as the biggest disruption in education in a century. So nationally, 44 states saw a decrease, while Kansas and only 5 other states stayed the same or increased slightly. And as KSDE testified, of states with 70% or more participation, Kansas tied with Utah for the highest composite score. On NAEP, in the chart on page 2, KASB averaged the percent of students at the proficient level or higher, similar to Kansas level 3 on the state assessments, and higher. The results were compared to the average of all public school students in the nation and an average of states in the Plains region and other states bordering Kansas, that being Minnesota, North and South Dakota, Nebraska, Iowa, Colorado, Missouri, and Oklahoma. From 2003 to 2013, the percentage of Kansas students scoring proficient or higher rose from about 35 to 40%. During those years, Kansas performed better than the national and regional average. In 2015, Kansas performance fell back to 35%, which then was similar to the national and regional average. From 2019 to 2022, Kansas dropped to under 30%, slightly below the national average. In the chart on page 3, you can see rising NAEP scores in Kansas from 2003 to 2013 coincided with a decade of real, more than inflation increases in Kansas per pupil funding, especially following the Montoy school finance case. Nationally and regionally, funding also increased more than inflation. This was also the decade of No Child Left Behind, which placed a major, almost exclusive focus on test scores. And national and regional test scores increased as well as those in Kansas. Following the deep recession of 2008 to 2009, almost all states had per pupil funding below inflation for several years, but Kansas's cuts were deeper and lasted longer than the national and regional averages. Kansas funding was below inflation and takes a real dip from 2009 to 2015. Total Kansas funding dropped from 98% of the U.S. average in 2009 to 88% in 2019. Over that period, Kansas NAEP scores fell from above the U.S. average to about the same as the U.S. average. Kansas began increasing school funding more than inflation in 2018 under the 6-year funding plan in response to Gannon. But as you can see, we are still below the national average by about 10%. And we are just about the regional average. Also in 2015, the federal No Child Left Behind Act was replaced by the Every Student Succeeds Act, which de-emphasized test scores and placed more emphasis on high school graduation and college and career preparation. In 2016, the Kansas State Board of Education began the Kansas Can program, which increased emphasis on high school graduation and post-secondary attainment, as well as broader workplace, community, and personal skills. I think without a doubt, Kansas public schools under the direction of the state board and local boards of education have done an outstanding job in these areas. Finally, the COVID pandemic caused school closures in every state, which reduced or disrupted in-person learning and student support services, and increased social, emotional, and economic stress on students and families, which many experts say is the major cause of drops in student test scores from 2019 to 2022. While restrictions on school attendance due to COVID ended, many students continue to miss learning time. As has been stated, chronic absenteeism has almost doubled from about 14% in 2018 to almost 26% in 2022. Many other reasons have been proposed for declining test scores, including more students dealing with mental health issues and the impact of teacher shortages. On state assessments, it has been already discussed. I kind of wish we were having this discussion next week, because, as we have heard, we're hearing that the test results have improved. As to why we have the state assessments, as you probably already know, state assessments are required by federal law, both the Elementary and Secondary Education Act and Every Child Succeeds Act. States do adopt their own testing programs, but they must follow certain federal requirements. So what do our assessments show? In recent years, Kansas assessment results have declined in the percentage of students showing higher levels of achievement. Some groups critical of public education have used the declines to support expanding taxpayer-paid vouchers to pay for private school education and to push for further requirements on public schools. KSB thinks this is ill-advised, and while we readily admit we must try to improve assessment results, which apparently we are, Kansas public education results in other areas have reached record highs. These are amazing achievements, especially after the disruption of COVID-19. I will go into some of these achievements later. In addition, and most importantly, student performance on state and national assessments is greatly influenced by societal factors that teachers cannot control. This isn't an excuse. It is merely a fact of life that circumstances beyond the scope of the classroom affect our students. As you can see in the chart on the bottom of page 4, there is a 24 percentage point achievement gap between low-income students, those eligible for free and reduced price meals, and higher income students. There is even a bigger gap for students with disabilities. There are similar gaps for other student groups, such as minorities, English language learners, homeless, foster care students, but low and income disabled students are represented in each school system. What is common is that each of these groups face challenges to learning that the school system cannot control, except for private schools, which are not required to accept or provide services to all children. By the way, assessment results for private and public schools that have similar ratios of low-income students are extremely similar. The chart on the bottom of page 5 shows this. The private system with the highest percent of low-income students plus special education is the Dodge City Catholic Diocese. The public district closest to that percentage is Lewisburg. The state assessment results for Lewisburg and the Dodge City Catholic Diocese are almost exactly the same. Level 2 and above at Dodge City Catholic Diocese is at 88%. Lewisburg, 88.4%. At level 3 and above, Dodge Catholic is at 52.2%. Lewisburg is at 53.3%. Look at the Kansas City Catholic Diocese with 16% low income and SPED compared with Andover and Blue Valley, which have slightly higher percentages of low income plus special education. Their assessment results are almost identical. There are many reasons why low-income students and students with disabilities often face more difficulties in schools. Some of these factors include lower-income children have fewer opportunities for quality preschool. Family engagement may be more challenging for parents working multiple jobs. Transience results in less educational stability. Students with disabilities, by definition, have disabilities that make learning more difficult. The legislature could help in some of these areas, such as fully funding special education. The refusal by the legislature to fully fund special education has forced many school districts to transfer tens of millions of dollars from the general education to special education, thus affecting all students. We urge all legislators to meet with their school leaders to discuss this challenge. Higher need students are a substantial percentage of all students enrolled in our Kansas public schools. Over the past 7 years, when the current state assessments were given, between 45 and 50% of students were low income, and about 15% of students had disabilities. There are some schools in Kansas in which all students fit in one or both of these categories. So how should we use our assessment results? State assessment results are monitored by the State Board of Education and are part of the accreditation process. Under state law, school boards must review state assessment results each year and document the barriers to having all students achieve above level 2. Boards also must estimate how long that will take and what budget actions would be necessary to achieve that goal. State assessments can help schools evaluate progress and the effectiveness of education programs and curriculum. and the results are often used to compare to other schools and the statewide average. But KSB, we believe we should be cautious in the use of standardized testing results because the exams fail to capture skills that Kansans want schools to teach our students, such as teamwork and persistence. The test results aren't released until months after they're administered, as has been noted, so they do little to help teachers in the present. The tests have a big impact on teaching to the test, which can crowd out the learning of other opportunities. Regardless of actual knowledge, some students are more proficient at taking tests, and some have high anxiety about taking tests. I think we all know many people who are wonderful successes who did not test well, and vice versa. And anyone who has crammed for a test knows that the scores don't translate into long-term learning. A major caveat on state assessments is one I've already discussed: poverty and other outside influences. KSB believes standardized testing does have its place, but the results must be considered with numerous other measures and tools that are used in the classroom. I might add that I have read many articles lately where supporters of vouchers have touted micro schools. One of the attractive benefits of these micro schools is no state assessments. So we get beat up over state assessments by the same people touting micro schools which have no state assessments. I've been listening to teachers for many years, including many Kansas Teachers of the Year, talking about what they need and what could help in the classroom. I've never heard any of them say, please, more standardized testing. I would be shocked to hear if anyone in this room or if anyone you know got a job based on what they scored on a state assessment. What public schools need is reliable funding, including for special education, community and parental involvement, and supportive partners in the legislature. I did promise earlier to cite some of the great things going on in our public schools, and I put together a list at the end of my testimony, and I won't recite them all, but I urge you to read some of them. Some of these are really incredible. The graduation rate has increased 8.4 percentage points since 2010. Kansas ranks 17th in the nation in people who have a high-quality post-secondary credential. Last year, out of 146,000 Kansas high school students, over 85,000 enrolled in CTE courses. Educational levels for residents over 24 in Kansas reached new highs in 2021 and ranked among the top 20 states in the nation. And I'll just add one more. Coffeyville USD 445 had 78% of senior eligible students qualify for graduation in 2016. 6 years later, it's 96.5%. The number of, and you know, these are not attendance certificates. These are high school diplomas that mean something. The number of Coffeyville seniors who attained post-secondary in 2019 was 29%. In 2022, that increased to 44.6%. This is higher earnings for every one of these kids. In conclusion, I would just like to provide a historical perspective on the hopes and dreams Kansans have in their public schools. KSB is a nonprofit organization that has been in existence since 1917. The earliest record we found of the association's board meeting dates back to 1921, just 2 years after the end of World War I. During that meeting, State Superintendent W.D. Ross of Emporia spoke about challenges in rural schools. Bertha McCabe, who was county superintendent of Rice County, was the secretary, and her meetings of the minutes read as this. Superintendent Ross did not criticize the work that the one-room school had done, but showed that educational work had not progressed in comparison with other things. The war brought to light many things which prove that there must be a greater interest taken in the betterment of rural school conditions. 1 out of every 5 of the boys could not read their own letters, and 33% were rejected on account of physical defects caused largely by improper lighting, heating, seating, ventilation while they were school children. 80% of the children raised in the city go on to high school, while only 40% of those who attend rural schools go on to high school. 4 times as much is being spent on movies and gum as for education. It would be interesting to live in an era where people were worried about how much was spent on gum. Mrs. McCabe concluded her meeting minutes saying, "The sentiment was strong for some methods of equalizing the taxation and methods of distribution so that each child might have equal educational advantages." Here we are a century later, much has changed, but much of the sentiment remains the same. Through wars and monumental changes in society, through this pandemic, we are still searching for ways so that each child might have equal educational advantages. While we may argue about what the standardized tests means and how important they are, I hope we can agree that generations before us were wise to set up a system called public education, where we can try to educate the most children to the highest degree possible. We want to improve our public education for our Kansas children. KSB urges all legislators from both parties to visit their public schools and learn more about what is happening in them. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Scott, for reading your testimony, and we'll now take questions. Any questions, committee? Yes, Senator Sykes.
Thank you for being here, Scott. Can you tell me where the majority of your funding for KSB is derived from?
The funding for KSB is derived from fees from local school districts.
The members?
Member,
Okay.
yes, I'm sorry, members, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to follow up on that real quick, and then Senator Sykes, or Senator Baumgartner, you can jump in. But maybe that's from your comment at the end where it says you're a non-profit organization. Nonprofit because it's not members individually paying out of their pockets. They are taxpayer dollars that are paid by our local school boards through property tax from every single Kansan. Is that correct?
I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear, yes. Yeah.
Okay, so it's a
our school
not-for-profit
boards-
through taxpayer. It's a
Right.
100% tax-funded organization. Senator Baumgartner, and then, no? Okay. Senator Erickson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow along Senator Sykes and Chair Williams. So how much money does KASB get per year from their member districts?
I am not, I don't know. I could get that information. I could definitely get that information to you.
I asked that in Senate Education Committee, and I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was about $3 million. Could that $3 million be used to hire additional teachers or increase educational opportunities for students?
Well, I mean, we provide a lot of services to our member districts.
That's an easy yes or no. Could that money, if it didn't go to KSB, be used for hiring teachers and providing services directly to students?
I'm not sure. I don't
Thank
know.
you, Madam Chair. I have more questions after.
Well, having been a teacher, I'm pretty sure I know how to use $3 million to hire and pay teachers more. I think there's some fabulous things you could do in a district for $3 million. Senator Baumgartner, and then Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today. I'm looking at page 6, if you would go to that. So Scott, when I'm looking basically what is the third paragraph down, and you're talking about boards also must estimate how long it will take and what budget actions would be necessary to achieve the goal. And that is simply to get students, all students, above level 2. So I guess from a legislative standpoint, I consider that to be the needs assessment. Is that what you're speaking to?
That's what I'm talking about, yes.
So give me a grade that you would give school districts for the way in which they're filling out the needs assessment.
I'm just not sure what the grade is on that.
Have you looked at any of the needs assessments that school districts have been turning in?
I have not.
Okay. Well, and the reason I bring this up is because that was something that 2 years ago came up in Senate Education Committee, and quite frankly, we asked the Department of Education, KNEA, KASB, and USA to get together and make sure that folks in their school districts were taking the needs assessment seriously. And I have to say, I've done some spot check on some needs assessment, and I did a screenshot for some of them from last year. And then if you look at the screenshot from this year, and guess what you find? It's just the same words. And then when you try, and I'm going to pull you down to the very last sentence on page 6. What public schools need is reliable funding, including for special education, community, and parental involvement and supportive partners in the legislature. Reliable funding. The needs assessment is to drive the budget process. The funding, can we agree, is reliable? Or is KSB's position that the funding for school districts isn't reliable since the Supreme Court of the state ruled that it was appropriate and they signed off on it? So is it reliable or isn't it?
Well, I think I've been around here, I guess, about 25 years.
I'm talking about
Two
last
school
4
finance
years.
lawsuits.
I'm talking about since the Supreme Court approved the funding formula. I'm talking about 5 years. Is it reliable or isn't it?
The Gannon funding, yes, has been reliable, yes.
Okay, so why do I keep seeing the drum being beat?
Because
Just like this.
we depend
When
on
are we going to be
reliable
funded?
funding.
We don't have enough funding. We don't have reliable funding. We have heard that for 5 years.
With all due respect, Senator, we rely on reliable funding. I mean, that's not a controversial statement. And we think the legislature should follow the law it wrote on special education funding and fully fund it. To me, that's a no-brainer. It's illogical to not fund special ed fully. Every major part of the school finance funding plan adjusts with enrollment, adjusts with whatever.
So
Special ed has not adjusted.
So KSB's
92% was supposed to be.
KSB's position is it's not reliable funding. Now the reason is because of the SPED. Is that the position? Because 5 years ago, the position was that it wasn't reliable funding because Supreme Court hadn't approved it and we were not fully funding all-day kindergarten. It was all-day kindergarten. That was the big issue. We fully fund all-day kindergarten, don't we? And in fact, what KSB was saying at that time, because we didn't fully fund all-day kindergarten, is that was taking away from at-risk funding. So we have all-day kindergarten fully funded, and it has been for 5 years now. We have at-risk funding, and what are we finding out in legislative post-audit? That the money isn't being spent necessarily for at-risk kids. So the new mantra is unless we get to that aspirational goal, and it's interesting to be talking about special education funding with the chairperson and I sitting right here. Because it was in this very room when we were negotiating the school funding formula where the position was, we're going to take out that 92%. We're going to just take that figure out of the formula. And I argued we need to keep it in because it's aspirational. Now, the interesting thing is I've never seen KASB and its national affiliates going after Congress. I don't see the national affiliation going after Congress.
Senator, we lobby Congress, both KSB does and the national group does, and we do
Not
ask
to
them.
the repetitive extent that it comes in our direction.
I think it's easier for us in Topeka to lobby you than it is for us to
Right.
lobby Washington,
But what you're
D.C.
saying is it's the legislator's fault that we're not making up the portion that the feds haven't for all these years. That is the position.
Our position is we want the legislature and the federal government to fund it, special ed, the way they say they would fund it.
You know what the legislature would like? Because we've gone at it 2 different times. We'd like the school districts, meaning the administrators and the school boards, to take a serious approach to the needs assessment, to actually go through the process, because what we've heard from school folks is, I don't know who from my building participated in the needs assessment. No one can identify who from the different buildings participated. Parents, when you say parental and community involvement, parents and community members, no one can identify who those parents or community members were that participated in the needs assessment. So when we're saying, what would we like? I'd love for the federal government to come through on their responsibility. I'd love for KSB, because the promise was a couple years ago, yep, we will work on the needs assessment. We're going to make sure that the school boards know what the process needs to be. And that hasn't happened.
Well,
And I would love for any time that KSB comes before us and they are going to talk about funding for special education, I would love for them to mention the state's responsibility, since the federal government hasn't upheld theirs. You know, there were a whole lot of triggers. In fact, I got a couple text messages while you were speaking about the trigger words that you used in your presentation. I don't think there's a single person on this committee, and I can vouch for the 2 that aren't here, that aren't concerned about the needs of kids with disabilities. But if we're going to be serious about the needs of kids with disabilities, where has KSB been all these years with regard to dyslexia? Where have they been on that? Because it took legislative action, finally, to put a fire under folks. Where has KSB been to make sure that the teachers that are licensed to teach in elementary have the background to be teaching reading using the science of reading? They haven't been helping with that. They haven't been leaders in that. So I am hopeful that in the future, when you or others that represent KSB are going to come to us with real data, data driven by the needs assessment from school districts, and that you're going to come and be very specific about, this is what we need. I would have loved to have heard, this is what school districts have done for all of these years that you fully funded all-day kindergarten. We've never heard anything about that. We've never heard from school districts, from KSB or from USA. These are the things that we're now able to do because that's fully funded. We've never heard that. And I guess the one thing I would also like to hear from KSB, when you make reference, I appreciated that you made reference to some of the teachers of the year. But I would love for KSB, because you do represent the driving force with school boards, that you would focus on what some of the number 1 and number 2 complaints are from teachers, because there is a survey about that. And in fact, not all school districts even had teachers that participated. But the number 1 complaint is how unhelpful training is during in-service. How unhelpful training is during in-service. I'd love for you to circle back to the school districts and to the school boards. How have you verified that suicide prevention training's been completed? Because what we heard in Senate education hearings is, we had high school kids came and testified that their school district teachers didn't do the training. And when we circled back around with the superintendent said, yeah, I guess we didn't really do that. So when we talk about mental health and we talk about the issue of chronic absence, and we know that suicide is an issue that is not going away in our state. Why isn't KASB the one organization that can come before us and say, what are we doing about student outcomes? Well, we made sure that all of our teachers in all of our school districts are trained in suicide identification as far as ideation and prevention. And the second thing, as far as we have these awful presentations during in-service, the second leading complaint is from teachers. We don't get to participate in any of the decision-making. We are not respected in our school district. Respect comes from administration, comes from the Board of Education, comes from students, comes from parents. And teachers drill down and they say that we don't get to have a say in things, we're not respected, and part of that they attribute to administration doesn't back them up when there's a behavior issue with a child or when they need support when they're meeting with a parent. So I do appreciate that you're here today, but I have to say, other than pointing out some things that are obvious, not a surprise that you were going to mention more money, not a surprise, but I wish you would come and play a different note with a different instrument and share with us what KSB is really doing to show leadership. Teachers, we hear you. Teachers, we hear you. School board members, there's an expectation for accountability, not only to parents, but to teachers and to legislators. And I would suggest that you go online, that you and your staff start going online and checking out the needs assessment. Because quite frankly, I appreciate that you mentioned my former school district repeatedly. But in the classroom, some of what I've seen from needs assessments, if it was turned into me, it wouldn't receive a passing grade. Because the language is so vague, and it ultimately is, well, if we had more money, we'd do this. Buy more equipment. Equipment isn't the answer. Could be an answer if it's career tech course perhaps, but equipment isn't the answer. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Scott.
May I respond just to a couple of your?
Yes.
Go to town.
On the teacher survey, I believe KSB is one of the organizations that is part of that survey, is putting it out there. On dyslexia and mental health, we always supported the work of the task forces and their recommendations. So I feel like we were there in that issue. And on the needs assessment, I will say we do advise districts to have leadership at each attendance center, use their teacher leadership, their site councils, and building leadership teams to help put those together.
Thank you, Scott, for responding. I think, if I may, I think the senator when we're talking about dyslexia or some of the others, you come here on the forefront asking for it before it is realized to the level in which you would like it to be realized. I don't know that coming to the legislature and asking them to respond for dyslexia is how it was done. You may have been supportive of legislation, but did you come and initiate all of those conversations like you are with so many others? So I want you to maybe, think about that. Representative Wynn, and then I'll end with final question.
Right, and thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't have any questions for you, Scott. I just have a couple comments. For transparency, purposes, I'm on the Board of Education of USD 500 Kansas City, Kansas. I'm also on the board of KASB. And so some of the comments that were made, as I said, I don't have any questions for you, Scott. I can only speak for my actions. So as far as I understand it, I think there was a question asked for some of the funding. To my knowledge, school districts pay based on enrollments. And so I personally have, I've gone to DC to lobby. I think a couple years ago I was absent from K-12 because I was lobbying our federal delegation for public education. The National Association, you had a president from Topeka, Frank Henderson, who led that delegation. So again, I am not answering any of the senator's comments. I'm just accounting for my actions. And so the teachers, I guess what is most, I appreciate the senator saying making some of her comments, and I likewise, kind of go off the subject and maybe express some of the views you've been wanting to state that may not have been directly related to KSB. But one remembers that local control is local control is local control. So when it comes to professional development planning, that has nothing to do with KSB. It has nothing to do with anything other than those teachers and the way that administration and those planners plan professional development. And I've heard those same things. Some of the teachers say, I got that in graduate school, so you're wasting my time here. I find it interesting when you talk about dyslexia. We had a interesting debate in this body, this building. Some legislators wanted to identify it, and some legislators didn't. So that conversation, even individuals on this committee, some wanted to include it in legislation, some did not. But a couple years ago, and this one I'll go to the wall with, the needs assessment. The former speaker came up here and said, school boards are not even looking at needs assessments. Now, all I can do is speak to my presence and my actions. In the past, I've been on the school board KCK for 8 years. For 5 of those years, I never even saw a needs assessment. So I wondered, and it was in legislation. But once it became renewed legislation, I made it a point that my board would address it. The speaker and I got into a little of a verbal confrontation in committee because he's going to say, as a result of his review of those needs assessments, I think Coffeyville and KCK were bad. Now, we were the only 2 maybe that turned it in. So it's like, no. You make your assessment all you want, but can I answer some of your questions? You want me to answer some of your questions?
There was no question.
No, I'm talking to,
We had a private exchange.
okay. You want me to answer it? You want me?
It wasn't to you.
Okay, good enough. Anyway, that again is indicative of protocol, of respect. Talking about teachers aren't respected, many times the actions of our committee are not respected, in my opinion. Getting back to needs assessment, you will not say KCK did not do the needs assessment. I would not allow the former speaker to stand up here and say KCK didn't do it, because I know it did it. And it's on tape, along with the rules. So today, I'll say again, I make it a point as a board member, as a legislator, to share the intent, the legislative intent, when it comes to following the law. I don't know what, I mean, some of the schools in some of you all's counties responded, no, we don't even have to do the needs assessment. So maybe you need to go back to some of those administrators in Johnson County, I'll call it out, who said, and some of our high-performing schools, they didn't do it, wasn't going to do it, and there was no consequence. But I will not sit here as a member of KSAB, as a member of the National School Board Association, as a member of Council of Urban Boards of Education, to say that some of those organizations have not advocated for federal funding, for public school funding, and thank you for your respect, Madam Chair.
Of course. We are going to take two more sets of questions, Senator Erickson and then myself, and then we're going to cut it off here. And then on our next segment, we're going to have time limits. And so we really will try to be out by 5 o'clock. So Senator, you're up. And
Thank you,
Scott.
Madam Chair. And there's a lot, but I will try to just pick the one or two main things that I want to ask about. So thank you, Scott, for being here today. So let me start with the chart on page 5 that compares private schools and public school districts within the same range of poor students and special education. What subject was that? Was that math and ELL? Can you tell me what subject you're comparing there?
I think it was combined. I think we combined the two.
Combined, so not broken out, because if you break it out, for example, you compare Kansas City Catholic Diocese to Andover in terms of percent of low income and special ed students, right? Percent. If you look individually, because we all know, like to Representative Hill's point, it all depends on how you look at the data.
Right.
So when you combine those and you say 15.8, but if you look at ELA, Kansas City Catholic Diocese for ELA, for students with disabilities, those at level 3 and above is 37%. If you look at Andover, students with disabilities, those students at 3 or above, which is what we want 3 and 4, is 22.8, a difference of 15%. So that makes a difference. So, and there's other examples, but okay, so you combine the subjects. You also combined low income with SPED. Do you have that breakdown? Because that makes a difference as well.
You mean how much is low income?
How much?
I don't have it with me.
What
but
percent?
I could get that.
You combined and you did these averages. You combined the subjects. You combined low and SPED. I would just challenge that is not necessarily an accurate reflection, and we can dig into that later. I want to move on to a couple of other areas due to time. So you made the statement, high school diplomas mean something. So can you tell me objectively what community and employers can count on a Kansas high school graduate to know and be able to do? What does that graduation, what does that diploma signify that a high school graduate in Kansas knows and is able to do?
I couldn't I mean, I don't think I have a firm grasp on being able to answer that question. I think what we're seeing, though, is our high school graduation rate is going up. And I think there's an implication that, well, these test scores are going down, so we're graduating kids that probably shouldn't graduate. But the market is showing that these kids are being sucked up for the jobs, and our post-secondary rates are also going up. So our high school diplomas must mean something. I think the allegation that we're handing out attendance certificates is just absurd, because these kids are graduating, they're getting jobs. We have extremely low unemployment. They're going on to post-secondary. All our post-secondary numbers are going up. So to me, that's a big success. I mean, I'm not a statistician, but
right.
I mean, to me, there's a lot of negative that's been talked about. Our scores are going down, blah, blah, blah. But this, to me, indicates something right is going on. So that's all I'm saying.
So it's negative to acknowledge the data. All in my education career, we were taught to be data-driven, to make decisions based on data. So you're saying it's negative to acknowledge that test scores are going down. So, but let me just say, in your testimony, on page 4, you say state assessments have declined. On page 3, you say chronic absenteeism has doubled, and yet you say one of the things we need to measure, and I would like to sincerely know, how do you measure this? We need to stop putting emphasis on state assessments, and you give a list there on page 6, because Kansans want their kids to know teamwork and persistence. So can you tell me how you measure teamwork and persistence? How do we know that our graduates, if a diploma means something, and it's not reading and math and those skills, because I talk to a lot of employers in my district, and yes, they're hiring them. They are desperate for employees. That doesn't speak to what they know and are able to do. That's the frustration I hear from employers. So you can graduate them and they're going to get a job in this economy. That doesn't speak to what they're able to know and do. But can you tell me, if we're not going to focus on if they can read or if they can do math or they have employable skills, but teamwork and persistence, how do we measure that?
Well, first off, I'm not saying it's a negative to look at the data. I think it is a positive to look at the data. I think what I'm trying to say is that we shouldn't place entirely all the emphasis on state assessments and standardized tests, because the standardized tests correlate so strongly to poverty. I mean, you want to know what schools are doing well, you go to the wealthy schools. You want to know what schools aren't, you go to the poor schools. I mean, that's the bottom line on our state assessments. So as far as measuring teamwork, I think, that's just something you have to look at in each individual school. I think a lot of education is teaching our generation that's coming up kind of how to get along in the world, regardless of whether you can do trig or you can, diagram a sentence or, you read Moby Dick. It's just being socialized in this world. And that's a lot of what school is.
Madam, just a couple other quick things to point out, because I know we're crunched for time, but you also state in your testimony that student performance on state and national assessments are greatly influenced by societal factors that teachers cannot control. Can you speak a little bit more to that, and are those unique to Kansas?
No, that's not unique to Kansas, and mostly I'm talking about poverty. I'm talking about families that are struggling. The teachers, parents that aren't, making their kids go to school. Things like that.
Okay, so poverty. Does any amount of increased state funding change the poverty of our students?
I don't think so. Do you mean, is there welfare programs? Are there?
No, so we have put a lot of money in at-risk funding, and it hasn't moved the needle. Is there any amount of money that you think can move that needle? Because if it's poverty, and that's something that school systems, school districts can't control. By the way, I appreciate your comment, I really do, on look at it's the wealthy versus the poor for achievement, because I made a statement once about a school district that's wealthy and that they were born on third and thought they hit a triple, and I about got excoriated for it. So I'm glad to hear you agree with that statement. But so is there any amount of money that can buy the problem we have with students coming with things that the system can't control in order to get those kids to meet the ROSE capacities, which is the basis of the Gannon decision?
I think there's going to have to be societal changes to help.
I appreciate that, and I do agree. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the sake of time, I will stop there.
All right. Committee, we're going to do some rapid fire questions. I'll do the rapid fire, you do rapid response, just to wrap it up quickly. And then on the next section, we're going to drastically reduce the amount of comments, but also the conferee. So be prepared for that. My first question is for you. On page 8, it says Kansas ranks 13th in a broad range of academic achievements among states. What's the methodology for ranking Kansas number 13?
Okay.
If you don't have it, then it can be on the list.
I can get it to you, but I will get that to you.
Okay. And Matt, since it's rapid fire, I'm going to let you do the writing, and I'll just do the questioning. The next question would be on page 6. It says the refusal by the legislature to fully fund special education has forced many school districts to transfer tens of millions of dollars from general education to special education, thus affecting all students. I'm assuming negatively affecting all students. Do you happen to know how many dollars annually in operational funds our school districts are not spending?
You mean how much they have in reserve?
So they have, their reserves are growing. Did you know that?
I mean, I don't know the number, and I think if you have questions about reserves, I could certainly try to research that.
No need. We have that information. That information will be forthcoming, but the information I have seen in the past, the operational funds of our school districts, so if you don't count the bonded interest funds or those funds where they can't tap into, just look at the operationals, they are increasing over time. So we are spending more tax dollars than are actually used as expenditures. We're funding more. So more students, there's more money in the pot than they're using. So if any student is harmed, it isn't the legislature. The money is over $9 billion local, state, and federal. The next question for you is, it says, over the past 7 years, when the current state assessments were given, between 45 and 50% of students were low income and about 15% were disabilities. So you say that Kansas schools are declining in poverty. Are you saying that Kansas economy is now suffering? For the last 7 years, Kansas economy is suffering. What factors would cause our students to be more impoverished today?
I'm not sure on the exact numbers, but I think our free and reduced lunch has stayed about the same.
Okay, but you said that it is higher need students are a substantial percentage of all students enrolled in our Kansas public schools. Over the past 7 years, when the current state assessments were given, between 45 and 50% of our students were low income. So you think it's been the same for the last 7 years? It hasn't increased?
I'm not really catching your question.
I guess my question is, how's Kansas doing? If we are having a greater number of students that are falling behind, is it poverty? Do we have more students in poverty today than we did in the past?
I think it's a simple question for KSDE, how many kids we have low and reduced.
On page 2, it says the total Kansas funding for education dropped 98% of the U.S. average. In 2009, 88%. That's on page 2. So I want to know, did you adjust this for the cost of living index?
I don't think so, no.
You did not. Well, I think providing those numbers without adjusting for the cost of living would be very deceptive, and I do believe that there was from KASB, it wasn't from you, but just moments ago, someone on your team said, be prepared for disinformation. They may be referring to this. Because if you're not going to use cost of living, then right away I can tell you New York State, it's 42% more expensive to live in New York State. So it costs 42 cents on a dollar more to do the same thing than it would here. So it makes a huge difference in the numbers that you're giving here.
I think we
on
rank
that.
I think we rank 28th in the nation in per student funding.
I think that we'd have to go look at the methodology that you're referring to and what exactly you're referring to. But overall, I do appreciate you providing testimony, and I think that we could go on for quite some time. But as Representative or Senator Erickson said, we are out of time, and we do appreciate response on your methodology. That would be really helpful for the 13th ranking.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Committee, we are on to Mr. Trobert. Dave Trobert, come on up. We are still on how are Kansas students performing on state assessments. And I do believe that this is combined. Your testimony is combined.
No,
and
that's a later one.
that's a later one. Do we have that? Yes, we've got it. Okay,
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, Dave Trobert, Kansas Policy Institute. I'm just going to go through a few of the slides that were in my testimony. I'll start on slide number 2. It has this blue graphic on it. This is the graphic that was presented by the Kansas Department of Education to the legislature in 2015 in conjunction with the new state assessment. You can see on the right, there's a bracket around level 3 and 4, which says this is at or above academic expectations for college and career readiness. We've since learned that that's also called proficient. That is what the KSDE tells the feds, 3 and 4 are proficient. The bracket on the left encompasses levels 2, 3, and 4. That one is at or above expectations for grade level. So 2 through 4 was grade level. Level 1, by definition then, was below grade level. Somebody mentioned earlier the Gannon decision, and it was, if I remember correct, I'll just paraphrase, the court made an issue out of the fact that 25% of Kansas students were not at the Rose capacities. That was a reference to level 1. Level 1, it was grade level. They said they weren't performing at grade level. Everybody understood when these definitions came out, and by the way, the cut scores haven't changed. Everybody understood that level 1 is below grade level. What's changed is, well, that doesn't sound very nice. So we don't want to talk about, we have kids below grade level. And so it's now the grade level has been pulled out of the description, but the cut scores are the same. And it's as you've heard before, that's on slide 3. On slide 4, this is something adopted by the Department of Education in 2016. It says a successful high school graduate, which is level 3 and 4, that's their target, has the academic preparation to be successful in all these areas without the need for remediation. So level 3 and 4, you don't need remediation. Below level 3, you need some degree of remediation, and that's going to depend upon the subject and where you are in level 1 or level 2. So I wanted to give you that background, because everything I'm presenting here on state assessment is based on the original meaning that we understand better, below grade level or needing remediation or proficient. So if you look at slide 5, now we do have some 2023 state assessment results here. We couldn't get it from the Department of Education, but we did get it from the Blue Valley School District. They spoke about it in a public meeting, and so we did an open records request and made them give it to us. This is all that we have is by grade level, so I don't have state averages. What I can tell you is, on one hand, they are a little better than 2022. They are still below, in a lot of cases, 2019, and even at the very beginning. This is part of a trend. So if you look at, let's just look at 10th grade across the bottom here. So in 2015, 37% of all students were below grade level and 24% were proficient. Then it went to 41% and 25. Now it's 45 and 22. I can tell you that last year it was 46 and 20. So a little bit of an improvement, but we are far worse off than we were in 2019 or 2015. This is part of a pattern we'll show you. If you look at, you have to look at below grade level as well as proficient to see how those change. And you'll see, for example, in 5th grade, 24% were below grade level, then 29, now 33. There's a trend. Now, it is, COVID had an issue, had an impact. Of course, a lot of that was how each district chose to react to it. Some did a lot of things differently. What you're seeing here is cannot be blamed on COVID because the declines were in place for quite some time before COVID. We came up with a method to try to help put this in perspective. I appreciate Representative Hill's comment about needing to use data correctly. If you look at 10th grade math, 45% below grade level, then 33% and 22. We did kind of a grade point average on all these to help understand what's happening overall. So if you look at the bottom of slide 7, we gave 0 points to the score in level 1, 2 points to the score in level 2, and 4 points to the score proficiency level in levels 3 and 4. You could say those are, you can change those values, the results are going to be the same. So it's 0% times 45, 33% times 2, and 22% times 4. What you see above that is this, and I'm just calling this a grade point average because it's intended to somewhat replicate that, but it's not a grade point average. It's just the way to think of it. You see now that there is a real trend going from 2015 to 19 and 23. There's only 1 or 2 places where the overall result now is better than in 2015. You see continued declines everywhere. If you look at, let's go to slide 8. In 2023, the kids who were in 10th grade, 45%, and I'm just looking at math, 45% below grade level, 22% proficient. In 2016, those kids were in the 3rd grade. 16% were below grade level, and then 53% were proficient. And what you see as these kids went through school, and again, long before COVID, the proficiency level declined and the percentage below grade level increased dramatically. That's a pattern. That is something that would really become obvious and should become the focus of a discussion in building needs assessments. You have, and you'll see this in most districts. The degree varies, but there is a general trend downward. Let's look at slide 9. Here we're breaking the information out, and I don't have the breakouts for 23, so this slide ends with 22 data. And this is showing the trend for low-income kids versus those who are not low-income. That's listed as self-pay. In 2015, 32% of the low-income kids were below grade level. Now 48%. And it was a pretty steady trend. 19% were proficient, now it's down to 16. But it's not just the low income. Yes, there is a 2 to 3 year achievement gap between low income kids and others. But you're seeing a similar decline with the kids who are not low income. Went from 14% below grade level to 23%. Proficiency is down from 45 to 40. These are consistent trends. Now, that's the state assessment. I'll move on now to the NAEP. On slide 11, you see side-by-side comparisons of the percentage of kids reading below basic on the NAEP next to the percentage of kids who are reading proficiently. And what you see is, especially on the right-hand side, what's in the shaded blue box, there is a decided and steady upward trend in the percentage of kids who are reading below basic, and a concomitant percentage decline in the percentage of kids who are proficient. Now, that's the reading. You find other things similar. Let's go to ACT on slide 13. In 2015, 32% of all the Kansas graduates were college-ready in English, reading, math, and science. That has fallen to 21%. You'll notice that the funding increased and the gap between actual spending and cost of inflation adjusted, increasing for inflation, that gap has gotten bigger. These are real spending increases that have gone up. And again, in this 2015 to 2022, there has been a decided slide. Now, 21% is the worst ever recorded. 19.9, the state composite, we have the data going back to 1991. 19.9 is the worst. So while a previous conferee said it was good news that Kansas was only one state, one of 6, that didn't go down, it didn't go down from the worst ever score the state recorded. The worst ever. And this gets to a difference that really sets up my closing points. This downward trend is going to continue, in our opinion, until the legislature starts holding school districts accountable. Make them follow the at-risk spending law. Make them do the building needs assessment. They have clearly indicated they don't want to do that. One other thing that happened during this period, it was in 2015 and 2016 that the Department of Education began to de-emphasize academic preparation. That's why we're there, to get the kids ready to go on to college and career. That has gone steadily down as we've shifted focus to the so-called soft skills. So you're really at a position now where the legislature has to choose between stepping in and compelling improvement, compliance with state law, or accept perpetually low achievement. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Committee, what questions? We have Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following your comment that you appreciated Representative Hill's comment about statistics, what are your credentials in statistics?
This is basic math, Representative. It is really easy to see that the percentage of kids below grade level has increased and the percentage of kids proficient has declined. The percentage of kids who are college ready in English, reading, math, and science has declined precipitously.
Okay.
It does not take a statistician to understand those trends.
Okay, so when you reference slide 5, 6, or whatever, help me remember, did you say these are from the one school?
No, this is the state average.
Okay, so where's the slide that referenced the public information that one of the schools you mentioned provided?
They were talking about the State assessment results for Blue Valley.
Right.
Okay.
Do you have that?
No, I didn't bring that because we were trying to focus on state average.
Okay.
We can get that for you.
Okay.
But we had to we had to do an open
Right.
records request to compel the release of that data because they spoke about the state assessment, and so we were able to force that.
Right. Did you ever ask them, did they complete the needs assessment?
Oh, I know they didn't.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Question I asked previous, where is the majority of your funding derived from?
Well,
And I
as
have
I
a follow-up.
believe I've told this committee a dozen or so times before, every American has a constitutional right to private free speech. That's according to the U.S. Constitution, or Supreme Court. And so we respect our donors' privacy. We don't release the names of our donors. A large part of what I do in my job as CEO is raise money. So all of our money, we get no money from government, and we wouldn't take it if it was offered. All of our money comes from contributions.
Okay, thank you.
But if I could, that has no impact on the data that we're providing because the data is all government data with the exception of the ACT results.
So my next question on here, you told Representative Nguyen that you did not report 2000. So on page 3, I think it's slide 5 and 6, what is this 2023 data that you have?
This is the state assessment. It is math results and English language results for each grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, and so forth. This is the state average from the Department of Education.
So this is the data that supposedly has not been available, but is being reported next week when we could have actually had current information as a whole in this meeting.
Technically, you could have had current information months ago.
But
It could have been provided. Obviously, there is data they could provide. They just don't want, as a courtesy, they wait into the fall to give it out. But the data is available sooner and could be made available to teachers, to parents, to legislators.
And I would also say that there's a lot of information that could have been, we could have heard from actual stakeholders, from teachers, from parents, but we chose not to. We chose not to have this discussion on the 10th. So thank you.
I'm sorry, Senator Syke, that if this were your meeting, you could have moved it or changed it. I'm sorry that it's a really difficult ask, and I didn't know that you loved the state assessment so much that you wanted to go see the results when it will be available. We don't even know if it will be on the website. If it were going to be on the website that day, that would be tremendous. They could release it, provide it to us on the website, and we would have our information in moments. We wouldn't have to be right there.
And
so,
we'll also be providing
There's a lot of things, and we are looking at a new baseline with 2023 data because, yes, in 19, we had the GANA decision, and we had a plan in place. Then we had COVID, we've had block funding. So actually, 23 is going to be our baseline to see where we're moving forward because this is when we are constitutionally funding our schools. So it is the baseline. So whether or not it's intentional or not, and we had the other senator who was very frustrated to hear from KASB and some of this, but it also seems like, you could have talked to the minority members of this committee to look at what we are hearing from teachers. Last week, I was at the Teacher of the Year Award. I was one of 2 legislators. I was hearing from teachers. I was having conversations. We could have adjusted to actually hear from those stakeholders, but we choose not to in this building.
well, I would have loved to have attended. I haven't been invited and didn't know anything about that. And even when they come into the Capitol, I believe that the Education Committee is invited, but I do not believe that there's ever been an offer to the K-12 committee to attend. That certainly doesn't preclude anyone from attending. It's a public building. It's a public space. So, I mean, it wouldn't matter what I did, Senator Someone wouldn't be happy, someone wouldn't be able to be there. I can't make the world perfect. I worked very hard on an agenda that would address student achievement. I think that's something that we can all appreciate, that we can all get on board with. And you know what? We can take the good, whatever good that you can find in it, and I'm glad that you're here. Dave, you can have closing remarks?
Sure. I would disagree that 2023 is the new baseline. Again, we have seen steadily declining results since 2015 on the state assessment. We have seen steadily declining results on ACT and to a little bit lesser degree on the National Assessment of Educational Progress. There is a pattern. And while that pattern has happened, the funding has gone up pretty significantly. Now, the funding, it may be a matter of opinion whether we've just now become constitutionally funded or not. The Supreme Court said the funding plan that was in place was constitutionally funded. But I think more to the point is to look at whether funding has an impact or not. And the data clearly shows that it doesn't, in terms of if you spend more, you achieve more. If you look at the cost of living adjusted per student spending, by the way, Kansas is number 9 in the nation, and that was on 2021 spending results. Number 9 in the nation. If you look at that per student spending and compare that to the NAEP results, Kansas is number 38 in bang for the buck. What you find when you compare other states, what they spend and what they achieve, you find a wide range. There is I think 7 to 10 states that have the same outcomes as Kansas, but the spending per student ranges from a little less than $10,000 to about $24,000 per student. Now, that's not to say that money doesn't matter. What matters, though, is how you spend the money. And that was even a point that's been made by other researchers. It's how you spend the money that matters. If you get money for at-risk, you should spend it on those kids. Our school districts don't. So I know that there's some on the committee who, or some of the conferees who have a different opinion. I would just conclude by saying the approach that we're taking is not to justify the status quo, not to justify that things are kind of okay, we just need to work harder. We're focused on trying to improve student achievement. To do that, you must acknowledge that we have a serious challenge. And we're not going to move forward until we do that. We can't keep trying to paper over the challenges that are facing students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trauber. So Matthew, I have a request. I think this will be a request that all of us will appreciate. It started with the request for KASB, where in the testimony it says Kansas ranks 13th in a broad range of academic achievement among states, while ranking 28th in per pupil spending. That's on page 8. If legislative research would compare that, see what year they're referencing, so we want to make sure we're apples to apples, take their methodology, how they find their rankings, and compare it with what Dave just shared with us for 2021, which is Kansas is ranked 9th on spending. I'm sure that's adjusted for cost of living compared to the NAEP scores. So I think it would be good to just see the methodologies side by side, same year, and see how those two different reviews of how Kansas is doing compare. So that'd be great. Committee, we're going to go on to the next section, and in the next section we're going to do differently than the following two. We do have a few people that are waiting online, and so we're going to get to them as quickly as possible. For the next section, we will not be taking any questions, so the needs assessment will be something that you would just need to write your questions down, submit them to Matthew, and he will make sure that they are shared. If you do need to head out for the restroom, absolutely do that, because I don't think we have time for a break. So if our conferees, Nick, everyone, Scott, Dave, if you could keep your comments to 5 minutes, then for this section will be briefer. All right, Nick, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee, there's a memo in front of you detailing the history of the school district budgeting needs assessment. So this statute was originally enacted in 2003, and at that time it was enacted essentially to require school districts to prepare a budget and a summary of the proposed budget and keep those documents on file in the administrative office of the school district. There was a corresponding change relating to school district municipal budgeting to include certain information on those budget documents that you can read in the memo. In 2006, that is when the needs assessment language first was enacted into statute. So the statute was amended to require each school district board of education to conduct an assessment of the educational needs of each attendance center in the district, and then to use that assessment when preparing the budget of the school district. The next change to that statute occurred in 2021. This change requires that as part of that needs assessment, school district budgeting process needs to use that needs assessment to budget in a manner that ensures improvement in student academic performance. Specifically, school districts are required to adopt budgets that allocate sufficient monies in a manner that is reasonably calculated to have students achieve the ROSE capacities. Then the final subsequent change that was made and getting us to where we are at today with this statute in 2022, House Bill 2567 requires that the needs assessment be published by school districts on their website, and then also documented in the meeting minutes that the Board of Education considered and used that needs assessment when they were building the school district budget. And additionally, you heard some testimony on this. Within that statute, boards of education of school districts are required to review state assessment results and document certain things when they're doing the budget, specifically the barriers that must be overcome to have each student achieve proficiency above level 2, any budget actions that should be taken to address and remove such barriers, including recommended reallocations of resources, and then the amount of time that the board estimates it will take for each student to achieve proficiency above that level 2 standard. And Madam Chair, that does it for my testimony.
Thank you. Scott, you're up next with KASB.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't read all my testimony. Basically, Nick has reviewed what the needs assessment is. I'll only add that local boards must review the state assessment results and determine the barriers to having all students reach a level 3 or 4. Getting all students to level 3 or 4 is going to be challenging in the short term, to say the least, because, as I've said earlier, circumstances outside the classroom affect performance on standardized tests. Kansas state assessments are extremely tough, as you've heard in previous testimony, and no one, public or private, is close to getting all students in levels 3 or 4. The highest assessment rate in both public and private schools, with the lowest percentages of low-income and disabled students, the highest achieving districts have 50 to 55% of students at level 3 or above. For example, about 30 to 33% of students are scoring at level 3 or above. Just because you don't score at level 3 or above, I guess my point is you still can experience post-secondary success. For example, about 30 to 33% of students are scoring at level 3 or above, yet the 5-year post-secondary effective rate is 52%. And the percentage of Kansans 18 to 24 with some college is 56%, the 13th highest in the nation, according to the U.S. Census. This tells us that there are many students in level 2 and 1 who are succeeding in post-secondary pursuits. So without having to repeat my earlier arguments, I think that's what I have. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
And we may send you some questions, but agree, not all kids have to be in 3 or 4. We would like to see majority move up, though. Thank you very much, Scott. Next up, we have Dave. You're back up again.
So I want to start by congratulating the legislature. The building needs assessment law is, we've been talking a lot about this with colleagues around the country, school board members and other policy experts. They're fascinated by this process that you've put in statute, which is really a roadmap for building a strategic plan. A lot of entities, including school districts, say they have strategic plans, and they do have something on paper with that name on it, but it is not a strategic plan to go from here to there in a certain period of time. I hope that's not me. No. Okay. You're supposed to first identify the barriers to kids achieving proficiency, then to identify the budgetary changes.
Wait one moment. Does somebody see?
It's in a purse, there's nobody there.
Okay, kids. Maybe, well, I guess eventually they'll stop. Oh, they may be trying to find it. That's good. If the person left, well, I hate to set it outside because then it could get taken.
There we, no, it's back.
I think it's a good background music, Dave.
Maybe we could just,
I can talk over it if you want.
well, it's a little distracting.
Yeah.
Maybe we could just set it.
sit
Is there
outside?
anyone sitting outside? We could just set it outside with it. Okay, yeah, maybe just set it outside. That'll work.
Okay.
Okay, we're good.
All right. So first question, what are the barriers? Second question, what are the budgetary changes that are required? And then how long would it take to go from here to there? This is the third year that we've done an audit of the 25 largest school districts in Kansas. We have yet to find a single school district that is doing this building needs assessment with fidelity. And I'm happy to share all the resources, with all the documentation. If you, our electronic testimony has links in it to the analysis that we did in each year, so you can find data on what each school district did or didn't. This year, we decided to find out if any school districts were allowing the school board to conduct the needs assessment. The law says the school board shall conduct. The dictionary defines conduct as organize and carry out, be in control of, supervise. We didn't find a single school district that allowed the school board to participate, to conduct, let alone be in the room to conduct. 13 of them said the board member was involved, but they could not produce any proof. 10 of them openly admitted the board does not participate. Mays actually hired an attorney to try to convince us that the board was allowed to participate, but that attorney could provide no documentation of participation. Lewisburg, similar thing, but they just did it on their own without hiring an attorney. We're just not doing it. There are some districts that, after the legislature pressured, are publishing reports, but most of them say, we don't think we should have to do this. You get a lot of things that are more sentiments, like we need more funding. You're supposed to identify the changes. What do we need to do differently? We can't keep doing the same things over and over again. These can have a huge impact on student achievement. You know, teachers have come up before. Why would superintendents not want school board members to hear what teachers need, to hear what principals need, to talk about amongst themselves? Everybody's in this. You know, we have a problem, as I mentioned recently, but we should approach that problem as no one's to blame, but everyone's responsible for moving forward. We have to work together. And even though you've had this law in the books for many years and really tightened it up in the last couple of years, we still don't find a single school district that is really in compliance with that law. Now, I will say that there are some superintendents we've discovered that welcome this. We've had some of them say, I didn't know this was out there, and have learned a few things and have, once they went back and started doing it, they're finding things out they didn't know before. There's a few of them out there. This can have a huge difference, but we're going to have to do it. We have to have, and unfortunately, you're going to have to compel compliance. There is going to have to be some consequence for not following the building needs assessment law. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank you for everyone being so brief on this topic. There will actually be a coming back to it, I believe it's tomorrow, where solutions are presented. Is that correct, Matt? Relating to the needs assessment. And then again, I have written down a few questions relating to that. We'll pass those along and get your questions answered. Committee, we're moving on to our next section, and that is challenges facing rural and urban schools today. So each conferee that is provided underneath will provide some answers on one of those two areas in some manner. We're going to actually switch it up and do apologize for being so late. Kelly Bellefeld, I have not had the pleasure of meeting the new superintendent at USD 259 Wichita, so you probably are going to have to correct my pronunciation. And is Kelly available? All right, Kelly, welcome to our committee. Thank you for being so incredibly patient.
Thank you, Representative Williams. You guys can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Yes. Well, we haven't had a chance to meet. I've only been on the job for about 3 months. So excited to be here with you and share some thoughts and ideas. I think Matt or somebody has my slides and they were going to share those. Can you guys see those? Okay. So I was asked to speak today on challenges faced by urban school districts. Urban public school districts face challenges that are unique and complex. Across the nation, large school districts have witnessed declining enrollment, impacts of poverty, stagnant student outcomes. Today, I'll provide an overview of the challenges facing Wichita Public Schools specifically. And I believe that every challenge is an opportunity, so I'll include with some ideas for how we can work for the success of every student. So if you go ahead and go to the next slide, there's some demographic information there. This is just to give everyone an idea. If you don't work day to day with us in Wichita, you may not know this, but our enrollment's about 47,000 students, largest district in the state. And we have, within our district, we speak 112 different native languages. That's our students that speak that. 17% of our students have a diagnosed disability. 79% of students are growing up in poverty. Our diversity is our strength, and our schools truly reflect the world that our students will live in beyond graduation. Over the past 6 years, we've seen an increase in our graduation rate from 74% to over 80%. But we know that even at 80%, there's more work to do and improvements that can still be made. So if you go to the next slide, I gave kind of an overview that our district leadership team has given for the challenges that we were facing. And most of this is really kind of coming out of COVID and the pandemic lockdowns. So we see declining enrollment, not a steep decline, but a gradual decline in population in the city limits of Wichita, along with our enrollment in our district. Population decline in children, that is specifically. Increasing special education numbers, increasing at-risk factors, such as more immigrants, more poverty, more language barriers, and more homelessness. We have staff shortages, as everyone, it seems like, across the state does, both inside and outside of education, but that continues to be a challenge. Dysregulated students due to the pandemic lockdowns. I would say that's improved quite a bit this year. I feel like a lot of the things we put in place with ESSER money has helped over the past 2 years to really improve that. In Wichita, we have aging buildings and infrastructure and polarizing politics that have a bigger impact on urban districts that a lot of times our poor performance is seen coming out of the pandemic as a systems failure. I would be excited. I've been watching for the last hour or so. I'm excited to share that although it's a gradual increase, our data has looked better from 22 to 23. That our number of students in the ones has decreased, and number of students getting a 3 or 4 on the assessments has increased overall as a district, both in math and ELA. So slow progress, not as big as we want, but definitely headed in the right direction. So if you go to the next slide, I was just wanted to share this. Again, objective data, I know you guys have been talking about data. This all comes from Data Central. So this is the KSD reported data. This is our enrollment. As I mentioned, one of the challenges we face is declining enrollment. You see the steep decline during COVID and kind of leveling off after that. If you go to the next slide after that, as our number of students overall has decreased, our number of students on an IEP has increased. These are non-gifted IEPs for Wichita Public Schools. So last year we're almost at 8,000 students that have an IEP and are receiving some sort of services for their disability. If you go to the next slide, this is our poverty. I know you guys mentioned that a little bit too. The dip we see there kind of through COVID was mainly because we were not requiring the free and reduced lunch forms to be filled out in the same way we were prior to. So with everyone was getting free lunches during COVID, not as many families were motivated to fill that out. So we're right around 37,000 students on free and reduced lunches. And then on the next slide, you can see as a proportion of our total enrollment. So the top line there is the number of students on free and reduced lunches divided by our total head count. And then the bottom line is number of students on an IEP that's non-gifted divided by our head count. So speaking specifically to challenges, it's been referenced a few times today that, funding has gone up, funding has increased. And while that's true, we see our challenges also increase. We see the number of disabled students increasing, and we see the number of students, essentially 4 out of every 5 students in our district is growing up in poverty, which is a unique challenge for us in Wichita. I know there's other districts that are similar, but none quite our size. And if you go to the next slide, that's our rate of homelessness. And you see that kind of a gradual decline there over COVID. And it's on the rise again, starting to increase. One of the main supports that we provide to McKinney-Vento families who are in a state of homelessness is transportation. While we were in remote learning, there was not a need for a lot of our families to access that support. So we saw a pretty steep decline, but we feel like that's on the rise and will be higher again next year still based on the numbers that we see. So we're over 1,500 students who last year were identified as homeless. Which in and of itself is a particular challenge. I didn't bring data today on migrants. I didn't bring data on ESOL. I didn't bring data on foster care. They only gave me 10 minutes, so I wanted to share some of this. But all of these, I think, add up to challenges that our students face and our families face that don't make it impossible to educate kids, but just make it harder. It requires more resources to bring to the table. If you go to the next slide, I want to talk a little bit about some of our responses and then a couple other things that I wanted to share. So these challenges, although mighty, again, are opportunities for us to get better and meet the needs of all kids. We've used our ESSA resources, I feel, well to mitigate learning loss. I shared with some of our district leadership that coming out of COVID, our ACT scores at the high school level took a dip, and we have basically recovered that dip in 2023 school year. So we're back up to where we were in 2019, which isn't great that it hasn't gone up, but we've recovered to where we were prior to the pandemic. Equity and access, we really believe in our district that we try to remove barriers for students. So these students that have particular challenges, such as homelessness, foster care, those sorts of things, we continue to seek out ways to provide transportation, to provide extra resources, to provide things like paying for credential tests if they want to do that. We do that through some of our foundation work. If they want to test for EMT, that we remove that barrier of cost because that's an expensive test. Just last year, I was prior position was in college and career readiness, so CTE is pretty close to my heart. We didn't have many students test for the EMT test their senior year. This year, we removed the barrier of the cost of that test, which is around $120. We told the students, if you're ready for it, your teachers think you're ready, we'll pay for it out of our foundation money. We had 9 out of 10 students pass that test. Which I'm not sure what their state assessment score was. I'm not sure if they're a 1 or a 2 or a 3 or a 4. But I think using some of those credential tests that are nationally normed, that are recognized beyond just in KSDE world, those are really good indicators of success of our students too. And we see a huge increase in the number of credentials our students are earning, which I think speaks to some of the good things that we're doing, especially at our high schools. Right now, I know it was just mentioned about strategic planning. Right now, we're in the middle of renewing our strategic plan as a district and defining future ready as a community. That's our moniker in Wichita, is to every student future ready. So we want to make sure that we're valuing the local control we have, the ability to say as a community, these are the skills that our kids need to really be ready for the Wichita economy. We're starting to leverage title and at-risk funds as we transition out of ESSER. There's things we found with the ESSER money that worked well. We're using some of our at-risk funds in order to take up those programs. We continue to want to have high expectations for students and believe that they can achieve, that they can succeed, and that we continue to challenge ourselves to believe in every kid. And I think this is no surprise, but just the recruitment and retention of staff across the district, across the system. So I did want to speak a little bit to the needs assessment. I know not my topic in particular, but I guess in Wichita, we didn't realize it was optional to not do this needs assessment. So I'd love for you to go to our website. Every single building is there, and I think you'd be surprised and happy with the data that we've collected. We have 88 schools that completed the attendance, or attendance centers that completed the needs assessment. It would be virtually impossible for our 7 school board members to be part of 88 needs assessment processes, but we did cover it all with them. And we have acted on that data this year. 82 of our 88 schools referenced attendance chronic absenteeism as part of the one of the needs that they're seeing now. So we put some things in place with at-risk and title money in order to support those buildings with encouraging good attendance. We're doing a marketing campaign. We're doing all sorts of things in that. We also had 60 some buildings say that paraprofessional training was an issue. So we're responding directly to that and doing some targeted things with professional learning for paras. So it was stated that districts, they clearly have indicated they don't want to do that when it comes to the needs assessment. Those kind of generalizations, I think, are pretty harmful to those of us in the field that are doing hard work, good work, and really trying to honor the process and do what's right by our local school board. So I just wanted to speak to that for a second. And I do have my last slide is questions, but I know you guys are crammed and probably haven't had a bathroom break for a while. So if you have questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them now. If you want to come down to Wichita and hang out offline, I'd be happy to show you all the great things that we do.
Well, thank you, Superintendent. And nobody gets a bathroom break. So no, they just leave when they need to. But because you're online, we're going to go ahead and take questions right now so that you can go do other things that you need to be doing. So committee, what questions do you have? Yes, Senator Sykes.
No questions, just a comment. And thank you so much for participating. This is probably my favorite, no offense to our revisers and research, but this is actually dealing with how you're working in the districts, and that's what we need to hear more of. So thank you for participating.
You're welcome. Thanks for the invite. I appreciate it.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for your participation, especially liked your comment with the EMS students. We've often felt that testing fee was a barrier, and So that's why we really wanted school districts to participate in that. Talk to me a little bit about your JAG-K programs. They've been very successful in the past there in Wichita. We know in the last year or two, they had reduced the number of JAG-K programs. Are you looking at perhaps increasing those in the future?
Honestly, I can't speak to that directly. I do know that some of, as with all things, we're evaluating, kind of budgets, and we're looking at fairly significant reductions in the 24-25 budget because federal ESSER money is gone. Our enrollment has declined to where we've got to make up some gaps. So I really couldn't speak to that, but I do. I know Bev well, and in my former role worked quite a bit with them, and it's a great program. But I can't commit to anything for next year. I can get back with you on that though, if you'd like me to.
That would be wonderful. The other thing, I know that on Wednesday, the Child Welfare Oversight Committee is meeting, and there is a disproportionate number of kids down in the Wichita area that are unfortunately in foster care. And one of the things that we have heard recently is that notification just from DCF or from the contractor, the notification of the child being a foster child isn't getting to the schools. Have they reached out to you at all to help solve that or resolve that issue?
No, it's possible they have someone in the district, but that's a new issue to me that I can definitely look into.
Okay, because I know that your predecessor was very frustrated that that information wasn't getting shared with school officials so that those additional supports could be provided for the kids. So we've really pushed that get resolved. So just so you know, there are many of us that are aware of that disproportion impacting your district, and we want to be there to partner with you. So thank you so much for participating.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And, our moniker as a district is every student. And, even those students in foster care, that's a challenging situation. But, we need every student in Wichita to be ready for post-secondary, whether that's workforce or college or whatever they want to do. So I appreciate that because we need all the help we can get in coordinating that.
Representative Stocksdale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to echo Senator Sykes' comments. I really appreciate you being here to point out the great things that a lot of our public schools are doing, and tremendous job there. I'm just wondering, one of our previous speakers said that our investigations show that districts representing the majority of students in Kansas will not allow school board members to conduct needs assessments in their schools. Are you or the district in a position to not allow school board members to conduct assessments or the needs assessments?
Well, none of our board members here have asked me directly, can they conduct this assessment? But what was described by somebody earlier is pretty similar to what we do. We do a building level needs assessment that the building leader leads with teacher and parent input at that level. It has been a challenge. To be fair, I think to school districts, the process is relatively new, and the timing of it is kind of challenging. That I think this year is going to be our best year yet for when we collect that data and then how we build the budget about it. But we've had to kind of get the cadence down with that because we tried to get the data in the spring last year, and then kind of budgets start getting created at that point in April and May. And if we really want to use some of the data from the needs assessment, we've decided now we need to get the data in the fall. I don't think it's going to change that much from fall to spring anyway. Buildings right now know what they need and know where their issues are. So it's going to give us a better timeline for kind of creating the budget when it comes to FY25. But I feel like we've been very transparent. Like I said, every needs assessment that we have from every building is online that anybody can go see. So it's very clear. We've followed the process. We've done what we've needed to do. We have a strategic plan already. So I know that all the pieces of the needs assessment were required of all districts necessarily, but we've definitely tried to honor the process and do what we can to help us to improve as a system.
I just want to make double sure that you don't have the authority to not allow school board members to participate in this process, correct?
Right. Yeah. I mean, if they, yeah, I don't know that ours have asked, but I don't think so now.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right, well, then I will go ahead and add some concluding questions, and we do appreciate your time for being here. So one of the things I wanted to talk to you about is chronic absenteeism. It's a topic that our revisor is going to share some statewide data for our committee here in just a few minutes. And I look at Wichita's, and there's been a big jump in absenteeism from 20 to 30%, and that's pretty significant. That's, 3 in 10 kids. And I wanted to know if you have a district-wide policy about what does it mean to be absent? Are you there a few minutes? Do you have to stay 40 minutes of the 50-minute class period? What is the district-wide policy, or do you have a district-wide policy?
I couldn't reference it off the top of my head for you. I do know, we also see that data and we also are worried about it. I think kind of anecdotally that, when we, for a good year and a half, were sending home healthy kids for 2 weeks, so even though you're not sick, you have to go home because you've been at, close contact. I think that really created some bad habits in families and kids, and well, is it important if we even go in the first place? So that's why like I said, our needs assessment showed 82 of 88 buildings wanted support with this. So we're doing things at the building level all across the district, but we're also doing things at the district level. We've partnered with a company that has some automated messages to nudge people as they get, if it's the 20th day of school, and you've missed more than 2 days, you're chronically absent already. So we don't want to wait till the end of the year. We want to start getting in touch with families, supporting them, removing whatever barriers there are to them being absent. Whether it's 5 minutes absent or 60 minutes absent, they're missing learning, and that we're never going to get our scores up if they're not in the seat. So it really comes down to working with families, trying to connect with them, figure out how we can get them to school and make sure they're there on time every day. It's probably the number one, you guys know this, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, the number one workplace skill that's requested from industry, right? Can they show up? Can they show up on time? So it's something we've got to reiterate with our kids, that it's super important starting at an early age.
You're absolutely right. There was a bipartisan group that was at Textron just, I believe, a week ago. I was there with them. They cited that as one of their top 3 issues, chronic absenteeism. It's not only not showing up, it's not staying and doing your job while you're there. And I do know that it's probably different from building to building. You have 80-plus buildings in your district, but I do know it is a frustration for teachers that have expressed concern that they are asked or not asked to mark a student absent if they're there, a certain amount of time, and then they can leave. And so I think it's more than just students that aren't coming to school. I think it's students that are coming to school and then leaving the classroom and then going to I wouldn't even know where they go, but they just leave the classroom. So I do think that that's another reason that teachers are expressing frustration. Maybe it's something that district-wide, more work can be done on that. Another thing that Textron shared with us, of course, is that the students that they're getting that are graduates are not fully prepared. They're not mechanically prepared. That means it's not just that they can't do basic math and reading and communication, but a lot of that stems from not being able to have courses that help them to be more mechanically mindset. So we might have had some classes in the past that prepare students for skilled workforce. You mentioned that there's increased number of credentials earned. Are there also classes available at 259 that have some of the, maybe some of those old-fashioned wood shop and other types of carpentry, woodworking skills that can be translated into even machine shops?
Yeah, for sure. I would love, you're speaking my love language here. I would love for you to come see the Future Ready Center. That's honestly a work that we're working with Textron and Spirit hand in hand to get our kids ready with those skills. I mentioned on one of my slides about equity and access, and this is something that we've really invested heavily in. So these Future Ready Centers are open to every high school kid in WPS. So instead of just having a program like a woodshop at one high school, we have it at a centralized place that every kid comes to. We transport the kids. It's completely free to the students, thanks to a combination of our state aid funding and Excel and CTE funding, because it's a partnership with WSU Tech. We provide, anything they need textbooks wise, technology wise, and they can leave that program, come in as a junior, leave as a senior, work ready and have the skills they need. We did the ribbon cutting for the Manufacturing Future Ready Center last April. We're doing a ribbon cutting in November for a healthcare similar facility. So these are just kind of getting up and going. Our numbers aren't huge as far as students go, but in Wichita, our goal is to really work hand in hand with our community and respond to the needs that they have. We're a public institution that's part of a greater whole that we're not just here for ourselves and trying to get our own outcomes. We're trying to get better outcomes for the entire community. So yeah, it excites me, and we've done a couple things at the Future Ready Center with other events. But yeah, I would love for everyone to come check it out. I think it's really close to what you're describing. So.
Okay, I would love to do that. And I will say you have a great partner with Wichita State. They're one of our region schools that are growing in enrollment. So they are really doing some great things. And I'm glad that you're partnering with them and the other aviation companies. One last kind of tough question, and then we'll let you go. But I'm hearing a little bit about standards reference grading. And when we talk about social emotional learning and helping kids, do better with, for example, communication and grit and trust and follow through. Do you think the SRG form of grading that 259 has done previously, I do not know if you're doing it this year, is providing those students the opportunity to grow that follow through, grow those life skills that are so necessary in the workforce if in fact they are not allowed to get a 0 if they don't turn in an assignment, or if there's no deadline. There's just concern that that approach does not help produce the end result that perhaps ideally it was wanted.
Well, yeah, I mean, the idea, so kindergarten through 8th grade, we have standards reference grading in the district. And we've done some pilots at the high school, but right now we've had it for several years. The entire idea really is to align our teaching of standards with the state assessment. So the whole concept of it is really to get those 1s and 2s up to 3 and 4s. The idea that there's no 0s and that there's no deadlines, that's inaccurate. That isn't, if that's the way it's being done, that's probably not the way it should be being done. It doesn't mean that there's no deadline that has to be met. I mean, at some point you have to turn grades in. It does try to turn the focus to be on the learning of the student and not just on the grade. So we know a lot of kids that can just regurgitate information that don't really understand it. The intent of standards reference grading, and we're still pretty new in it, so I wouldn't say it's perfect by any means, but the intent is that really we're able to get to the higher levels of thinking and deeper levels of knowledge. The assessment requires. The state assessment is not an easy test. It has high rigor, and sometimes we hit the standards at a low level, which is why our students, we feel like we've taught it, and our students have learned it, but they haven't learned it to the depth and the use the critical thinking skills they need. So that's really the intention behind standards reference grading. I think you'll be happy to know we do have 2 employability skills that we use with standards reference grading that include grit, perseverance, and teamwork. And they're really the SEC standards that the State Board of Ed has put out. So we do give kids feedback on that too. So it isn't as though we're just focusing on, just the math academic skills. The employability skills are just as important.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here today. Good luck in all the good work that you're doing, and we hope for continued success.
All right. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the time.
All right, committee, moving on. Michael Austin, we're going to invite you to come on up next and tell us about the challenges facing rural schools.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Special Committee. My name is Michael Austin. I'm the Legislative and Coalitions Director for Americans for Prosperity. Our State Director, Elizabeth Patton, submitted to you written testimony. It should look like this, so feel free to pull that out. My testimony today, of course, is going to be what has been asked for by this committee, kind of speaking to the challenges in either rural or urban schools here in Kansas. And before I begin, kind of to set the stage, I've been known, of course, to speak out in support for school choice and more educational freedom options. And that's not just because, let's say, I work for Americans for Prosperity, but it's also because my life has been irrevocably changed for the better because of school choice and educational freedom. For those who do not know me, I'm originally from New York City, and my sister and I lived under our mother, single parent, and unfortunately lived under below the poverty line. So we, of course, had to rely on food stamps, any other types of assistance just to make our ends meet. And one of the things that I learned while being a kid in Brooklyn, New York, was if you're willing to work for most things, you can overcome most obstacles. If I wanted to go to a restaurant where I knew where all the wealthy kids or wealthy families like to eat, I knew I had to work in order to make the money to get there. Or if I wanted to buy some brand spanking new toy that was easily out of my league, I knew I could, find a way to get the money and buy it no different than any other child or family out there. But I did notice that there was one difference, that no matter how hard I worked, I couldn't reach the same level as, let's say, wealthier students or wealthier families in Brooklyn, and that was education. Because I lived in a low-income area, a crime-ridden area, gang-infested area, the schools that I had to go through for my elementary and junior high school were honestly just the absolute worst. I was mugged, I was beaten, I was spit upon, I was attacked in school, I had fights, I couldn't keep my grades up. It was one of the worst situations that I had ever fortunately been a part of. And if you thought that was bad, going to high school, where my residence was 10 times worse. I remember the name of the high school was called South Shore High School. It was busted for drugs, on average 4 to 5 times a year. The police basically had a little mini station at the high school, and it was one of my my mother's worst dreaded fears was having me go to that school. Clearly, I'm here with you today. And how did that happen? And that was because my mother realized that in order for me to have a better life or have an education on par with, let's say, wealthier students or just a better education in general, she had to sacrifice and she had to leave. And so even though she was low income, she sold everything that she owned in her house except for the clothes in our closets so that we could have enough money to leave New York City. And because of that, I went to another public school, Topeka High School. Which was far, far better. Great Kansas Public Schools, right then and there, was able to help, give me the education that I needed and, put me on a track to a better life so that I'm talking with you, fine ladies and gentlemen, today. But what it goes to show is that education, unfortunately, is a decision of options. And if you don't have those options, it doesn't matter what type of equality we have in life or what we are able to do if we work hard, that is never going to, you're never going to be able to reach those opportunities or reach the American dream. And so as I talk to you about education today, and particularly education in rural schools, I want you to remember all the data and the facts and even discussions about poverty that you've had in this discussion today. Yes, urban schools sometimes have to deal with poverty. Sometimes they have complex problems. But those problems are also prevalent in rural schools as well, in rural communities. But I'm going to pose this to you, and I'm going to challenge this. Even though, let's say, rural communities also have poverty, also have trouble, the experience in those rural communities are roughly magnitude times worse than in urban areas. Economist Dr. Edward Glazer does a study looking at the differences between rural communities and urban communities, and in his many years of research, he really brings it down to one single level, right? To be poor in a rural community is nearly a death sentence. Whereas if you're low income or in poverty in an urban area, you still have many other options in order to help get your life on track. You have charities that you can get access to. You have particular welfare systems or food assistance or health assistance. You don't really have that in rural communities. And because of that, the debilitating effects of being low income in low income rural areas can be really, really hard for children to deal with. One example I wanted to most certainly discuss with you today was an experience that I had earlier in this year. In the county, Ellsworth County, there was a city, Wilson, Kansas. And in that area, the school board, I believe at Central Plains School Board, had made the decision to shut down Wilson's only high school. Now, I looked at the financial data. I don't necessarily see that there, but we're gonna leave that as it is. They made that decision to close that high school. I got a call from a retired teacher in the area saying to me, is there any way AFP can come down and talk to us about education freedom options? Because we realize if we lose our school, our town's going to die, and we need to do everything that we can in order to try to save our school. So I went down there and I talked to them about different educational options that could be available to them, education savings accounts, tax credit scholarships, things of that sort. But what I didn't realize until I got there was that the local Catholic parish, St. Wenceslaus, was willing and able to start up a school in that area so that the kids wouldn't feel abandoned or isolated. What I had heard was that the high school students who were slated to move to either a different town like Claflin in the south, they would have had to travel 40 minutes by school bus to get there. And on that particular journey down to Claflin, they had to cross a bridge that had a weight limit on it. So we weren't even sure whether the school bus could make that journey. To go around that bridge, they would have to add an extra 30 minutes to their commute. I heard about high school students getting ulcers because of the stress of being away from their friends, and they weren't even close to graduating yet. I've heard about parents dealing with the stress of how are they going to transport their children to different places. It was an absolute mess. But this Catholic parish was willing to take up the cause and try to help to keep more families together, to try to keep Wilson together. But as we go back to my testimony earlier, it was a rural community. So there are plenty of families that simply don't have the income for a private school. And so one reason I was there was to talk to them about education savings accounts and tax credit scholarships, because if that was in place, right, more families in Wilson would have stayed together. If that was in place, as we go into the next school year, fewer families would have to deal with the stress of having their high school shut down. And something else to even note as well, when I talk about that high school being shut down, I'm not talking about a building being closed. In Wilson, they have, of course, K through 12 in one single building. So in other words, the school board had decided to close the high school. They were effectively closing half of the school. The remaining half would stay open to serve the K through K-8 students. And so I remember the Catholic school was asking the school board, hey, could we use that unused half of the building to help serve these kids? And they were denied. And I don't know if you know the story of Wilson, but they unfortunately decided to go with a nuclear option. They voted or signed a petition to try to dissolve their entire school board. Now, I don't know about you, but whether you're a Republican or Democrat, dissolving an entire school board sounds crazy. And yet it was their only option because they had no other choice. They had no other alternative. Now, of course, they failed to get that vote to dissolve the school board, so the school board will stand. But now we have a lose-lose situation with so many families outside of getting the help that they need. Education savings accounts, school choice options could be a tool that the Kansas legislature could implement that could really help rural areas. As this committee most certainly knows, they have been tried in both Florida and Arizona, and in either one of those cases, it doesn't matter where you look or how you look, whenever those school choice options were put into those rural communities, not one rural school district closed. In fact, not only did we see a growth in rural school districts since the implementation of those school choice policies in, let's say, those two states, but we also saw an improvement in NAEP scores, whether it's English or math or reading, relative to other rural areas in the nation. Of course, you can also look to my testimony that was provided by our state director, where we go into a bit more detail on the different economic effects. But I think what it goes to show is that when you give children more options for their education, you give them a better opportunity to succeed in life. And it doesn't matter whether it's an urban area or a rural area, but I will say because it's a rural area, the impact of those school choice opportunities can be that much more impactful. For the sake and brevity of time, I thank Madam Chair for allowing me to speak. And if there are any questions, I'd be glad to stand and answer.
Well, thank you for your testimony, and I didn't know all those things about you, so congratulations. We're so glad you came to Kansas. Committee, any questions? You did such a fabulous job. Everybody is just, they just don't tongue-tied.
Sounds perfect. Keep me around, and that way we can move a little faster, too.
All right. Thank you for being here and taking Elizabeth's place today. Committee, we are now going to go to Nick, and he's going to share a little bit about chronic absenteeism, and it is in your folder, your binder.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. The chair asked me to brief you on what legal provisions you have in state law relating to student absences. And I will note this, the statutes that I am going to cover really relate to truancy and unexcused absences. I believe some of the numbers Matt will present right after me relate to chronic absenteeism, which will involve truancy and also, which are unexcused absences, but then also have excused absences as well. So when you're thinking chronic absenteeism, you need to think absenteeism in general of both unexcused and excused absences. But what I'm finding in the law, or what's present in Kansas law, is really related to truancy. So starting, it's the compulsory student school attendance law. Generally, all students who are 7 to 17 years old have to be regularly enrolled in attending school for the duration of the school term during the school year. This can be done through public and private enrollment, public school, private school, homeschool. Any of those enrollments comply with the compulsory student attendance law. There are certain exemptions in the law, specifically for students who are 16 or 17 years old. They can be exempt through an alternative educational program of the school district. A parent or guardian consent to exempt that student from compulsory attendance, concurrent enrollment at a post-secondary educational institution, or through court order. There's also a religious exemption in the law for specific religious denominations that comply with a specific subsection of the law. And this would be for kids after completing 8th grade. Compulsory attendance for children with IEPs is in the law as a separate section, but generally if a student has an IEP, they're required to attend school, and a parent has a duty to get them to school under KSA 723421. So when we start getting into truancy, KSA 723121 is the statute there. So this statute requires schools to report all cases of children who are less than 13 years old who are not enrolled in attending school to the Secretary of Children and Families or to the appropriate county or district attorney. So for cases with children who are not attending school, those children, if they are 13 years old but less than 18 years old, the law says that they have to report that not to DCF, but to the appropriate county or district attorney. So a school is required to have an employee report that truancy information to those appropriate entities, DCF or law enforcement. If a student is inexcusably absent for any one of the following: 3 consecutive school days, 5 school days in 1 semester, or 7 school days in 1 school year, whichever occurs first, that student is then in violation of compulsory school attendance law. And essentially an inexcusable absence is determined by the school district. So school districts should have policies of what a valid excuse for an absence is versus an inexcused absence, an unexcused absence. So prior to reporting these truancy instances to law enforcement or DCF, a school district under this law is required to first notify the parent or guardian of the student and provide that written notice to the parent or guardian. And then once that student is inexcusably absent again, after that notice has been served, that's when the school must take action and report that truancy information to law enforcement or DCF. So what could happen if that report is done? DCF and law enforcement under this law is required to investigate that truancy situation. They can institute proceedings under the SYNC code, and I will mention under the Kansas Code for Care of Children, a child can be adjudicated to be a child in need of care if the child is not attending school in compliance with compulsory attendance laws. There's that legal option there. And then also law enforcement officers have authority under this law to temporarily detain and assume custody of children and deliver them back to school or to their parents if they are truant. One other thing in the law that I thought I'd point out is KSA 723131 and the following statutes authorize school district boards of education to establish school attendance review boards, and they can collaborate with other school districts to do so. There's certain groups that have to be represented on these boards. So any student who does not regularly attend school can be referred to one of these school attendance review boards by an employee of the school district. The notice of this referral to such a board has to be provided to that student's parents. And then that notice also has to indicate that the student and the student's parent or guardian shall be required to meet with the school attendance review board to explain the situation. If the board determines that there's available community services that can resolve that attendance problem, the board should direct that student and the parents to those community services. But if the board determines that the directives of the board after a hearing on that matter are not being followed, the board then would go on to notify DCF or law enforcement as appropriate. And then I will note one final thing with regard to absenteeism that's in the law is that for at-risk services, for qualifying for at-risk services within a school district, students who have high rates of absenteeism do and will qualify for school district at-risk programs and services. And Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Well, thank you, Nick. We're not going to take any questions on this item, but if you have them, please write those down and send them our way. Matt is up to go over the document that is provided on chronic absenteeism. And for Matt as well, if you have any questions, we're going to ask you to send them to Matt.
All right, for my final time today, this should hopefully be quick. It is a 2-page front and back table with a lot of numbers that is the chronic absenteeism for school years 2018 through 22 by district. And so I mostly just wanted to kind of hit a couple high points on what data was provided to me, what is data that is estimated, and some other kind of key points. So the percentages for each district by year was provided by KSDE. My understanding from them is that is based on head count. So the estimated head count that is chronically absent, which is a student who has missed 10 or more days, regardless of whether it's excused or unexcused. I just took the head counts for those districts, multiplied it by that percentage, and similarly got the state overall numbers through those similar methods. And then at the very bottom of the table, you will also see there is a average and median for school districts. So you can see kind of what the average chronic absentee rate is for the districts for each year, as well as what those average and median head counts being chronically absent are. So just kind of some information to get that, and that's all.
All right, thank you, Matt. I know that we're not taking questions on this or really discussing it, but committee, do take a look. I'm just noticing, for example, some here have percentages as high as 49%. I mean, it's just shocking to think 55, wow. So that may be something that we want to take a longer look at on a later date during the session. All right, committee, now we're moving on to some fun stuff, and hopefully we'll be able to move right along, but we have some very important guests here today. The initiatives focused on improving student achievement. We're not going to necessarily go in order here because we want to make sure those people that have driven here go first, and then those that are online next, and then finally those that are stuck here with us every day. So we'll start with Dr. Troy Pitch. Come on up, and Dr. Pidge is here. He's the superintendent of 329 Wabansie, and he's got some students with him. And so I hope that you all will introduce yourselves and tell us, and we're excited to hear about how you are helping to improve student achievement. We're very excited to have you.
Are we on? Very good. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Williams and members of the Special Committee on Education. I believe we have a PowerPoint if we can get the slides up.
And I thought you were students. You look so young.
We've got them too. Yeah, we'll introduce those guys as well. We just need to get in our rhythm with the PowerPoint.
While we're doing that, would you like us to?
Yeah, come on up, guys. So guys, come on up and just introduce yourself and your grade level.
Hi, I'm Rhett Perry. I'm a junior at Wabansie High School.
Hi, I'm Peyton Wirtz. I'm also a junior at Wabansie High School.
Hi, my name is Miguel Hernandez. I'm a senior at Wabansie High School.
I'm Ava Meinhardt. I'm also a senior at Wabansie High School.
Okay, before the teachers introduce themselves, I have to say that this is probably our highlight. I think everybody loves to see the kids. Before the teachers introduce themselves, can you just, the seniors, were there 2 seniors or 2 seniors? Can you tell me what you're going to do next year?
I plan to major in elementary education. I don't know yet.
I don't really know what I'm going to do, but try to make some money, I guess.
I think there are a lot of opportunities out there for you. Okay, and your staff that's with you?
Come on up, ladies. You can introduce yourself.
I'm Callie Meinhardt. I'm the school counselor at the high school.
Annie Frank, I'm school social worker.
And I'm Jordan Dunn, I'm the school counselor for pre-K through 8th grade.
Just watching for the PowerPoint. All right, there we go. And you can go ahead and advance to the next slide if you'd like to. Do you want me to do like a hand signal to advance the slide? Okay. So thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I am Dr. Troy Pitch, the Superintendent of Schools for USD 329 Wabansie. Alongside me are the dedicated members of our educational team, Annie Frank, Jordan Dunn, and Callie Meinhardt. I would also like to reintroduce several of our students interested in civil service who have traveled with us and are here to observe the proceedings today. We are here to share our story of how Leader in Me program has helped transform our schools and, more importantly, the lives of our students. In just 10 minutes, we'll share a glimpse into what we believe is our program's profound impact on student success and posit that a strong correlation exists between our commitment to leadership education and our students' achievements. We're excited to showcase our journey, and we hope our experience can provide insights into the possibilities of education when leadership, character development, and academic excellence align. You can go ahead and I'd like to begin our presentation by providing an overview of our district's enrollment demographics. As of 2023, our district serves 425 students. Regarding racial diversity, our population is predominantly white, with 10% identifying as Hispanic, 5% representing 2 or more races, and 1% as either Native or African American. Additionally, 1 in 5 students qualify for free and reduced lunch. In our district, we emphasize the ABCs of student success: attendance, behavior, and curriculum. We believe that these 3 pillars are essential for a well-rounded education. Let's begin with attendance and see how our students' commitment to being present has contributed to our overall success. As we delve into the specifics of our district, let's look at our attendance rate. In 2021, our district had an impressive attendance rate which outperformed the state average. Even in 2022, with our smaller population, our attendance rate remained strong compared to the state's average. It's important to remember that a few students can significantly impact data in smaller districts like ours, making our consistent attendance rates more notable. Moving forward, while we don't have a dedicated slide for our student behavior data because it's refreshingly minimal, it's a point of pride for us. Just 1% of our students experience off-campus suspensions annually, and we're proud to highlight that our disciplinary actions are statistically equitable, ensuring all students are treated fairly. Next slide. On our dropout indicator, our district shines. In 2021, Our dropout rate was a mere 0.5%, and in 2022, we achieved a remarkable 0%. This is notably lower than the state averages for those years. Next slide. Reviewing our ACT results shows a consistent trend of our students outperforming the state averages. In 2022, our district achieved an average score of 21.6 on the ACT composite, while the state averaged 19.6. This pattern holds across multiple years, demonstrating our students' commitment to academic excellence. Next slide. Our ELA and math performance data is truly exceptional. Our students consistently perform above state averages with a significant percentage achieving levels of 3 and 4. This remarkable success isn't just a snapshot, it's a consistent trend. Moreover, it's essential to highlight that these improvements align with our implementation of the Leader in Me program. Even amidst the disruptions of COVID-19, our students continue to excel, showcasing their resilience and commitment to learning. This data underlines the effectiveness of our educational approach and the dedication of our students and educators. Next slide. While we are proud of our high school graduation rates, what truly sets us apart is our student success beyond graduation. Over the years, we've maintained success rates significantly higher than the state's average, indicating that our educational programs, including the Leader in Me, effectively prepare students for life after high school. Our dedication to student success was recognized for our predicted effectiveness above 61% for the 2022 school year. Before delving into the specifics of the Leader in Me program and its impact on our district, I'd like to emphasize that while we're proud of our success indicators and the role TLIM plays, we recognize that student achievement is influenced by a complex interplay of factors, including our unique local context, shared values, and high levels of accountability. We don't claim a one-size-fits-all solution, nor do we presume to offer a silver bullet for school improvement. Instead, we're here to share our journey as a case study, highlighting how TLIM, combined with our local environment, has contributed to our students' exceptional outcomes. Jordan?
Next slide, please. The Leader in Me is a social emotional curriculum that we adopted 6 years ago. This curriculum is taught in pre-K through 12th grades. Next slide. What sets the Leader in Me apart from other social emotional curriculums is its focus on creating student mindsets. This program focuses on more than behavior. It highlights the underlying beliefs, thoughts, and feelings of the individual and creates a framework for our students to follow throughout their lifespan. Next slide. The 5 core paradigms of the Leader in Me drive the development and delivery of its concepts. The first paradigm, everyone can be a leader, explains that even students can be leaders in their schools, not just adults. The second paradigm, everyone has genius, highlights other strengths of students, not just academic ability. It asserts that there are many other forms of genius, we just need to help students find what theirs is. The third paradigm, change starts with me, identifies real changes occurring within ourselves. It helps students to understand that large-scale changes can't occur without changes within the individual person. The fourth paradigm, empower students to lead their own learning, explains that students are the pilots of their own success. They are in charge of knowing their strengths, areas for growth, their goals, and their progress. The fifth paradigm, educators and families partner to develop the whole person, concludes that we are not separate entities in the development of each student. It is a collaborative effort between families and the school. Next slide. The 7 Habits tree is a visual and tangible representation of the habits themselves. This helps our students to understand how the first 3 habits begin within us and that the last 4 habits are dependent upon the successful execution of the first 3. If they are successful in implementing habits 1 through 3, then they are set up for habits 4 through 7 to manifest successfully as well. This slide provides information about the concepts within each of the 7 habits. This information is shared through signage in all of our buildings, is referenced by staff and other school adults throughout the day, and is reinforced by consistent use of the language both in and out of school. For example, our food service staff uses habit 2, beginning with the end in mind, when they are preparing to scrape and dump their trays. And our coaches remind athletes to use habit 6, synergize, when identifying the strengths on the team and ways to improve team performance. The curriculum offered through the Leader in Me program goes from pre-K all the way through college-level activities. Depending on the grade level, these lessons are formatted as either direct instruction delivery or as self-directed navigation. The Leader in Me is evidence-based and data-driven. Each year, the Measurable Results Assessment, aka the MRA, is given to students, staff, and families of our district. In order to develop the goals that are specific to each level, we have each building take theirs separately. The results of the assessment are used to set goals and track progress for the subsequent year. Specifically, it measures the beliefs and feelings around the academics, school culture, and leadership. The goal at the elementary level is to teach the framework, language, and concepts associated with the Leader in Me program through direct instruction. We also expect that our students are able to articulate their academic strengths, their areas for growth, their goals, and what they are doing to track the progress of the goals that they've set. This information is shared by the student every fall during their parent-teacher conference. The final goal of elementary programming is to help students feel that they are active participants in their schools. They are given specific leadership roles within their classrooms, as well as provided leadership opportunities in leadership groups in their buildings, such as our elementary building's Kindness Crusaders.
Next slide. Our junior high level consists of 6th through 8th grades. At the junior high level, we shift focus from predominantly direct instruction of habits to a more focus on application, practice, and processing of the application of these skills. Early years of applying Leader in Me at the junior high level consisted of the formation of student lighthouse teams, which is leadership teams. There were 3 lighthouse teams formed, which students would participate in for 1 quarter, then rotate to a new team in order to experience all teams. One of these teams was the bulletin board or information lighthouse team. This is where students created bulletin boards for the school building and created newsletters to go home to their parents in order to share activities going on at the junior high. Community Service Lighthouse Team, this is where students planned non-perishable food drives. They planned community cleanup efforts such as picking up trash and raking leaves for the community. They participated in beautifying flower beds around the school campus, planting flowers and pulling weeds. Another Lighthouse team was the Event Activity Planning Team. They organized learning strategy or learning celebrations at the school, which are academic reward parties for students' academic achievements. The goal of the Lighthouse teams was to put the habits into practice, applying problem-solving strategies in the moment, discussing how when we synergize habit 6 or cooperate and share ideas, we are truly better together. Students also had an opportunity to practice leading others, setting goals, and finding or realizing their unique genius or special talents only they can contribute to the whole group. It's amazing to watch students find themselves on this journey. They develop this deeper understanding that some are more artistic, and that makes them a great member of the team. And maybe my genius is my writing skills, or maybe I'm really good at organizing events. In the last couple of years at the junior high level, our MRA survey data showed our focus needed to change to be on our focus on our school culture and students feeling more of a sense of belonging to the school building. Therefore, we started Trust Huddles. Trust Huddles are student-led group projects consisting of 4 to 6 students in each group. The goal of these Trust Huddles is for students to form deeper connections with their trust groups and refine their knowledge of trust concepts while working together to review habits, as well as process how to apply the habits in their lives. Students practice public speaking skills, they take turns leading the group, and they practice creating and monitoring group goals. A leadership council has also been formed at the junior high level. Students must apply to be on the leadership council, as well as interview with school staff. This council practices leadership, decision-making, and plans school events. The junior high continues to review Leader in Me habits with weekly lessons with the school counselor, reviewing habits and practicing creating personal WIGs, which are wildly important goals. And leadership notebooks are created for each student, which consists of items to contribute to their individual plans of study when they get to the high school level. Next slide.
So at the high school, we put an extra emphasis on adding Habit 8 to our curriculum, which is Find Your Voice, and students focus more on self-advocacy skills. We also continue to remind students the importance of self-care at all times by sharpening the saw or brainstorming different coping strategies for managing stress and frustration. We continue student-directed learning modules, which happen monthly during students' study hall times, and where students watch a video online and answer questions about different Leader in Me habits. Service learning is still going strong at the high school, with many opportunities to volunteer, such as club activities, community cleanup events, open door project where our students serve food to the elderly in our community. Our teenagers also serve students at the elementary and the junior high by reading books or even teaching their Leader in Me lessons to our younger students. They also get an opportunity to put Habit 6 synergize into action as they perform community service and have to better understanding of their own unique contributions. Our high school students have been seeking first to understand and then to be understood, which is habit 5, since elementary school. They practice empathetic listening and using iMessages and kind words to solve problems with others. And our students are refining their skills as they practice on-the-job training through their coursework, where they work with certain classes at the high school. We have students out working in our elementary classrooms and in our local businesses in our area as well. Students are practicing putting first things first. As the majority of our high school, because we're such a small school, we have students participating in 2 or more clubs and 2 or more sports on average. They're very busy. So they must be proactive, managing their emotions when they're under pressure, academically or with extracurricular activities. We watch our students think win-win as they consider their talents, contributions, and the roles that they play in their clubs and their activities and their sports. Finally, we begin with the end in mind at Wabaunsee schools, as each student has had access since junior high to college and career readiness programs. This program helps students form an individual academic and career plan, as well as discover relevant college, university, trade, military, and career skills and opportunities based on their personality, their skills, and their knowledge. Students create an online portfolio also to take with them once they leave high school, where we hope that once they leave us, that these Leader in Me habits continue helping them to find success outside of our doors. Thank you. Next slide.
So at this time, we're prepared to take questions about our programming.
Well, very good job. We appreciate you sharing about your school and seeing all the good results. So it's not just a program that makes people feel good, but your kids are actually performing better and they're staying in school. So that's good news. Committee, what questions do you have? Yes, Representative Stockstill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. This, to me, was the best presentation we've had all day. And for a number of reasons. One, we talk about academics and academic achievement and that sort of thing. But these kids face so much societal problems in our society today that they need a safe place to go to school. They need a place that is attractive for them to go to school. And here we have a small school district, and yet we have an elementary counselor and a high school counselor and a social worker. My wife was a counselor in the school district in Shawnee Mission for 40 years. She was head of counseling at Shawnee Mission East. And she would tell you if she was here, she said, if you want to eliminate problems at the high school level, hire more elementary counselors. That's where you solve the problems. And what do we do up here? One of the first things we ever cut, it seems like it's counselors, art, music, those sorts of things. Those are the things that attract kids to the school and give them the services that they need. So I think this is something we really ought to take a look at, not only through this interim committee, but when we get back in January. Are we providing enough money, enough services for folks like you to be spread across all of our schools across Kansas? So thank you for what you do.
Representative Stockstill, I want to give you the opportunity to clarify. We don't cut counselors. We just add more money. We've added 118% more than the CPIU in the last 20 years. So we don't cut. I think we added like 180 million more last year. So do you want to clarify?
Well, we did. When I was teaching in Shawnee Mission, every school had a counselor. Every school had a school nurse. Most schools had social workers. And most people, we had band, we had music, we had art, we had PE, all of that sort of thing. But it seems to me like it's those programs that we sometimes undervalue. And I think that, we need to. Pardon?
Is that us? Because we don't do any of the hiring. We don't tell school districts what to do with their money.
Right. But I think we should encourage them to look at these things that bring those kids into school, make them feel safe, give them the guidance and the activities that bring them in and make them successful.
All right. Thank you, Representative. He has changed it to encourage. Okay. Representative, we're going to go to Wynn, and then I think there was Senator Blasey and then Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have about 100,000 questions for you, Dr. Pitch.
Good to see you again.
Good to see
Dr.
you
Wynn.
again, too. Just a joke. No, congratulations, and Dr. Pitch and I used to work together in KCK. So good to see you, and congratulations. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Senator Blasey.
When did you say the program was administered again? This curriculum program?
When did we enter it?
Yeah.
2018.
18, okay. Well, I think your test scores are absolutely phenomenal, obviously. I mean, they're clearly on the up and a leading force in the state. Would you say that this curriculum is the sole reason why, though, that those scores are going up?
No, sir. I believe we have multiple elements going on in our community. As a small rural community, there is very much a collective mentality when it comes to raising our students. Additionally, the accountability is shared across the spectrum, including the families, the students, the schools, and the community at large. We're all responsible for students being successful. So it's that shared fabric of what's right for kids that I believe is contributing it to, but the leader in me is very much an integral part of that.
I think you hit the nail on the head. That's what I was trying to make the point is I think you have a great community where the fabric is sewn very tight, where we see across our state and our country, we see the fabric is unwinding everywhere. And that's why we're having a lot of problems, rising crime, and numerous other issues. So I applaud you guys. I think that's great. I come from a small rural community where same thing. It's not just your parents raising the kid. It's the school, it's the church, it's the community, it's the neighbor, right? Everyone looking out for each other. So I think having strong families, strong schools, and strong communities is what's key to raising children in our state. So I think you guys are a great model for others to show. Thank you.
What I'll just quickly add to that, Senator, is that I was reading some research on smaller communities versus larger urban communities. Smaller communities tend to know their neighbors more, and they have a higher percentage of knowing and trusting their neighbor, and that sense of connection also creates that additional layer of accountability. So I think that you may be onto something there. Senator Sykes.
Thank you for being here. Again, one of my top favorite comments here. And I wish we were doing more of this, but your school district, my son's senior class last year was larger than your school district. But I do think there's takeaways, but how could we scale this in other schools across our state? And again, it has to be that buy-in of your community. And so many times I think social and emotional learning has been targeted, and I think maybe for bad reason because they don't have that buy-in. There's not that communication. So how would you suggest scaling something like this across other districts in the state?
That is an extremely difficult question. I have about 25 years in education. Most of that is in the urban core. And so I've seen essentially all educational environments. And I don't know the answer to that. I know it gets much more challenging as you move up into the larger and larger populations. Essentially, when you go into the urban core and you deal with the context of that setting and all the difficulties that those students face. I wish I had that answer. I'm hoping that we can provide us some data and some examples and maybe further the research and academic study in that area to see if there are solutions.
Okay, and no one else on this side, correct? Senator Erickson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for being here. I've actually gone through the Leader in Me training. I flew to Kentucky. I was part of a grant when I was at a magnet school, and we brought it back to, but unfortunately, due to the cost of the program, and I'm hoping you're telling me it's gotten more affordable, but we were only able to implement it in our 8th grade. I was at a middle school principal, and we saw an immediate impact. But unfortunately, I mean, the cost was prohibitive. We just didn't have the funds to do it, to scale it, to some of my fellow committee members' point. So has it gotten more affordable, I'm hoping, or do you know?
I think we're always having to make choices with our budget over what is the most important thing. Currently, it's an expenditure like many others, but it's not one that rises above to make me say, we probably should get rid of this. And in the condition where it was to become unaffordable for our district, we've got the playbook, so we're sticking with it.
Do you still have your talking stick? I still have mine. Yeah, I got mine. All right, we'll have to do that sometime. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation. I think one of the things that I liked most that you mentioned was that intrinsic value of service learning. It's not just we're going to go volunteer, but it is truly service learning, and I think that kind of is that special sauce in there of the program. So thank you so much for sharing.
All right, well, I think you have wowed our committee. We thank you for being here today. Do not feel like you need to stay 1 second longer. And I'm sure the kids are ready to get to their next activity. And thank you so much for being here. Please stay in touch. Share with your other districts. We always are open to schools and especially kids coming in and sharing. And so stay in touch with us, and I'm sure we can find spots for them. Have a great day.
Thanks for the invitation. Thank you very much.
Yes, you're so welcome. All right, committee. And Matt, help me out here for the next person that may be online. Would that be? Oh, they're actually all here. Wonderful. Okay, good. Well, then we're going to put you last, Nick. Is that all right? Okay. All right, Dr. David Herford is here on the front row. He has been so patient. Thank you for being here. Center for Research, Evaluation, and Awareness of Dyslexia, Pittsburgh State University. And we are on our second year of funding this. Madam Vice Chair, do you remember? Yes. Second year. So we're ready for an update.
Excellent. Thank you for inviting me here today. There are several questions that you requested that I answer, but I wanted to say, you know, it was very refreshing to see our students here, and I wanted to tell the one student who's interested in elementary education that we're also interested in her. And not just at Pittsburgh State University, but at the Center for Research, Evaluation, and Awareness of Dyslexia, we are helping children become competent readers who struggle to be readers. And we're always interested in people who, one, love kids, usually elementary education kind of suggests that, and two, want to help people become competent readers. And so those are the things I want to talk about today. Firstly, I wanted to just pop up the, what's the big deal about reading? Why do we care about it? What's up with this? The National Center for Educational Statistics, and I heard people talk about this earlier today, they every 2 years look at 4th grade reading. They also look at 8th grade reading every 2 years and 12th grade reading every 4. And you can see the 2022 data here. You see the basic level. The basic level refers to a partial mastery of prerequisite knowledge that allows someone to be a competent reader. And so if you're at the basic level, you're kind of at the very bottom level of getting toward, proficient. If you're below basic, that essentially means you're not reading. And so we're looking at nationally 37% of our children are not reading, 40% of our kids in Kansas really struggling to read, which is terrible. Of course, the good news about that is we can do something about that. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We know what to do right now to help kids become competent readers, and starting right now to make that happen. So the first thing that's really important to know, because, the question was, what works? Well, one of the things we know that works is that we have to first understand how the English writing system works, and that is it's a code. And it's a code that takes some time to actually learn how to use. And we've known since the mid-'70s that children who become competent readers are individuals who are understanding the code and can apply the code, and then can read then to comprehend what they need to read. So we have to first look at it as a code, and that the sounds that we already know in our language, that kids get to kindergarten already know how to speak and communicate orally, they need essentially to learn a new code, which is the written part. And they need to understand that those letters represent those sounds, and that you can decode those sounds, blend them together to read the word. Obviously, you also have to have the ability to have a vocabulary and understand that what you're decoding and synthesizing is actually a word that is knowledgeable to you. So learning to read requires that children understand this relationship, and it's very, very important. So we have to be able to teach that up front. No matter which way you want to do things in middle school and high school, it's critically important that we teach the structure or the mechanics of reading early on. Kids don't get it if we don't do that. And so if we look at the things that are really important in terms of learning to read, that sound letter knowledge is important. And you can start teaching those things when a kid is 2 and 3 years of age instead of telling you know, because parents ask me all the time, what should I be doing to help my kid become a competent reader from the time they're born? Firstly, read to them. We know reading is important to them. It's a time where they can sit on our lap and cuddle, they enjoy it. But when we tell teachers, hey, when we tell parents that you just didn't read enough to your kids because that's why your kids are having problems, that's absolutely unequivocally not true. And people who have children who have dyslexia are sick and tired of hearing that you just didn't read to them. Like, I read to them every day, multiple books. That's not what the problem is. So that sound letter knowledge is important. Then we teach decoding, synthesizing, vocabulary comprehension. This is kind of referring to what's called by Go and Tunmer as the simple view of reading. And of course, word recognition is really important. Then for word recognition, we need to also be teaching spelling. And with spelling, then we also want to teach writing. We want to teach them in concert. Because if we're teaching a code, they have to understand that it is a code and how to use it to read and how to use it to spell and write. And once you get the code, then you're off and running. But when you don't understand the code, then you've got some pretty significant problems. So the next question was, what should teachers do? Well, teachers have to understand how to teach the code. And for the most part, in the last 50 years, we have not really taught the mechanics of reading to teachers to teach kids. And so that has contributed to that 37% nationally of children who are really struggling to read. Now, nothing really could be said great about the pandemic, right? I mean, kids weren't in school, all of us suffered, people died, there's all kinds of issues. But if there's a silver lining at all in it, is that where parents were at home watching their kids being trained how to read, they're going, what is this crazy stuff they're teaching my kid? This is not leading to them learning how to read. And parents are like, I need to ask about this. So they started asking their school system what's going on. They started asking legislators like you, what's going on? Why do we have 37% of our nation's children who aren't reading? And the answer to that is we have not been teaching them how to read properly. Not. And we can solve that issue by adopting what we already know. And that's obviously very helpful. So I don't know why this keeps changing on me, but teachers have to understand that it's a code. The curriculum must be science-based. And what I mean science-based, I think a lot of times we refer to the science of reading, people think it's some kind of a curriculum or approach. The science of reading is everything that we know about reading. Like, we don't say the science of physics because we know that physics is a science, right? But we have to say the science of reading because for the last 100 years, we've been teaching non-science-based curricula to individuals and then hope they just figure it out. In fact, in 1975, when they started off with this whole language approach, which is one of the major culprits here, the individual who came up with this notion said it's a psycholinguistic guessing game. Kids should guess at the words. They should guess at the words based on the pictures on the page. They should guess based on the context of what they're reading. But if you can't read, how are you going to base it on context, right? And the last thing you should do is see if the beginning of the word actually makes any, the beginning sounds of the word make any sense with the pictures on the word. That's not how we teach reading. And one of the things we absolutely have to do is eliminate that from all of our curricula across the state. We'll see an immediate improvement in our reading skills if we start teaching reading the way that science has taught us how to read. So the structured literacy piece needs to be put in. That's what we're calling the mechanics of reading. Publishers need to start offering more science-based things. We need to get rid of this whole language notion or balanced literacy notion where we just stick a little bit of phonics in there and think that we solved the problem. We haven't. And there are actually programs out there that can help us do that. And the Kansas Department of Education is invested in helping kids become competent readers. And they're also invested in ensuring that our colleges of education are teaching the science-based aspects of reading. And so we need to get busy, making sure those things happen. Now, the question is, what doesn't work? What doesn't work is not looking at the English reading system as a code. Any approach that does not teach the code, any approach that says, look at the pictures and guess at the words, you can't do that. You have to teach the mechanics of reading. You have to teach, how do you read that word? Because, you know, from the 1970s on, interestingly, the way that the whole language, the balanced literacy, all these things works are what poor readers do in desperation to figure out how to read. They're like, I don't know what that word is. I'll guess based on the picture. I don't know what this word is, but I'll guess based on the context of the story. We have to teach the code first, and anything else needs to be out of the system because it messes kids up. That's about the only way you can say that. It does not teach them how to read. So this notion of psycholinguistic guessing in any form, be it in balanced literacy, be it in guided reading, be it in whole language or whole word, it has to go. We can't teach kids this way anymore. Imagine if you're learning how to play the piano and someone puts sheet music down and says, just guess at it. Guess at the pictures on the page there. Get the notes. Guess at the notes. It's never going to happen, is it? We can't teach reading that way either. It's ridiculous. And as I said, what we've been doing with this type of approach is teaching people who have the potential to be good readers. We're teaching them the way that poor readers in desperation learn how to read, and they don't do so very well. So, you know, the little band, those are the things we should absolutely not do. So these are, you know, these all come under the umbrella term really of the 3 cueing system, the 3 cueing of guess at the word based on the picture, guess on the word based on context. Lastly, look at the first part of the word and try and decode it and then guess. Guessing doesn't work. When you look at our writing system, the reason why it was created that way is to represent the sounds of our language. And so the beauty of the English writing system is you can come to a word you've never seen before. If you understand orthographic mapping and how those things work, you can actually read that word. You know, in logographic systems where you have to memorize all the different symbols for the syllables or the words, it's very, very challenging to do that. The next question is, what can we do in terms of assessment or screening? And these are some things that can be done pretty easily on. Firstly, I have to tell you that screening has to be very quick. It's like triage, you know, what can we do really quickly? Is this kid reading okay? Is this kid not going to be able to read very well? There's some things that we can do as early as 4 years of age to identify kids who are probably going to be struggling readers. And we can look at phonological processing. Phonological processing refers to the notion that words are comprised of smaller units. The most important unit is the sound or the phoneme, because that's how we have to teach reading. But children who have problems with phonological processing, for example, if we say to a child, say the word cat, and the child says cat, you say, now say without the k sound, and they go, kitty, doggy, I don't understand. They're probably gonna have some reading issues. But if we say to a child, say the word dog, and the kid says dog, you say, now say without the g sound at the end, the kid says daw, okay, probably gonna be okay. Those are the kind of things we have to do early on and identify kids that are gonna struggle, and then we can do some things to help them so that by the time they get to the kindergarten or they're in kindergarten, we can create that structure to help them become competent readers. Because right now in the United States, with 37% of our children who are not reading at the basic level, it's not just an issue of reading or academics. These are the kids who are dropping out of school. These are the kids who are social, emotionally in trouble. We see kids in kindergarten and first grade at our center. We do about 300 evaluations per year. These are the kids that they're telling their parents, Mommy, I have a tummy ache. I don't feel like going to school today. I don't feel like going to school today. My teacher hates me. These things are not really true, but psychologically and emotionally, those are the things that they feel. So they feel anxiety about going to school. When they get to first grade, that anxiety is starting to morph into depression. We see more kids who are in 4th and 5th grade who have suicide ideation. These are kids who are thinking about suicide. And a study in Canada in 1998 looked at all the children in Canada who committed suicide and left suicide notes. 89% of those kids could have been or were identified as a child with a learning disability because of reading. So when we talk about reading, it's not just an academic problem, it's a social problem. It's a system-wide failure on our part not to help kids become competent readers. And we absolutely need to do that. So at phonological processing at 4 years of age or older, because we also have to value these things in kindergarten, we're going to look at them. 5th grader, 5-year-olds' knowledge of sound letter correspondence is important. And we know that children who struggle to connect those sounds with the letters are going to be those who struggle to read. Reading of words and non-words, because there are individuals out there who in kindergarten and first grade have amazing memories, and they memorize the visual constellation of the word. And then what happens by the time they get to be third grade, too many words. And now they look like terrible readers, like, what do we do? Your first grade teacher said you're great, and your second grade teacher said you're doing good, and now what am I doing as a third grade teacher that you're not reading very well? So when we ask them to read non-words, that helps us to understand that they're not able to decode and synthesize the word because they haven't seen it before, they couldn't have memorized it. And also we want to look at spelling. I kind of view spelling as the window to the reading soul, because we look at spelling and they don't have that intimate relationship between print and sound, then they have all kinds of interesting and inappropriate ways of spelling words. That's a big clue that there's some problems there. And of course, you can see that in writing too. But screening needs to be done very short, 5 or 10 minutes. And it's not diagnosis, it's not assessment. Assessment takes longer, we do more things. So we're looking at assessment. Here's some of the things that we do at the center, and we are more comprehensive. But these are things that can be done in other places by other individuals. So you want to look at lots of different aspects of what's happening with reading to identify kids who are having some difficulties. And these are the things that work. And then in terms of interventions, they also have to be science-based. So the curriculum has to be science-based, and the intervention needs to be science-based. And of course, one of the things I would be kind of suggest you to be wary of is curricula companies are now going to try and pivot to get on board with the science of reading. There are 14 states, United States, have just absolutely outlawed the 3 cueing system. But what happens then is curriculum companies are going to try and pivot, jump on that. And you need to have someone who's looking to make sure that it actually is science-based material and not just things that, they say are science-based. Like balanced literacy, for example, says, yes, we're a phonics program, but they just put a little bit of phonics and then don't really teach the other aspects of it. So the good news, we know what to do, we just need to do it. We have programs that can prevent reading failure. We have programs that are out there that can help us to help kids become competent readers who have struggled to learn how to read. But these are things that can be done today. And I know that wasn't exactly 10 minutes, but any questions?
That was great. I really appreciate your overview. Apparently, you've been on the Senate side many times, but not in my committee, so we're excited to have you. We'll take 2 questions at this late hour. Does anybody have a question? Everybody's so quiet. Okay, well, we loved what you presented. You're giving us a lot to think about, and so we appreciate you being here.
Thanks.
I do want to pop back to our revisor, Nick, because really what you're going to share, just a few minutes, will set the stage for some of the other conversations, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah. Just a few minutes, if you wouldn't mind.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I thought you were going a different direction with that. In 2022, House Bill 2567 enacted the Every Child Can Read Act. And this act is intended to promote student literacy and it has a particular focus on third grade literacy. This requires school districts to provide targeted educational opportunities, interventions, competencies as may be necessary to attain reading proficiency. These interventions are supposed to match a student's individual needs through additional contact hours with that student, which can include one-on-one instruction, small group instruction, tutoring, summer school, et cetera. The competencies, best practices, and screening tools that are used by school districts shall follow the framework of the Dyslexia Handbook produced by the Kansas Department of Education through your efforts as the legislature. Each school district is required to ensure that those competencies are achieved through instruction in phonics, vocabulary development, reading fluency, and then reading comprehension. And then school districts are required to measure literacy achievement through assessments and then through other universal screening and other tools that are available. One more thing with this, that schools are going to be starting, I will mention this is just taking effect this year. I know I said it passed in 2022, House Bill 2567, but it was delayed a year, so it began in implementation in July 1 of 2023. So school districts shall ensure that each third grade teacher communicates with the parents of each third grade student at least once each semester regarding that student's individual deficiencies and recommended interventions for that student. And then there are specific requirements that need to also occur with that communication, providing a summary of the act, the student's data, and the recommended interventions for the student. The school districts are required to annually report information on the Every Child Can Read Act to the Kansas Department of Education, including the school district's interventions and outcomes, the number of third grade students in the district, the screening and assessment data that the district is using, and then the percentage of all students in the student subgroups who are proficient, moving towards proficiency, or deficient in English language arts and literacy. Then the KSDE is required to compile those reports and submit a summary report to you, the legislature, each year, and that begins, as I said, July 1, 2023.
All right, awesome job. You kept it short. And just also knows that in Senate Bill 113, there was a request, I think it came from the Senate, from Senator Baumgartner, that said we do want an update in 2024 on what districts are using the 3Qing. So look forward to seeing that, and hopefully it'll come back with no one still doing it, but we'll definitely find out. All right, for our next item on our agenda, as we look at initiatives focused on improving student achievement, we know we need to improve math. John Hess, are you next? It says Ben Proctor, but it's Ben. Okay, Ben. Okay, I think maybe you prepared the documents, John, or something like that. But thank you for sharing about how we're doing on our math.
The first time, I think John's a good person to come and do my best. I do as kind of get prepared here. I do appreciate Dr. Herford's presentation and appreciate his involvement with the State Department of Education. I know this afternoon we're talking about a specific initiative here related to math. I do look forward to tomorrow at I think it's the 2:15 or 2:45 agenda item where we'll be talking about how we are moving literacy forward as a State Department systematically. I think it's a very important conversation. So as part of what was passed in House Bill 2567 related to a virtual supplemental math program, this just provides a little bit of background on how that moved into the responsibility of the State Department. The money that was dedicated to securing a contract with a company that met the requirements, that became IXL Math, which is a pretty known software company that's utilized in many districts across Kansas and has been for a while, not only in math but also in reading. So it was pretty familiar to us and to a lot of school districts. Implemented the contract in February of 23, and it was at no charge to districts, available in grades K-12, and basic professional development was provided as part of that as well. And this goes through the 23-24 school year based on the details of the contract. So what IXL Math is, first of all, these are components that were within the specifications that had to be a part of that, aligned to our standards, has an evidence base, involves K-12. There's an individualized nature to it, and it also provides data back to students and teachers as they go through the program. There are 9,000 separate skills that are provided within the IXL program, and targeted supports that are available as well. And then students are tracked based on benchmarks within the software itself. So since implementation, we've had many school districts take advantage, school systems take advantage of using IXL Math. These are just some of those numbers. You can see the number of systems total that are currently using the program. How many schools are involved in that within those school systems, 1,300 schools. Over 21,000 teachers have registered to implement the program. And as of just when we put the report together, there's a little under 300,000 students that are using IXL Math in Kansas. You can see the number of skills that are being practiced, the number of minutes that have been spent, and then the different degrees of performance within that program. This is all based on the internal analytics of IXL, but you can see how they kind of decipher the terms proficiency and mastery based on how students are performing on those skills. So that's a quick overview of IXL Math implementation thus far.
Committee, are there any questions? When would you project, I'm looking at the timeline, that we might be able to see how implementation and response and what teachers think, kids, that kind of thing?
Sure. We oftentimes will work towards putting a report together. I think in this case, we'll have something for the start of the legislative session, and certainly perception data from teachers is an important component of that, and we can have that ready as part of that overall report.
Okay, that would be great, because of course the legislature wants to be sure that we're spending wisely, that $4 million is translating in something that benefits kids. If it doesn't, then that is a lesson for us, but we definitely want to do everything we can to support kids and improve math outcomes. So thank you for your report.
Thank you.
All right, committee, we're going to move on to our next conferee. We have Ethan Belshie, Senior Advisor for the Senior Advisor for Federal and State Affairs, Office of the Governor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just give me a second to figure out my laptop. Too many cables. Perfect, thank you, sir. Awesome. There we go. Awesome. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ethan Belshie, and I am Senior Advisor for Federal and State Affairs to Governor Kelly. I'm here today to provide an update on the KEEP, or Kansas Education Enrichment Program, on behalf of the Office of Recovery. So KEEP is a learning recovery program that provides qualifying parents and guardians with awards of $1,000 per eligible student to spend on approved educational goods and services such as tutoring, school supplies, and technology purchases. The intent of this program is to address learning loss that occurred as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. KEEP is funded with $50 million in federal funds from the American Rescue Plan Act and was approved through the SPARK process. Per the recommendation of the SPARK Executive Committee, this program is focused on providing resources to low and moderate income students. KEEP was approved through the SPARK process in January of 2022, and then following a competitive RFP process, Merit International was selected as the vendor to provide a turnkey solution to administer KEEP through the Office of Recovery. Services provided by Merit include the technology platform for the program, general program administration, and marketing. KEEP opened for application in February of 2023. Initially, families had to be at 185% of the federal poverty level in order to be eligible, but eligibility was expanded to 300% in June of 2023. Given current projections, we're currently anticipating that enough applications to fully subscribe program funds will be received by the end of this month, October 2023. In order to be eligible for a KEEP award, a student must be a Kansas resident between the ages of 5 and 18 and enrolled in a K-12 program in the state of Kansas. This would include public, private, and homeschool programs. As mentioned, the current household eligibility income requirement is 300% of the federal poverty level. You can see on this slide what that equals for households of various sizes. Multiple students per household can apply for an award, and families can receive a $1,000 award for each eligible child in their household. There's no fee to apply or participate in KEEP, and I'd also note that students in foster care are considered automatically income eligible. So how this process works, the KEEP application is accessible online at www.keep.ks.gov. Families must provide documentation as part of their application, including proof of residency, proof of child custody, and proof of income. Applications are then reviewed by staff, and families that receive an award are notified via email with next steps on how to set up their account and begin using their award. Award funding is spent or utilized via the online KEEP marketplace, and the marketplace allows families to select services from pre-approved vendors or submit reimbursement claims for eligible goods and services. In terms of what these funds can be used for, there are 5 main categories of eligibility for goods and services that KEEP funds can be utilized towards. This includes school supplies and technology, educational camps and classes, language classes, musical instruments and lessons, and tutoring services. And as you'll see, all of these services are really additive and are meant to enhance the education that students are already receiving. KEEP funds are not allowed to be used on activities without an academic purpose, sports camps, driving schools, school tuition or fees, therapy or counseling, smartphones and gaming devices, clothing, or childcare. So as I mentioned, KEEP funds are used through the marketplace, and families spend their KEEP funds here. And what the marketplace is an online listing of qualified education service providers, or what we call QSBs. And these are the pre-approved vendors and stores that parents can purchase eligible goods and services from. It's an online marketplace very similar to like an Amazon type situation. Any business or entity that provides eligible services can apply to be put on the marketplace and be a QSB. And parents can also recommend a vendor be added to the list of approved vendors if they aren't immediately available. As I mentioned, parents can also submit claims for goods or services through the KEEP app or the website, and they can also submit invoices to pay for services to be reimbursed from a non-approved vendor. So, for instance, let's say there's a local tutor in the community that you'd like your child to receive services from. They can go ahead and pay for those services and then submit an invoice for reimbursement through the KEEP marketplace. In these instances, the KEEP team contacts the vendor, in this case the tutor, and would validate that those services were provided to ensure that it's an appropriate transaction and that the funding should be released to that tutor. The KEEP team reviews all claims for eligibility and approves or rejects individual payments. There is an appeals process if a claim is denied for a reimbursement request or something like that. If a parent feels like that was wrongfully done, they can appeal that, given the chance to provide more documentation to potentially allow that claim to be processed. The KEEP program has a robust compliance program to ensure that funds are being used appropriately. Participants and vendors are audited at multiple points throughout the life cycle of the program, and the Office of Recovery contracts with a third-party vendor to audit vendor transactions and records. As I've mentioned, applicants are also required to submit documentation proving residency, child custody, and household income in order to receive an award. And as I said, all claims are reviewed both by the by the KEEP team to ensure their validity. And then vendors must also commit to a purchase verification process in order to be approved as a vendor on the marketplace. So we're doing verification both on our end and requiring the vendor to do so. So here we have some program stats as of September 26. So the program has received approximately 47,000 total applications, and about 34,000 applications have been approved to receive an award. So you think about that in terms of the amount of money that's been approved to go out. It's approximately $34 million worth of awards out of the total $50 million in funding that was allocated towards this program. As you can see in the pie chart on the right side of the screen there, awards have been fairly evenly distributed across grade levels thus far. And as I mentioned, it's our anticipation that KEEP will receive enough applications to fully subscribe the program by the end of this month. KEEP funds have been approved to students in all 105 counties, and you can see on this slide here the geographic distribution of awards by zip code. The program has utilized both grassroots outreach and paid marketing strategies in order to spread the word. There's been significant social media advertising and earned media in both print and radio. And grassroots outreach has included outreach to school districts, libraries, foster care, contractors, and others. When we start to look at how awardees are using their claims, you can see here on this pie chart that of the 14,000 approved claims, the vast majority of those have been for school supplies or technology purchases. And right now we're seeing about a total of $7 million in approved claims. So as I may or may not mention this, but once an awardee is approved for funds, they have a calendar year to spend their $1,000 award. And so the pace at which we see these awards used is really going to vary. For instance, you might have one family that decides to buy, a laptop and some school supplies, and that basically caps them out. They're already at $1,000. They use all of that in essentially one transaction. But what we're also going to see is a family, for instance, paying for tutoring services. They're just paying as they go, maybe $100, $200 at a time. It's going to take a little bit longer for that family to fully expend their award versus the first example. When it comes to the KEEP marketplace, we have currently 203 approved vendors that parents can select goods and services from. And this is across all 5 categories of the eligible services. And as you can see, all categories of QuestB services are available statewide. New vendors are being added on a rolling basis as they are identified. And as I mentioned, any entity that provides an eligible service could apply to be a vendor on this program. And parents can also recommend vendors from their community to be added to the marketplace. So that is my quick update on KEEP. I am happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Any questions, committee? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Help me out on this a little bit. The application number or the total students awarded is 34,000, and yet the next page you're talking about the number of claims approved is 14,000. How does that balance out?
So the number of approved students, that's the initial application to receive the $1,000 award. Claims are then submitted by those that receive the original award, and those claims are for the services that they're purchasing using that $1,000 award that they received. And so one individual could submit, 4 or 5 claims after they've been approved for an award.
So I would expect the number of claims to actually be higher than the number of awards, not the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, I think we're going to see a lot of variance in how these awards are used. They have a year from the time they're approved to be able to use them. So, I think it's going to be, over time, we'll start to see that number of claims increase.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is there are a lot of awards that have been awarded out there that haven't been used yet.
haven't been fully used yet. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just ask one question. So tuition's not allowed, fees are not allowed, but then what about somebody that might want to take a community college class? Or they might want to take a class that's not related to language, but it might be something related to art or that has a tuition or fee associated with it?
So any class with an educational value would be an eligible expense. I would have to check specifically on community college classes. I'm not sure I've heard that come up before, but I can certainly check on that and get back to the committee.
That'd be great, because I know even in our greater Wichita area, there is the Center for the Arts. They have all kinds of classes that we talk about different types of geniuses. We heard that today. Their genius might be art, and so could they do that? I understand that the governor is probably trying to prohibit a private school, but there are so many other private entities that just have classes for individual hourly rates. I was just curious on that. Well, thank you so much for the update. We look forward to hearing. And I think it has to be used by 2024. Is that correct? December 2024?
Yes, and so if we're looking at the program timeline, the federal timeline is actually the funding has to be allocated by the end of 2024, expended by the end of 2026. So
Okay.
we should be absolutely in the clear with this funding.
Yes, they'll have plenty of time. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we're down to last but not least, Dr. Watson, are you here? Oh, he's hiding way in the back. And since you're last, I bet you're going to have just the easiest questions of all.
I thought maybe dinner. You were going to ask me if I brought dinner.
I think everybody will be thinking about dinner, but thank you for being here and talking about improving student achievement.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and committee members. It's good to see all of you. Representative Hill, I know it's been a long day. I don't know that I've seen that look on your face since maybe you were on the state board and had those all-day meetings. But I want to start by also thanking Dr. Herford. Your partnership with the agency and our work has been so helpful, and Senator Bumgarner, you know that work has just been so instrumental in helping us. And I know Dr. Herford would say, from a learning perspective, today has been just brutal on all of you, and just the length of time. So thank you. Thank you sincerely for the work that you've done. I'm going to walk you through a little bit of accreditation and how we tie that in to helping student success. And if you notice, as I came up, our deputies are really supportive. Craig and Ben left the room, and so I have to get on them for doing that. Oh, Craig's back. Oh, okay. I can't get after him too much, so I apologize. Again, thank you. It's been a long day, and I want to go over some things and just touch base. I send you well wishes from the State Board of Education. Again, we're thankful for your partnership and the work that you do and the work that they do. We have an annual report getting ready in the next week for them that will recap a lot of the work that we're doing this year. As you know, our vision is to lead the world in the success of each student. We'll talk about that and how accreditation plays into that. And I kind of think about it in terms of this visual, which we're trying to help every student graduate with the skills to lead them to high school graduation and post-secondary success. That's the goal. And around that, the state board has goals that they determine biannually. This is goal number 2, to enhance each student for post-secondary opportunities and success. We really want to diminish level 1. I know that Dr. Proctor talked to you about the limitations when we get into level 1 academically, and I think you've heard that from Dr. Herford too around the basic skills. We see a drop in graduation. We see some other things. Once you get to 2, 3, and 4, we really increase that, and we want to increase the percent of students at 3 and 4. That's one of our goals. And then we want to increase graduation rate toward 95%, and we want to increase the post-secondary effective rate toward 70 to 75%. And we're making gains toward all those. So in front of you is a typical real accountability report for the District of Twin Valley. And you might ask, why did we pick Twin Valley? Because I think it's representative of just looking at real data. And I just want to walk you through and be happy to answer any questions. Every one of the 286 school districts that we accredit, along with the private systems that we accredit, are found in the accountability report. You can just search by school district or by the private school. Again, on private school, it is a voluntary process, and so the Catholic schools and the Lutheran schools are all in, and a handful of other, but they do not have to be a part of the accreditation. So there are 76 private systems in that. Twin Valley, the median size school district in Kansas is 500. So just think about that, because as you know, the largest is 45,000 at Wichita, over 45,000. The smallest is running under 50 right now in Healy, but the median is around 500, and they have that median. So I'm just going to kind of walk you through, so when you look at these, you can kind of get a sense of what are we looking for and then what are we trying to move. So when the Accreditation Review Council takes a look at this, first thing they're going to just look at the demographics. You can see, again, a fairly typical Kansas school district with a rural school district, about 90% Caucasian, with a variety of other demographics, around 600 students. You can, on the top right, you can see that the state board, when they put together the accreditation model, that came right around the time that you had just finished the school funding model. And as you all know, what was key to that, the Supreme Court and then you put in the statute, was that the state board had to address the ROSE capacities. And so the accreditation model was built off the ROSE capacities along with other things. So you can kind of get a sense just visually of how they're doing on all of those areas. You can also, at the bottom right, get a sense of how much is this school district spending. And I just want to point out, this excludes bond and interest, does not include bond and interest, does not include capital outlay expenditures. This is money available by other sources, local, federal, state, that could go for instruction. Now, I'll just ask you, the state average is $13,830. This district spends $14,922 as of last year. We update this in January. Why would a district of 600 be spending above the state average? Not a trick question. It's found in the school funding formula. So I figured I had to have some kind of pop quiz, you know, to kind of, any idea? It's found, because starting at 1,400 students and working its way down, the state of Kansas gives low enrollment weighting. And that goes all the way to 100, and then after 100, there's no more weighting below that. So as we make, you're seeing, for the most part, that's low enrollment weighting, and smaller schools will typically be above the state average because of that. The core of this, and what the Accreditation Review Council starts looking at is, and maybe can you back up just one? Go for it, I'm sorry. Okay, this is animated, and so it's not on how it copied over. So I'm going to have you look first at the bottom of that where it says 53 to 55.2. So when we talk about equity, our researchers are looking at what are the factors that school districts have to overcome in order to produce great results. And they look at every type of data you could look at. The number one barrier that's difficult to overcome is poverty, as measured by free lunch, measured by longevity of a student who is on free lunch. Second is mobility. How often do they move between districts? And third would be special education students. They also look at education of mother and ESOL and other factors, but those are the three most important. And so when we look at this, we would predict that the Twin Valley School District would graduate students and have them go on post-secondary to be between 53 and 55%, and you can actually see they're achieving above that at 61.4%. Now, I say that because when we look at risk factors, all right, again, what school district would have the greatest risk factors as what our researchers say is difficult to overcome? Representative Wynn will know it's Kansas City, Kansas, as the highest risk factors. And the lowest would be our private systems, along with some school districts in the suburban areas, both in the Wichita and Johnson County area. They have the lowest risk factors. So we look at that. We also look at, are they achieving at 95% graduation in this school district? The answer is no. But you can see that trend is slightly going up over the 5-year period we're looking at, as is their post-secondary success. So we like the growth, and we like where they're headed as we would look at that. So then what makes up graduation and post-secondary success? 2 major buckets, if you would. Academic. You've been talking a lot about academic, and we can talk more. This is just a snapshot look. I'm going to go into detail on the back sheet here with you, but you can kind of get an idea where they're stronger and where they're weaker, this school district, but academics matter. The second thing that our researchers say also matter are what we call the Kansas CAN competencies. You heard from Alman Wabunsi, the teaching of those skills, perseverance, self-regulation, working in teams, goal setting, showing up on time. Those skills are very important. So when you put those skills with high academic, that's how we move the needle then on successful students. And that's what the Accreditation Review Council is looking at. So let's take a look then at the back page. Let's take a look at academic data around growth. So remember, we're trying to decrease level 1, increase levels 3 and 4, right? So let's take a look at mathematics here. And this is 2021 compared to this previous year. The new data will be released to the state board at its meeting here in about a week, next week. So you can see level 1 is basically flat. It did not increase. It decreased just ever so slightly, but we would call that flat. What did increase is the number of students in levels 3 and 4 in mathematics. You see that? So it went from about 32.79 to around 38.52. So it increased fairly substantially. So they did not decrease level 1, but they did increase levels 3 and 4. That's a positive trend. So when the Accreditation Review Council is looking at that, they're looking, is there growth? And in the area of mathematics, from one year to the other, we saw growth in that area. Now, we'd like that to still be higher, but they're moving in the right way. Now let's look at language arts, which will be the next one. In this case, we're moving in the wrong direction. Level 1 increased, and the percent of students in 3 and 4 decreased. So when we take a look at that, we're starting to then ask the question, why did that happen when mathematics went up in this district, again, which would be typical size in Kansas, and I'll give you some ideas of how we're trying to address that with them as they go forward. So one of the things that we'll ask, first of all, anytime we see a decrease, and I know you've talked about this some today, are students in school? Chronically absent means they've missed more than 10% of the days of school. In this case, that number is 16%. We like that number to be driven well below 10%. It gets even higher in some districts, so I know they're working on that. Average daily attendance is 93.4. We'd like that to be above 95%. So there's a little bit of work that they could do with helping kids get to school and going forward. So what would we be recommending then around academics? And I know Dr. Proctor talked about this, Dr. Herford talked about this. First thing, State Board's spending $15 million to make sure everyone is trained in structured literacy. We're in the middle of that process. That'll end in September of '24. So we're encouraging all staff. We're looking to see, are they trained? Because to teach reading really well, you have to know what you're doing. So that training is important. We're then looking at curriculum, doing curriculum audits. Dr. Proctor will be doing that, saying what are the resources you're using, because those are really important. And then are you teaching to the depth of understanding with standards at levels 3 and 4 every day? That's called increasing the rigor. And that's what we'll be asking school districts to do as you look at this. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, it has been an exhausting day for you. I'd be happy to answer any questions or come back at a later time too, if you'd like. And I apologize for no dinner.
Oh, no. Well, you're welcome anytime. Committee, any questions for Dr. Watson? Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for being here today. So let's start by what you had shared with us.
Yes.
And so I see, the recognition for a Silver Star for post-secondary success and a copper star for academically prepared for post-secondary.
Correct.
So that's a snapshot of this one district. How many school districts do we have that have received actually a gold or a silver in academically prepared for post-secondary?
0 in gold. And again, to get to that, you have to be at 75% across all grade levels, across all assessments. Now, I would, Senator Baumgartner, you know this well. You know, when the state board set that, they set that very high. Right. We will have, last year, I believe we had 2 or 3 school districts at silver, and we'll have about the same this year. They all, those districts do not have a high school in those districts. So they're K-8 or K-9 or K-6 school districts. And then a variety of bronze and copper.
Okay. And Madam Chair, my second question is specifically the investment in the structured literacy. So I'm a little curious, what coordination is the Department of Education with the universities? So if I'm an elementary ed student at a university and I am to go and do my student teaching, so have we set the requirement that if as an undergraduate, haven't earned my degree yet, but I've been trained in structured literacy,
Okay.
am I going to be tethered with, is my elementary teacher going to be someone that likewise has been trained?
Excellent question, Senator. I don't know the answer to that because I don't know how they assign to those student teachers. I would tell you that we hope by the end of September 24, that last cohort, that all of our pre-K through 6 teachers will be trained in letters. But I could not answer that question. I'd have to defer to the individual KBOR institutions or the private institutions.
And I think that's part of what's been lacking when we are looking at burnout, particularly elementary ed teachers. It is that not having the skills to address the issue of the children that can't read. That's something that we keep hearing. So if there's a point where you have to stop that process of people not being mentored, not having that shadow teacher that's already been trained. So is there a way that before at least spring semester, or those that have begun now, student teaching this semester, is it possible that you can meet with the Board of Regents folks to find out what really is in place? Because typically it's what school district will take someone, what teacher will take someone, but it doesn't mean that they're well suited to truly serve in, for one, the student teacher to be observing, and then the reverse.
Yes, I'll try to find out that information for you and get back with you on that. I know that this topic, along with the first 15 credits that you worked so hard on, are the 2 top priorities between Kansas Board of Regents and Kansas State Board of Education. So I'll follow up on that conversation.
And you broached an issue that hasn't been addressed yet here. But I guess one of the concerns that I do have is there is a lot of focus on children that are free and reduced. Understandably, because their scores are low. But who in a school district, who in a school building will start elementary? Who really knows which of those kids, so if you have an elementary school with 200 kids in it, who knows who those free and reduced kids are? But more importantly, if we're going to do something with concurrent enrollment, try and expand that, how do we know who those high school kids are? Because one of the things we do know historically, if it's a family with multiple children that are at different grade levels, typically the high schooler isn't even signed up for free or reduced lunch.
You
The
are
parent
correct.
signs them up for elementary or middle, but not the high schooler.
Right.
So how do we overcome
Because
those?
they like to go eat their own things.
Yeah.
First of all, that's private information, so even teachers don't know that information. Your child nutrition and welfare, nutrition in the district would know that. So, we look at that. What they would know is, the funding flows to at-risk because of that, and then what they would know are which students not meeting those benchmark levels, Madam Chair. But that information is not allowable for to be shared, as you know.
I do know that. But as we are looking at how do we provide more services to those kids, there is a stumbling block. The other stumbling block is, since they tend to be academically lower performing, are they truly ready for a concurrent enrollment experience? So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Absolutely. It's a conversation that we want to continue. Dr. Herford had a comment, and since he's been so patient, I thought I would allow him. Did you have something that you wanted to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, my questions didn't really...
Come stand by Dr. Watson real quick.
My set of questions didn't really, refer to this, but I wanted to say that in Kansas right now, and I think in elsewhere, we're seeing what's called, I call it the renaissance of reading. We're actually using science to infuse our notion of how to teach reading, and because the legislature and the work that they're doing in the Kansas Board of Regents, things are starting to happen, like, the funding you're doing for letters program, that's excellent. Language essentials for teachers of reading and science, that's critically important. So Louisa Moat's program that was written for individuals who weren't trained in the science of reading when they're in school, to do so as teachers. And so I think we're doing a lot of things in Kansas that are really moving in the right direction. I just wanted to say, I didn't mention that because it wasn't part of my questions to answer, but I just want to say thank you.
That's great. Thank you for that. Now, I'm going to ask a question for Matt, and nobody has to answer it right now, and then you can come back. But how is the science of reading different than the phonics that I was trained on, that I learned to read on, where you sound out the vowels and the syllables and you put it together? And you don't have to answer that today because I don't want to keep everyone from where they need to be, but that might be something interesting that we can get from either one of you. Any final comments before we exit?
The commissioner's wanting to answer that question.
No.
Oh. Well, don't
she
answer it
saw
right
me
now. I
already
don't want to
look
keep
over to
people,
Dr.
but going back and forth between representative and senator kills me. Senator Erickson, please.
Thank you. Just a couple of really quick questions. Thank you for being here, Commissioner. So we heard earlier that going back to accreditation, that there's never been a school that's not been accredited. Is that
That is correct. To my knowledge, that is correct.
We also know, we're going to hear more about this tomorrow, that there's an LPA audit for at-risk funding that shows since 2019 that we have a problem following the law in regard to LPA, and that's one of the things for accreditation. So, and also, we know from looking at assessment results that we've seen today that one of the things is you need to show academic improvement. But we consistently have some districts that have single digits for some demographics in levels 2, 3, or 4. So my question to you, if you can quickly answer, is what would it take to not be accredited under your system?
So great question, Senator. Thank you for that. I will say this. I'll start with the end kind of in mind. If we get to a situation like happened with Kansas City, Missouri now over 50 years ago, where there was a non-accredited status, we've all lost in that. So the state of Texas just has taken over the Houston School District example. The results, when you get to that end game and you take over, the state takes over a school district, if you look across the nation, that hasn't yielded great results. That being said, it would be a school district that has poor outcomes related to no plan, no process, no growth toward that. In this last cycle, which we're just wrapping up, the last 5-year cycle, or the first of the new accreditation, we have private-public around 12% conditionally accredited that have to show improvement, or they could go down that path of not being accredited because their results are not very good, and while they may have a good plan, they have to go execute that plan. That's what it would be. but we're going to try to bring all the resources we can to help them. We talked about having a viable curriculum, making sure they're teaching to the standards, making sure they have teachers trained in literacy, as Dr. Herford said. So we're cautiously optimistic that those 12% or so of school districts will start to make some improvement based upon their plan. But that's what it would take. I don't do well. My plan isn't showing growth over time.
For the sake of time, I'll end it there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Committee, great job today. We will be back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you all that have been here with us, and I appreciate that. Thank you to our staff. And we didn't do too bad, only 39 minutes over. All right. Have a great evening. Bye.